Welcome to the PulpMX Show, presented by BTOsports.com. Coming to you live from Las Vegas, right outside the Lion's Den, with your host, Steve Mathis. And now strap in and get ready. It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah. Welcome, everybody. It's Monday, July 1st, 6 p.m. Pacific. Happy Canada Day, everybody. Oh, Canada, our true north, strong and free. Thanks for listening. It's been great to have you people tonight. Show number 391, PulpMX Show, presented by BTOsports.com and Fly Racing. Great show tonight. Dean Wilson will be on. Brandon Hartranft will be on. Jeremy Albrecht will be on. We'll probably call Jason Thomas at some point as well. So, yeah, it's going to be a great show. Looking forward to it. Southwick is in the books. Lots to talk about when it comes to the Wick. Red Bud this weekend. Lots to talk about when it comes to Red Bud. We're at the halfway point of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championships, and there is a shit ton to get to and to talk about tonight. We want to thank BTOsports.com, Fly Racing, Racetech Suspension and Engines, Vortex Racing, Roost MX, Vertex Pistons, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin, Starcross 5, Maxima USA, Pro Filter, Firepower Batteries and Chains, EVS Sports, FMF, Atlas Neck Brace, Works Connection, OGO Power Sports, Get Data, Guts Racing, WUSA, always on board with us for many years now. LA Honda World, Eagle Grit, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Ride Engineering, Works Chassis Labs, and Intense Cycles, all on board with us. Sponsor deals on PulpMXShow.com to see the codes to save on many of our sponsors. Absolutely fantastic to help you guys out who listen to the show, and we want to help you out by giving you some codes to save some money and with our great sponsors. So you can always get the PulpMX app on iTunes and Android store. You can listen to the show live on there. It's got all of our podcasts archived on there, so you can search any person or any rider or whatever and pull it up that way. We're on Spotify now as well, so if Spotify is your podcast player of choice, we're on Spotify. Thank you for that. Get the Amazon banner on Amazon widget on PulpMX.com. Click on that. Takes you to Amazon. Make a purchase. We get a small slice of that. So that's one way to support the show. So if you're making purchases through Amazon, just click on the little widget there. Go to Amazon. Order your lube, your doghouse, whatever it is, and we'll get a small slice of that, all right? So thanks to those people who do that. We really appreciate it. And Patreon as well. Patreon gets early access to podcasts and as well as free T-shirts and hats and things like that. We do a Patreon-only podcast every now and then. So, yeah, if you want to help out every extra, you can go to Patreon. We have the BTOsports.com Tweet at Travis segment. We have the X-Brand Goggle Tariffs. We have the Race Tech Rant, all coming up tonight on the show, along with Dean Wilson, Brandon Hartranft, Jeremy Albrecht. Maybe we'll call Will Hahn. If you're on Racer X Facebook page, what's up? Hi, everybody. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Check out the new Get Jump Starter I just got. It's got a energy in here and that can charge your phone, or if you kill your battery, you can actually jumpstart your car with this thing. It's phenomenal. Check that out. And any kind of phone you want to charge or whatever, it's amazing. All right, so thank you, Get, for all of that. Fantastic. With me in studio, formerly Transworld Motocross, now Swap Moto Live. It's been a long time since he's been in studio, but we're pumped to have him here. Michael Antonovich. What's up, Anton?
What's going on? Thanks for bringing me in.
Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Always fun to have you on board.
I love coming up here.
Did you order some mac and cheese pizza?
No. I've learned my lesson.
Buffalo chicken wing pizza. Do we have anything like that showing up?
No.
All right, fantastic. No. You went to Southwick?
It was sick.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so sick.
702-586-7857. If you want to talk to Anton or myself or any of our guests, 702-586-PULP is the code. Producing the show, taking your calls, coding, playing Excitebike, working on PulpMX Fantasy website, or all of the above. It's Mark's dog. What's up, bud?
You forgot to mention how early I was today.
You were early.
You never mentioned that.
Thank you. You
Only
were
when
early.
I'm late.
Yep, and I did make your second half payment for the year.
That's why I was early.
So all your incentive to come in early.
I'm
is
showing
gone.
my appreciation for you. Honoring our contract.
Did you go riding on the weekend? You and JT currently tied at 2.
which we have been for seems like forever now. Apparently, neither one of us wants to win.
No.
We're crawling to the finish line. That or somebody is pulling the ribbon away from us as we get to it.
Yeah, so no riding for you.
No riding.
Mark says a sweet 08, 06.
I
I've heard
06.
all
06.
rebuilt.
Oh, it's brand new, dude. It's sweet.
I like
It
it.
looks good.
The wheels are sweet.
The wheels are
W.
so sick.
Race Tech did your suspension. Oh, God.
Wrench Rabbit. The motor's good.
Yeah.
If only the rider could
Yeah.
live up to those expectations. That'd be great.
That's okay.
Yeah.
You got to look fast.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it.
Oh, he does. Yeah, he's got his fly gear. He's looking
Like
good.
fully out.
Yeah.
Yep. Speaking of fly gear, we're going to give away a black and is that teal? Do they have a black and teal Formula helmet? Did I write the word down wrong? Hold on. Great radio.
I'm sure they do.
Black teal Formula.
Great radio, bros.
We're giving away a Formula helmet. This is
Good
the latest, greatest from Fly Racing. Fantastic
Still haven't
helmet.
worn one yet.
We're giving away a black and teal helmet from the folks at Fly Racing. This is their high-end helmet. We'll do the draw like we normally do because people who listen on the archives get pissed when live people on the phone get to listen. So contest at PulpMXShow.com. Put Fly Helmet in the subject line. We'll do a draw next week on the show. Kenny Watson, Kyle Bentley in next week. We will do the draw contest at PulpMXShow.com. And, for the Fly Helmet, FlyRacing.com. Please check them out on the web. Also, if you're in the market for a pressure washer, Karcher has a PulpMX code. The folks at Karcher, they got electric ones, they got gas-powered ones, they got all sorts of cool shit at folks at Karcher. PulpMX code, that's it. Just PulpMX code saves you money when you check out at Karcher website. So everyone has pressure washers, right? I mean, pressure washers are good. So
I don't have one, but pressure washers are great.
yeah, pressure washers are great. So there we go. We're going to give away some other stuff, too, as well as we go along. We got some people on hold as well to talk to. There's lots to talk about when it comes to Southwick. But first of all, Anton, how long have you been working in the moto industry for?
Since 2009,
Okay.
so 10 years.
Never been to Southwick.
Never went.
Just for whatever reasons.
Just never gone.
Yeah. What'd you think? How was it?
Amazing. Like, location-wise, it's weird that it's in the middle of a town and you park at a high school or whatever that is.
I tell people, have you ever been to Fenway?
I drove by Fenway. I've never
Okay.
been.
But when you go to Fenway, you're just walking in these restaurants and bars.
That's
and
what it looked like.
All of a sudden, boom, there's a ballpark there. It's the same with Southwick. You're like driving in this little town, and then boom, there's a huge moto track.
Well, and it was like, I saw the American Legion sign. I'm like, oh, okay, I think I must be
Yeah.
there. And the guy's like, oh, yeah, you just turn right there. I'm like, oh, sick. And just drove in.
Yeah.
And then seeing the pit area where I parked at, I was like, oh, okay, this is just kind of standard run-of-the-mill.
Uh-huh.
And then when you walk up to the top of that hill and then you look out and you just see everything, and it looks amazing. Like, that's one of those places that Redbud gets all the hype, Washougal gets a lot of hype, but like if you can go watch a race at Southwick, you really should, because you can pretty much see everything from a few key spots, it seems like.
Yeah. It's smaller than you thought?
No.
No? Okay. All right. To me, it was smaller when I first went there.
I guess
we
maybe, but I mean, it's even smaller now than it was when you went because
Yeah.
the frog pond's gone. But even with all that other stuff, it still seems pretty big
Does it?
because
Okay.
if you look at like watch old races, the track only looks like it's 2 feet wide, and all those tires that are sticking out of the ground
Right.
and all that, it
Right.
looks. They've done a really good job since they rebuilt it and
Yep.
brought it back in.
Hard to take photos. You're running around
No.
in sand all day.
It was-
No, but I meant like
Nah.
it's hot. You're in sand. You're walking around.
But the light, because of all the trees, so there's always like little pockets everywhere, and then
Yep.
all that spray flying around,
Yep.
that makes it really good.
Just follow Buckley around. Just sit behind
Eh.
Buckley. He-
I didn't want to do that. Like, I saw him a couple times, but I didn't talk to him. I'm like,
Oh.
well, he has a turn named after him. I'm good. Like, sick, but I don't want to
Yeah,
just
there,
like.
there was no Anton turn that I
No,
remember.
no.
So you liked it. You enjoyed it. You thought
Yeah,
it
it
was
was
cool.
cool.
Yeah. It's good.
Now after that, I've gone to every one of them. I didn't go to Texas, but that was only around for like 3 years. So I
Yeah.
don't know, like count
You
that.
didn't miss much.
I never got to go to Troy. I
You go to
never went.
Binghamton?
Nope.
Okay.
I mean, you got to think when I came in 2009 when I went to Redbud that summer. That was the first national I'd ever gone to.
Yep.
We'd always just went to Supercross races. So in 2009, we went to Redbud and Millville back to back, and I was just like, "This is a whole new world compared to Supercross, which is all I had seen
Yeah.
before. I had watched outdoors.
Yeah.
We just never
I
went to
wonder,
them.
I wonder how many national tracks I've been to. I never really thought about it, but
You've probably been to a few dozen at that point.
I would
how many
think
have
so,
gotten
right?
cycled in and
Yeah,
out?
how many have been come and gone or whatever, right? Shit, yeah, Freestone was 2 years or 3 years and done. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that place wasn't anything spectacular, that's for sure.
Like, I tried to think about all of the races that I've gone to just to have an idea of how many it's been. I couldn't even tell you.
Yeah.
And that's a fair number for some guy that's been doing it 10 years and for how long you've been around.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
I've never done a complete year.
I want to do a complete year.
I've never done a complete year. All the years is wrenching. Either my rider got hurt, or my rider was on one coast, or as a media guy I would skip some. Or I've never done every single race. I mean, that's not really a goal. That's not really a goal at this point.
Oh no, I'd love to do it. I'd love to do all of those and like go do all the off-season Supercrosses, the Nations, hit a GP here and there. I want to go see everything because I'm at a good point now that I'm still young and no kid or anything.
Yeah.
So I can go do all that without feeling like I've missed a lot.
Yeah. I've done 27 races, so it's 29 in a year. I think I've done 28. I think I missed one Supercross one time, and then I've done 27 a few times, so I missed one outdoor and one Supercross. But yeah, that's about it. But then there's Nations, I think I'm on 12 years in a row.
Yeah, that's where you make up for it, like that, and then you go to all the off-season races that Eric takes you to.
I think Paris Supercross has been 9 years in a row now.
Bulgaria one time.
Bulgaria, yeah, Bulgaria was great.
That was rad.
That was fantastic. All right, bigger story here. Marv wins his second 450 national of the year, or Osborne wins his first career 450 moto. Both in impressive fashion.
I expected both at some point. I expected Marv to win Southwick already, and I think honestly, if there was 2 more laps at the second moto at Florida a week before, Zach was going to win that moto. He cut Eli's lead like a second and a half.
I always felt like Eli was just managing that, but maybe not. Yeah.
I think a little bit more time, like Zach really laying it in.
Yep.
I mean, that was all coming at some point in time. Marvin, I really thought he was going to win Spring Southwick, wherever the hell we were. I thought he was going to win that going into it. Like when I got on the flight Thursday, I'm like, Marvin's winning.
Marvin's going to win this. Yeah, funny because Tomac does have a bit of reputation as flying at Southwick, and he does.
And I mean, his practice track in Colorado is a sand track.
Yeah. But Marv's now won 2 years in a row.
And Marv is good because he's real light.
Marv's second practice, he set that fastest time. That was
which never happens.
No, that never happens. So
Ferrandis did the same thing, though.
I was very impressed with that. So I kind of was like, oh, yeah, Marv's on it. Osborne's going to have the first of many, probably an overall at some point.
Really soon, I think. Yeah, by the end of the year.
I would think so.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's like slotted top 3 at the end of the year, like in the championship standings.
Yeah,
like, it's going to have to happen.
Yeah, well,
with Kenny, and it's terrible.
I mean,
and today's like Honda press release explained a lot. And it doesn't seem like that's going to get any better before it gets worse.
No, I mean, JT will be on later to talk about the weather, but I don't think it's going to be a cool one this weekend again.
80, not too bad.
Okay, but I mean, we talked about this in our review pod. Like, I don't think you can't keep doing what Kenny did this weekend and keep showing up.
I just think that
it's not good for anybody.
And he doesn't seem like he's panicking, and he's not like using it as an excuse. Like he could totally be like, "Oh no, dude, I have these issues," and he's never tried to use that as an excuse. He's just like out there doing what he has to do. But yeah, I agree with you. Like at some point they're just going to have to go, these were our expectations coming into the year. Now we have to change them into this.
Yeah, I think if you're Honda, you're like, look, Kenny, you're not feeling great. We get it. Rack up some podiums if you can.
Sick. And if not, whatever.
Yeah, but you can't go to 10th and fade like that. And John Short passes you late in the race. So he's got to get that figured out or he shouldn't race, in my opinion.
Because the next two are not equally rough, but they have the tendency that they could be pretty brutal.
Yeah.
And then you go into Washougal, which is a technical one.
You got to feel for him, man. You just got to feel for him. He's probably so frustrated. He knows what to do. He knows how to ride. I mean, he knows what he's doing. He just can't. He has no energy. He has nothing going on.
Yeah, and I think that it's one thing that's out of his control now too. Like when it was his arms, it was visible. Like, we know what we're doing. There's no progress you can make on this.
Well, that's the funny thing. Like, I don't understand. Like, again, I'm no doctor. Far from being a doctor. I didn't even stay at a Holiday Inn last night. But how do they not know what's going on? How do they not? Kenny was on the show. He mentioned that he thought it was antibiotics from the Lyme gate that broke down his system, and now he's vulnerable to all sorts of viruses. And okay, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
I read a little bit about it. Somebody tweeted me a link about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
It does make sense. But like, he doesn't seem to know that, or they're not saying that. So do they not know what's going on? That's the scary part. Or do they know and nobody's saying anything?
I think they would have to know, considering all of the doctors that he has at his disposal.
Yeah,
I mean, that whole Red Bull facility is next level.
Right.
So I'm sure they have something, but what can they do now? You just have to manage it.
Well, wouldn't rest be ideal?
But how much can you rest and not lose the edge?
Well, dude, scrap the outdoors. Go rest.
I think that this is more of he has to get through a full year without issue to build into
Why?
2020.
Why does he have to? Why does he?
Just to break that stigma that he has become like some injury prone.
Okay,
or like,
but what's he doing now? That ain't gonna work for anybody. That's not anything. That's not worth it for anybody to show up, Kenny or the team or anything. If he continues to fade like that,
yeah.
If he can get on the podium or win a moto here or there, then great. But
and like looking back at Florida, I think second moto aside, what did he do in the first one? Like before the crash?
In the first moto at Florida?
Yeah, second.
Yeah, second. Yeah,
it was great.
Yeah,
I think that maybe that was.
Yeah, Marv was just great. Kenny rode great, but Marv was just a little
better.
Yeah,
and so I think that maybe that's just 3 poor motos in a row. So maybe it's not time to panic yet. Let's get through this weekend and see what happens. But maybe it's like.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm not panicking. I'm saying if this happens again this weekend, and
then you have to be concerned.
I think you got to be just, hey man, this ain't going. This ain't work. Like. You were winning. You had the red plate. Everything's great, but
and why risk this next 3-year deal that we already have on the table?
Go get rested up, and come back in September.
And let's make sure, like, okay, if you're not on the track, we're Honda. We have a ton of things to do. We'll go put you in something else for a little bit just to.
Oh,
keep
that really
you going.
works with these riders.
He would do it though. I mean, he did their side by side thing.
True.
He's smart enough to do that.
Kenny's probably a little better than most guys, like Stu. Hey, so Tomac got third. Nothing wrong with that. He extends his lead. But I was surprised in that second moto. He didn't have it. He ran out of juice. He admitted it on the podium.
Yeah, he even said, like in my interview, and I'm sure he said in yours, it wasn't there that day.
Yeah, it just wasn't there. And I was surprised a bit to see that.
A little bit.
Yeah.
But like when you and I watched from the manager's tower in that second moto, he had great lines. He was doing that section after the finish line past the mechanics area better than anybody was.
Yeah, he was
There
flying.
must have been something else somewhere that was just falling apart.
Yeah, he was great. He was outside, railing the turns outside and just going visibly faster than everybody.
And then in addition to that, the bike was just perfect.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't hopping around or skating everywhere. It just plowed right through everything, super connected.
Yeah.
He did really well on that set. They have the setup of that bike dialed in now.
So he extends his lead anyways.
Which is the most important part.
And Zacho, great job for Zacho. Just rode amazing, got the lead, very determined, charged hard the whole time. Marv really couldn't do much with him. Couple seconds, I think, at one point, but then next lap, Osborne pulled it back out.
Pulled it back out.
Yeah.
And I think the big thing on that, too, is now that Zach knows he can do it, he can replicate that over and over and over again.
Yeah. Well, and his starts have been good. His opening laps haven't been good, and I think he knows that. So he's got to fix that a little bit, but he did this weekend. So, I'm really, really happy for Osborne to get that win, obviously. And Marv is back. Marv had an inconsistent sort of start to the season. We didn't talk about him much. A lot
of crashes.
He might have crashed more than we've seen him crash.
I mean, even that High Point crash was pretty brutal for what it was.
Yeah.
You never want to crash in front of 40 dudes.
No, and then he crashed in practice at
Hangtown,
yeah. So Marv isn't a crasher, so it was odd to see that. But
he's been on the edge this year.
Yeah.
There have been a couple races, like Supercross races, where I was like, oh my God, he's going to die. Like late in the moto, he'd go for something, and then the bike would just fully get away from him, and then he would somehow bring it back. But
he's like a cat.
There have been a couple times where
cats. He's got cat-like reflexes.
It's true. There's always cats on the helmet.
Cats on the gear. Cats on the helmet. Yeah. AC. 14th, 9th, and 10th at 3 previous visits to the WIC.
And I think a lot of pressure after a so-so Florida race.
Yeah.
So that was a big.
He answered it, man. Yeah.
And I think that is going to be another one of those things, like Supercross Championship aside, this is a big learning year for him. He's going to take all of the stuff that he's learned and then apply it in the 450 next year.
It'll be. Look, I mean, I was saying to Wygant, like, this is his title. He's got this. He's got over a moto lead. I don't know how this kid. He gets a bad start. He can get third. He can win if he gets anywhere near the front. His weakness was sand. No, it's not, because he won this weekend. I mean, you can throw me the Supercross Vegas thing as your counterpoint, and I don't have much for that. But
even then, that's racing. That just happens. That's not an Adam melted down, and then as soon as the gate dropped, he was in 22nd. He was doing well, and then he made a mistake, and he didn't see that element in the track.
Listen,
but it doesn't matter now.
You have the race tech rant later on tonight.
We'll talk about that.
But I'll have a mini one right now.
Okay.
Let the fucking kid go to Blink-182 concert.
Yeah.
Come on.
And you don't think that Adam's going to get a chair?
Dude. So, Blink-182 was playing at Hartford
15 minutes
Saturday
away.
night. Kid loves Blink-182. Granted, it's not the original lineup. Granted. But still, he loves Blink-182. And his trainer, coach, Nick Way, who we know well. By the way, I worked for Nick Way.
I would think
I know
Nick
him
had
well.
some fun.
There were times where Nick Way was out, okay, after a race.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just put that in perspective. I was there with him drinking, so I know this. So he was saying to Adam, no, you can't go. You're going to be on your feet. You're going to be on your feet. So no Blink-182 concert for poor Adam Cianciarillo.
And like I said, you don't think Adam, who knows a lot of those people, would get a chair? Be standing next to the stage. Hey, man, do you have like a chair that I can just sit on? Whatever.
I don't know about that. I think
There's chairs.
I think he would just be a paying person in the public. I don't think he's getting backstage or anything.
He knows he has a full tattoo on his arm for one band. He knows enough people that he could get some passes.
Yeah, he likes Neck Deep better than he likes Blink. Mm-hmm. What's up with that? I didn't know any of this.
I don't really like Blink that much.
Okay, but he does.
He does.
It's like Van Halen for me.
And then you would just all of a sudden like bail on Van
Do you
Halen
think
and get like a Depeche Mode tattoo.
Do you think I'm at Southwick if Van Halen's playing 15 minutes away?
That you're just like, nah.
I'm like, yeah, I'm out of here.
I would probably leave the race early.
Racetech.com, rant of the night. The guy who's out after races when he raced many, many times doesn't let the guy go out now. That's bullshit, Nick Way. Bullshit. So,
Yeah.
let the kid go to Blink.
He'll get his chance.
Who knows? Anyways, I couldn't believe he didn't let him go. All right, let's get to some phone calls here. We got J-Bone coming up here at 4 or at 6:30. I was wrong about Freddie Norn, by the way, and so we'll get to that. Speaking of Freddie Norn, Jeff wants to talk about Freddie Norn. What's up, Jeff? How are you?
Hey, Steve. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, so with Freddie Norn, it kind of ties in with Jason Wygant's thing between the motos on Racer X today. You know, so I was reading that today, and it was looking like he was getting ready to kind of hang it up and everything. It was a pretty telling interview, and, you know, it's pretty good seeing the guy come racing for JGR. Had, like, his best results he's had all year long, 1 week on the bike. And what I thought was really cool and what I wanted to ask you guys was, as a fill-in rider, does he get the same type of bonus structure as, like, the normal guys?
Probably not. He does have a bonus structure. Here's the little-known secret about fill-in rides. They don't pay shit.
No.
So like Dino and Fast Freddy at Honda and Fast Freddy now and Travis Preston at Cowie years ago and you name it. They don't pay well.
No. And the other thing on that is, too, like the whole bonus structure thing of that's probably set over a full period. You got to do 29 races for him to come in and adjust all that, too. It's not going to get the same publicity or anything that Hill would have had or whoever.
He does get a bonus program.
But not to the same
But
level.
not to the same level. And salary, no. Like
the big thing, the fact that they're just paying for flights is a huge help.
What you'll do, what they'll do is they'll give you a set amount. It's usually $1,500 to $2,000 a race, and you get yourself there. You get a hotel. You get the car. Whatever you get under that, you keep. Or if you spend more, then it's out of your pocket. So they'll give you a $2,000 per diem per race. So you can make money if you drive there or if you know, or whatever. But basically...
But you wouldn't even want to do that anyway, because why would you put yourself in that same position to struggle to
No, but
drive
let's
all
say
the
you
hours?
live near High Point or whatever. You know what I mean? You're driving to High Point, so you're good.
So you can make the money, but then you got to spend a little bit more to go to those far-flung races.
Yeah. So that's it, Jeff. So that's the deal with those fill-in rides.
No, that's cool. I appreciate the insight on that. The way I was kind of thinking of it was like, you know, it's a very stacked field, but, you know, I think he's got the speed with 1 week on that bike.
Dude.
I was thinking if he got 1/3 place, he'd make more money in one race than he would all year as a privateer.
Oh,
so.
well, no,
yeah.
I mean, he's already getting everything paid for, plus probably taking home a little bit with the expenses. And if he gets the bonus money, then great. Like, before he was paying $250 to race. You know, now JGR's paying that. You know, so, yeah.
$250 plus mechanics pass
plus gas,
parking
plus food. Yeah.
wear and tear on the bike.
Right.
Yeah.
No, he's still coming out ahead for sure. And he killed it, man. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you. I was so surprised with Norn. I don't know how he rides a
I
Honda.
think you're top 10.
Yeah, I would. If you told me top 10, I'd be like, okay, maybe. But to get on a Suzuki that he hasn't ridden from a Honda that he's ridden forever, and do that.
Well,
Did you see Barsha hit him in the first moto or no?
No.
I didn't see it either. He told me Barsha hit him so hard.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
It happens.
Right.
But, like, for him, all of that stuff, he wasn't even a good sand rider. He'll even admit that a few
He
years ago.
skipped Destinations.
Yeah.
He skipped
Sweden.
Lommel. Because he was like, I can't ride the sand. Don't pick me.
And a lot of guys that have like spent time at club or whatever and that have watched him, he's progressed a lot in the last few years just because he has to ride that stuff all the time.
Yeah. No. He did great, man. Let's go to Dylan on one. Dylan, what's happening?
Hey, Hey, Steve. I'd just some questions with I don't know. It seems like since Supercross this year and then now coming into motocross, it seems to me like it just like you guys have taken all these shots. Like even the worst thing we've seen from Eli this year in motocross is a 7th place, and that was last week. And you guys, even at a 4th or a 5th, you guys make that seem like, he just fell apart. You guys will sit him down on your armchair and diagnose him when it's quite clear as day what happened. He got a bad start in Florida, and it took a good 10 laps, probably 10 minutes to get in.
Dylan.
Yeah.
Dylan. I don't know how old you are. Were you around Ricky Carmichael days or Villapoto or Dungey?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
So how often? Okay. First of all, Eli Tomac is going to end up in the top 5 all time of AMA wins.
100%.
He's going to end up. So he is going to be with Carmichael, Stu, Dunge, Villapoto. He's going to be right there with all those guys when he hangs it up.
Yep.
Okay. How many guys that he's going to be listed with would get a start like he did and finish 7th? None of those guys. None of those guys would do that.
You're absolutely right, but can I ask you at the same time? I was young. I'm 26, so I was young watching Ricky. I loved Ricky and I loved Bubba. But other than them two, yes, we can say Kevin and we can say maybe Tedesco or Nick Way. But other than those two, if Ricky did get a bad start, who was Ricky having to fight through? And I'm not saying that those riders weren't as talented as the riders today, but wouldn't you admit that the lineup today, at least the top 6, are a lot more?
No, I would not. Every year, every year, there's national and Supercross champions and regional champions and everything else on the gate, the very best of the best. Now, if you want to argue particular years, whatever, but that the competition is all relative. No. I've heard that Carmichael had weaker competition, and
some
I just,
seasons he did.
But not much.
Not much, but there were a couple.
I get you what you're saying there, but I just feel, prime example, we'll look at Cooper. A lot of heat's coming down on Cooper about people getting mad at him and, he's not doing good in motocross. But if we go back just to when Daniel was back on you with Supercross, and he was saying, he thought that there was no reason that Cooper Webb wasn't going to be the hot shot coming into motocross. He was going to be the next one. But then, he does bad in the first couple rounds, and you come on and you say, well, you know what, he won the Supercross champion, so it's okay if he's not doing great here. And that's fine, I get you that. But how come the last 2 years, Eli has destroyed outdoors, and he's done amazing in indoor Supercross? Yes, he hasn't got the championship, but he has been darn near the best guy. But you guys don't give him that break. If he does have an off race in Supercross, you guys crush him, man.
Because again, your apples to oranges. Like Cooper Webb is a great rider. He is not, and I could change. Cooper is not going to be on the level of Eli Tomac.
Absolutely, and that's honestly all I'm trying to get to.
Eli's up and downness is judged by it being an all-time great, which he's going to be.
And it's weird. It's the same thing every time. It's not that he has one issue and then it's a different issue and then it's a different issue. It's either a mechanical, that's pretty rare, or he has some kind of, in the middle of a moto, something goes amiss, and then the rest of the race is spent trying to overcome that. And that's strange because not a lot of guys have that thing, and the fact that you see the same thing happening repeatedly and there's no solution to it is the question.
I think we're holding Eli to a higher standard than we should because of his wins.
I think so.
Because of his speed, because of his wins.
You guys absolutely should. And I feel, and he's in that conversation. To me, he's in that conversation. He's LeBron, he's Brady, and they take the most heat. But I just feel when he does make, sure, he falls back a little bit, but he's still, like even at Southwick, he fell back in that first moto, and on the broadcast there, how's he falling apart? Have you ever seen these many guys pass him? But then if you wait, that's what we've seen all year. At 15 minutes, if he does fall back, he'll come back up. He drives back up through the field and gets the second. And, and then that's just like, well, okay, so he's supposed to do that. But if he falls back to 4th, well, this guy, he's just falling apart again.
It's just because we're holding him to that higher standard, man. That's the bottom line, So
understood.
Yeah,
well, and one more thing. I'm sorry. The thing with NBC, you guys I have a feeling, Daniel came on just a couple weeks ago and admitted, hey, I didn't even watch the outdoors last year. You guys go to the tracks, and I went to High Point this year, and I went to High Point last year, and Buds. It is, you can see a lot at the track, and I'm sure you guys have much, much better advantage points than me. Mm-hmm. But how many of you guys in the industry, and I'm sure you do, Steve, but your other guest members, how many you think come home after they're at that track and they sit down and they rewatch the motos? Like, honestly, not the highlight, not the 5-minute reel.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't answer that. I have no idea.
Yeah, I do.
Oh.
Yeah.
You have to.
Well, and I appreciate that. I mean, for Daniel to come on and say that, but, and then to act like, well, he's not doing any better this year, so it's, who cares if I didn't watch it last year? It's not a big deal. That's crazy, man. Yeah, that's, how in the hell could you do that? And last thing, and I promise I'm off. But, Steve, what about, I know we go after the same guys, Daniel, Chris Kiefer. I don't know how many times you've been on, Michael, but what about if you just had Will on? I think Will was awesome, but I feel you guys need to go after your NBC partners bigger. Go after Will. Go and try to get AJ Allmendinger to come on the show. Try to get Ricky Stenhouse
Dude,
Jr.
I don't know how many times I've railed on Supercross and outdoor broadcasts. I mean, literally, it's the race tech man of the night in almost every week in Supercross.
That and the other thing.
I'm not saying rail. I think they're doing great. All I'm saying is to bring them on your show, because I feel if you can get on to NBC. I just saw a couple weeks ago, because on Thursday night NBC does motorsports and they cover all the motorsports. And Weeds was on that show with AJ Allmendinger covering flat track and motocross.
Right.
I tell you, I almost got a tear to my eye, because I'm telling you, that's what you guys need. Steve,
what do I need? I don't need that. Why do I need that? What do I
know, Steve.
I got to get AJ Allmendinger on my show?
No. I don't think you need that at all. I'm just saying, I feel if you would try to open your door to them a little bit, I'm telling you, I feel you would slide in onto NBC.
Oh, stop it.
I know that. I listen to you guys every week. I know you think there's no possible way of that.
I'm too tubby.
But
I'm not real Christian.
That.
Yeah, I know. Wygant's hideous, but he lives in Charlotte, so that's how that works.
Yeah, but I think that's I honestly, I listen to you every week, so I know that you're good. I feel I feel you're taking the low road, because I'm telling you, I feel if you would have not buttoned up, but if you did everything you could to get them in there, I feel within a year you would be leading Supercross.
They hate me.
No,
they're not.
They may hate you, but they need ratings. At the end of the day, they need ratings, and you could bring ratings. That's plain and simple. They need ratings.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
Bring them.
I appreciate it. Thank you for the compliments.
Yep. Thank you for the time. Have a great day.
Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. Passion.
I like it.
I like it.
But you don't need to be big. You need to be underground.
Yeah, I'm underground.
Yeah.
I'm like...
We're like taking posters and just sticking them on the telephone poles to tell people to come to the show.
I'm like Supreme.
Mm-hmm.
Underground.
Supreme, that's owned by the Carlyle Group, who finances wars. Yeah, just like them.
Oh, okay. All right. No, scratch that. Hey, I want to thank the folks at Vortex. Obviously, they've been a big part of our show for a long time. Bars and sprockets, the V3 handlebar, 29% stronger than the competition. Oversized bars, 7/8 bar. They've got it all. Monster Energy Yamaha using their sprockets. So Barsha and Plessinger using their sprockets. Thanks to Jake at Vortex Racing for dialing us in, and they can get you a deal on bars, sprockets, tie downs, brake lines, all sorts of things. Vortex Racing. You need to email Jake at vortexracing.com. Mention PulpMX Show. Mention Anton if you want, whatever, and they will give you a deal. So thanks to Vortex for coming on. And Vortex brings you our first guest of the night. This is the manager of the JGR Suzuki team. We're glad to have him on here. They had a fantastic race with Freddie Norn. And, hey, Troll Train was pretty good, too.
That was good.
Troll Train was pretty good, too. Jeremy Albrecht, what's up, J-Bone? How are you, man?
I'm good. How are you guys?
That other guy was passionate about getting me on NBC.
Yeah, he likes you a lot.
Yeah.
I heard that.
Yeah. You think I can get on NBC?
In there.
Right.
You could probably stay at J-Bone's house, go to the studio.
Yeah, can I stay at your house and go to the studio that Wygant goes to?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, the NASCAR team's doing pretty good, huh?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, doing really well.
I read a story today. I read a story today about them. And I don't know how much you know about this, J-Bone, but they have figured something out with aero or power or something that no one can figure out right now. That this story I read was
NASCAR, though. That's NASCAR. They all, when someone's winning, they all figure something out, and then it's just like our sport. Then people figure it out, and then they start doing it, and then
Okay.
it's all even again. And that's the game, is to figure out whatever it is, you find something that you have a little edge, and that's what NASCAR does. They change the rules all the time, so you can't keep doing that.
Okay, so they'll do
change
something
stuff
at some
all the
point.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do it all the time. When they were too fast years ago, they did restrictors on the Toyotas only.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, they do all kinds of weird stuff.
So this pains me to say this, but perhaps Coy Gibbs has smarter than the average NASCAR crew chief owner guy.
Honestly, well, I mean, he has a whole team of people. They have.
I know he's not out there specking it up, but
they have tons of engineers. I mean, Coy is super smart, like smarter than people give him credit for. He actually, he's really good. He was good even on our team. He's always thinking outside the box. I think it's because he's done so many different things.
Right.
I think when you grow up the way he does, you just think different.
Wow.
For me, I think the same thing everybody else does. What I know, what I've done.
Right. Wow.
I'm trying more and more to think outside the box. And yeah.
Tell Coy I said good job. Tell Coy I said good job.
I will.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy they're doing good, because for a little bit there, like anything, it takes time.
Right.
You can't always win.
Right.
So they're definitely on it right now.
So I'd like to publicly, I've said this to you personally, but I'd like to publicly apologize for my.
You don't have to. I told you.
I know.
I told you. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
And that, honestly, is why I didn't do it the first time, and I didn't take a risk, and that was, for me, wrong. I should have took the risk the first time. But that is always the challenge. Do you get somebody that's doing good and then risk looking bad? Because it is difficult.
Right. So
do that.
For our listeners,
and I did the other. I did do Chisholm because I thought it'd be easy because he was on a Suzuki.
Yes. For our listeners,
So that was the whole purpose.
I said last week that I thought JGR should have stuck with Chiz a couple of weeks, and he would have came around with results. And I said I can't see how Freddie's.
I think he would have.
I said I can't see how Freddie's going to do better, because he's been riding a Honda so long, and he's not going to have any time to ride the Suzuki. And then when he sucks, everyone's going to pile on JGR. And
because they already were.
Yeah, because this is a terrible idea. And then Freddie goes out and gets fifth in the first moto, crushes it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's definitely our team needed it more than Freddie.
Yeah.
Honestly, like it was good for us.
Right.
This sport is so hard, and it's easy to Monday morning quarterback it.
Yep.
Even for myself, things we should have did different. But at the time, you have to just make your best decision and live with it, and watch everybody pile on and wreck you all week.
Yeah.
And everyone's you hung on to this guy. I saw comments where, why would they get rid of Chiz when they hung on to Hill all year? Why did I contract with Hill?
Yeah,
That's the difference.
Right. Those people are morons.
There's a lot of things. Yeah, there's a lot of things that people don't realize. And, just go get this guy. It isn't that easy.
Right.
Even if you did, they have to agree to do it. You have all these terms. You have all these agents, all this stuff. It's not as
gear deals, helmet deals. Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah, I used to think the same thing. Oh, how hard is it? Just if the guy wants to be there, just get him here. It isn't that easy.
Right.
Because then there's barter. They're working this company against that company, and you don't know who really wants to be on your team. They're just using you for the
leverage,
to get the money up.
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
So Freddie, from what I understand, Freddie joins the team, rides a bike, and he has brings his Honda out, and then he's still faster on the Suzuki than his Honda. Privateer Honda.
Yeah, because what I didn't want to do is exactly what you wrote. So I'm like, honestly, it doesn't help us if you don't do well, but really, for me, why would you do it if you're not faster than that? I even straight up told him when I went over there to first ask, because I just wanted to know what I didn't even know what his contract obligations are.
Yeah.
So I just went to figure that out. Hey, what is your deal? I would have talked to you before, but I didn't want to have you burn anything till I knew we could do it the whole year. So, I did Chisholm. He was on a Suzuki already, rode with the HEP team. I know him. I like him. I still like him. I just thought it'd be simple and he'd get, good enough results. And he was having a harder time than I thought because maybe, he's used to a whole different bike, different setup. He's been riding a stock bike, and ours is completely different. So it wasn't as easy as I expected. So, and I just felt like Jacksonville didn't go The first moto was good. Second moto wasn't great. And
right.
I felt like Freddie did great, and I'm like, screw it. I always, honestly, I usually always give the guys the chances, and this is the first time I didn't, and it paid off. So what that tells me is I need to take more risks more often.
Yeah.
And quit being so loyal.
Wow.
Maybe that's my problem. That's what I decided.
You had to have been stoked with Norris.
What do you think?
Well, yeah.
I'm always loyal.
Yeah, no, yeah, you are.
And what does it do me? Nothing.
Well,
I don't think I've ever heard Jay Bone this negative, ever.
No, I usually like them all backing the guy up, but we took a risk and it worked, and I was pumped. And honestly, the biggest thing for real is I think all these guys need to go get a job for a little bit, or go do like Freddie and tow their own trailer around and do it all on their own.
Yeah.
And realize how like appreciative everyone should be, even myself, everyone on the team. We should all love it every day.
Yeah.
And Freddie woke up happy, pumped, happy to be there, like made everyone excited, doesn't make excuses, knows what he wants, what he needs. It was easy. It was honestly one of the easiest races we've done.
He was great, man. He held it strong. He said Barsha hit him so hard in the last turn in the first moto. I didn't see it, but
he said he knew it was coming.
Yeah. Well, I mean, of course, right? It's Bam Bam. It's Bam Bam. But and then second moto, he was again fighting. He was in shape. He charged. I was so impressed to get on that bike and do what he did. He tied a career best, on a factory Honda years ago. I'm blown away. I really am. I can't believe how well he did, and that's got to be great for you guys. Listen, he skipped the Des Nations years ago because he's so bad in the sand.
That's what made me even more nervous.
Right.
I asked if he's good in the sand. He's like, I never was. Like, I think he watched some videos and he feels like he's better now. And I'm like, all right, well, we're going. And then I had, it's funny, the VP of Suzuki emails me, Graver emails me, and he's like, hey, how do you think Freddie's going to do in the sand? This is on Friday. And I'm like, I don't know. It's not really his thing, but he definitely feels good on the bike. We did everything we could do to be prepared.
Yeah.
So I feel like we have a good shot at doing at least what he's been doing.
Yeah.
But it's racing. Like, you really don't know. Like, if he would have went down in the first turn, no one would have saw anything.
Right. Well,
so we got, we got lucky, made it through the first turn.
Got stars.
He rode well, he's confident, all that stuff. And honestly, I think he was so appreciative for the opportunity.
Yeah.
That he really tried extra hard there too.
Right.
And it was good for all of us to see the excitement that he had, really.
And then it's a sense of validation for your motorcycle as well, the horsepower and getting the starts, the suspension on a rough track. Like, it's a sense of validation for everybody.
Yeah, that was the hardest one to go to, too, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, that one and Unadilla are the toughest ones to go on a bike, a new bike, because I've tried that before. Unadilla is tough because it's a little high-speed chop that's different than everywhere else.
Right.
And then this one's so deep and gnarly and just totally different. And we didn't really test on a lot of sand during the week because we did our track.
Right.
And then he did go to club on Thursday and felt good, but that was the only time he rode sand was Thursday.
Keep him away from Phil at club.
Yeah, right.
We had
to make sure he was obviously doing it before we had him out in public.
Right. 702-586-7857 if you have a question for Jeremy Albrecht, brought to you by Vortex Racing.
Hey, J-Bone, this has been a big year for you guys, especially in this last few weeks of the summer. How's everything going now that you guys have brought Teasdale in, 250 guys? I mean, is everything going to plan, or has it been a little different than you guys maybe expected?
No, it's going to plan. I mean, I haven't got a title sponsor yet. That's the only thing, but we're obviously working on that. So that's the biggest thing, to go back to exactly how we were. We just need a little bit more money coming in. But as far as we're still developing the bike, still doing all the things we're doing. We're just doing it with less people. But we didn't really, the people that we had to get rid of were basically extra guys from not having so many riders. And all along, we were only going to have 2 and 2 anyway, so we weren't going to have 4 250s outdoor. We didn't do that last year either.
Yep.
We just kept the mechanics in the shop because they helped during the week, helping. Like, there was more help, so it was a lot easier to manage. So I wish we still had all the staff so it was easier during the week going practicing and getting for sale bikes ready and all that stuff. It was nice, but
did you tell those guys?
It was tight.
Did you tell those guys, hey, if we get a sponsor, if we expand our program, we'll hire you back on? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, and actually one of the guys, so Brad that worked with us, that worked with Hill, he got hired by our NASCAR team, so he works for Coy again. Last week he got hired, so his first day was today, actually.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's good for Brad.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Brad's doing that. So, I mean, Coy was cool when we did it. He offered to pay, all these guys for a while, and
yep.
We did say we'd try to find them jobs. Rabbit got a job pretty fast.
What's he doing?
Off-road team.
Oh, okay.
For KTM, actually.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that'd be good.
So he's doing that. But Coy did get him a job with his best friend Jay that hooked him up, so he had a job right away. And he was still getting paid from us, so he was doing good. and then Mikey, he's the only one that's Souls went home, and then Mikey, he's there waiting for a job. So he's been helping Teasdale though on the weekend, so he's still
I saw that
coming to shop and yeah,
he's a good dude.
We got to get him sorted out. He's really good. Yeah,
you can't.
That was the hardest part. Is they're all good guys.
Yeah,
there was no one that deserved to not have a job, but I just couldn't. Yeah, couldn't do it.
You guys can't. Nobody could discredit JGR and say that you guys shafted everybody or left him out in the cold. You guys did a really good job and pushed that off as long as you could until you had to make that decision. And even when you did, I made sure everybody was
we needed to do it in November before the season started. But we wanted to go as long as we could, and we wanted to get through Supercross and have all those guys in Supercross, and then we're good. I mean, obviously, you want to win everything, but we're working on that. I feel like, honestly, after watching Freddie this weekend, I think he can keep improving. It's not impossible for him to win a moto or win with a little confidence.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Cool. Even Amart, he's been getting better and better. Like I think with a good start, we're racing with people that have won.
Yeah, I think. I think one of the things too, getting back to Freddie, and we'll move on to Amart in a second. But getting back to Freddie, underrated for Freddie, helped with the new Honda bike. Did a lot of R&D for Honda with the new bike. Tested with Showa a lot. Tested with the race team a lot. The guy knows how a motorcycle works. I don't know. I like Freddie. I don't know if he's the sharpest knife in the drawer. That doesn't matter, though, if he can tell you what the bike is doing underneath him. Do you know what I mean? So,
yeah, Johnny said he was great.
Yeah, J-Bone, for you might have gotten a rider that can maybe be the best tester that you guys have maybe ever had.
Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah,
I'll let you know.
Yeah.
So far, he did a great job.
Yeah, I'd say so.
He did it. He came up with something he was happy with in 2 days of testing. Mm-hmm. And there's lots of guys we test a lot, and we haven't got anywhere. So I think that the credit goes to him, really. Mm-hmm. The team did it, but he helped.
J-Bone, on that note, then would you guys try to steer him away from diving off the deep end and be like, hey, this is what we know works, and we'll just fine-tune a little bit here and there so you guys don't go down some rabbit hole of chasing some perfect setup that might not even exist?
Other riders, you mean?
No, I mean of a setup for Freddie, of trying to maybe overload him of we could try to do this or try this setting here, and then that doesn't work, and it actually makes you guys go backwards.
We're not really going to go far from where we were this weekend. The only thing, Johnny felt like there was some small things he wanted to work on this week, and then Freddie had a couple things also, but nothing major. He just wants to work on his shock a little bit, and he wants a little more mid-range, and that's really it. So that's pretty good from coming off the first weekend. So we're going test tomorrow with him, and get it dialed in.
Troll Train. Look, crashing the first moto when he was right up there on the start. Rode great to come back to where he was. Second moto was good. 2 good motos at the ranch, WW Ranch. Coming around, again, I'm an Alex Martin fan, so, maybe I'm biased here, but I like what I saw the last 4 motos out of Alex.
Yeah, he's been, he came into it, I think, thinking because he got second last year, he's going to get second again. And, there is a lot of fast guys. It isn't easy. So I think that he hasn't been riding bad. He hasn't been riding exceptionally good until the last couple of weeks. And we've made some changes with the bike also that have helped. And he's been learning more and more, I think, how to explain things too. And I think that's the biggest piece to all of this is getting the riders and the team to understand what they are saying, because they all explain things different.
Sure, yeah.
And some know what they want, some don't know what they want, some explain it wrong, some are confused. But in the end, you know, it comes down to what they're picking some of the time.
Mm-hmm.
So with Alex, actually, starting at Jacksonville, we did a new engine setting, and we just went with it. We just did it.
Hey, J-Bone, so then...
And I told him we're bringing you a new motor this weekend that's different.
Yep.
And we're just going to change it because you say you need something else, so we gave it to him.
Yeah.
And then he just started practicing with it last week. So he needs to ride with it more and more to get used to it. And he's not a guy that likes to change. He really fights change, so that's what took a while, but we ended up just doing it anyway. And I'm glad it helped. Hopefully he'll start opening up and letting us do it more.
Dude, if I did that to Tim Ferry, if I would have did that to Tim Ferry, like, he would have freaked out.
No, that's what was hard, though.
Right.
He that's the way it was. He wouldn't let us change it, but every week it's the same thing. So we called and told him we did it.
Yeah,
we didn't say, we did not tell him. We said, hey, we changed it.
Okay.
And we're going to do it. Well, otherwise, it's going to be the same. We're going to tell us the same thing again.
Stop telling us the same thing. We're going to help you.
Yeah, so. But, you know, it doesn't you have to, like, you know, every week, you know, we talk about what we want to change. It doesn't happen just because they say it. We have to work on things, especially engine stuff. You can't just do it without testing it properly. You got to dyno it, put it on a bike.
Sure.
You can't, you know, Suzuki wants it to be proven before it goes on, which makes sense. So, yeah, we just got to do things the right way. And, yeah, we're definitely getting better. He's getting more confidence. You know, it's a new bike for us, actually, this year, the 250, chassis-wise, and engine's a little different. So, you know, it's us getting to know it. You don't know till you race, no matter how much you think you're ready. He's new to the team. He's new to the bike. Supercross came a little easier to him, he felt, than outdoor. But, you know, outdoor, you got to hang it a little more out on the edge. He's ridden lots of different bikes lately, and I think honestly, competition is tough. And I'm happy that the last 2 weeks he has had the speed, which he didn't have that before. Mm-hmm. So I feel like he has the speed and with some good starts. I think he can do good now too. So we're pretty pumped.
So J-Bone, all that said, I think a lot of people not maybe expected him to be a title contender this year. Mm-hmm. From what you're saying, you guys kind of didn't either, in some ways.
No, I did at first. Like, we all came into it thinking we could win, and then when it didn't go, I'd say the first round we were pumped because he got the second moto. He just crashed the first one, and then we went to Paula, and he had one good moto, but he just wasn't as fast as he needed to be. But I think he struggled with the bike at that one a little bit. Mm-hmm. So we just been working on getting him comfortable to be able to go the speed he wants to go. I would say just trying to get the balance right chassis-wise, then needed a little more motor, and now I think we have all of that now, and now he can. But I think that there's faster guys in the class than there was, which, you know, going into it, I'm like, oh, you got second twice. We should be right in there. Mm-hmm. Then when you go there and you see how many fast guys there are, and we're not qualifying top 3 every week, you don't have the speed.
I think if he starts up there,
that's what's hard.
He'll figure it out. He'll work it out. He just hasn't started up there.
That's what's good. He needs to be there too. Yeah, because he does kind of like sandbag a little bit. Right. When he's at the track, and he can go faster if he's with guys that go there.
Yeah, I heard
he's comfortable to be willing to go there.
I heard during the week he's not very fast. Even last year on the KTM and all that, he's not.
I think lately he's all happy because he's been doing that more and more during the week.
Sure,
he's been getting better at that. So he comes in pretty happy. So definitely, I'd say the last 2 weeks, he's getting more confident with the bike and what he can do on the bike and what he can do against these guys. And, you know, I think it's tough. That Cooper kid was a rookie last year, and he's riding great. And no one would have thought, I don't think Amart thought that kid would beat him.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then you look at, you know, AC is going to be good. You know, Sexton was a rookie, but he's riding good. Hampshire's riding better than he has. Brandis, good. I mean, there's tons of guys that are good. So you got to be good. You got to be great to beat these guys, which he can. He just needs to believe it. And you're not going to get that confidence until you do it. That's the hard part.
You guys are close for a title for 2020, from what I understand. We've been talking about that a little bit on our shows, and I've been really depressed that JGR can't get a title sponsor for our sport. That's not good for our sport. In case anybody's wondering, that you guys who can get your meetings with almost any Fortune 500 company out there because of what you've done in NASCAR and all the wins you have and your program's prestige and everything else, and you guys can't get a title. That's depressing. But I understand that you're working. You feel good about your chances for having somebody for 2020.
Yeah, we have more stuff that has come up possible in the last month.
Cool, good to hear. Yeah,
obviously, until it's signed, you don't have anything. But for a while there, it was depressing. We were, we have a whiteboard and we have names on it. And we're calling, and people sound interested, and then you don't really get past that point of the interest.
Mm-hmm.
And that's you at least want to be able to get to the meeting to tell them
to get shot down.
But they just say there's interest, and then you never get any further.
Right.
And even originally when Chad Reed came on, he thought he had some stuff that he could help with, and it sounded. Well, we thought we were going to be great. We had Chad Reed, wanting to be on the team, and he had connections. We had connections. Yeah, we both need stuff. Let's work together. I thought we were going to be killing it. I mean, who knows? We could have 3 semis if it went how I was thinking, but it didn't work out. And not from anyone, not the effort. We definitely put in the effort. It's just, I don't know. I don't really know why exactly. It's not. I don't think it's anything with us. I don't think it's anything with the sport. I think it's with maybe people not knowing the sport and people not knowing really the future of things.
Mm-hmm.
I think social media makes things very easy. Like, we've had a few sponsors change what they do because they can just do things on. I mean, it's no different than a magazine or anything else. The bummer is the social media has taken ads and money away from
everything.
People that have had it in the past, and it's you just have to. We have to think different and do things different, and everything we're doing sponsorship wise has really, honestly, not a lot to do with the just. It used to be, you get your logo on and we're going to help you promote it. Now it's like we have to figure out what we're going to do for these people to make them want to spend the money. It's not about being a sponsor of our team. It's like, what can we do for it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We have to do more than just sponsor our team. It isn't that anymore.
Yeah.
Even, NASCAR still is, because their TV still is really big.
Mm-hmm.
They do still have tons of fans, even though it's getting smaller. They're still way bigger.
Yeah.
I mean, they're down, but they're not like down so far that it changes it that much.
No,
not yet.
Jim,
and we're actually growing as far as fans, just not people riding. But we're not in a bad spot. We're just in like in between. I think. I don't think we're going to stay like this. I think the sport will get sponsors. It's just that once people figure out, honestly, that we are a good deal and that it is young demographic, and they show up, like even some of the sponsors that we're talking to came to some races, and they can't believe how big it is. It's not what they're expecting.
Right.
Every time, it's never what they're expecting. It's always way better.
Always bigger.
And that's even outdoor. They came to some outdoors, and they're impressed. So when they go to Supercross, they really love it.
Right.
Hey, J-Bone, do you guys see like what F1 teams or anything does for social media activation for sponsors, like what Renault did for a couple people to maybe get ideas? Or is it, hey, we're really trying to get the most improvement out of the bike right now before we have to go chase that, because that's not your specialty?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, we obviously pitch every idea, and if we get this one title we're working on, there's going to be tons of things we're going to have to do for it.
Mm-hmm.
But it really, every sponsor needs something else. Like, we're doing some different things with Pirelli than we've done with others. Toyota wants things that are more social media, different things. Then everyone wants their own twist on it.
Mm-hmm.
As far as us doing it for our team only, I think we need a little bit more funding so we can have people do things to help us. That's the problem with us right now, is we're just a little thin on staff.
Yeah.
So we are right now just trying to get we want the guys to start winning and doing what they're capable of. So that's really what we have focused on lately, and still trying to fix this title sponsor things have been our biggest deal. I mean, Basher's been doing the social media, which definitely got a lot better. Our press releases have gotten better. Just because that's what he came from magazine world, so I feel like he puts a good little twist on everything.
Yeah,
so I feel like all that has improved. And on NASCAR, I mean, that's all they do all the time is keep doing more and more. I think they have like 6 people that work on that side just to do videos and social media and I mean, that's what everybody wants. And we'll get there, but you need money to get there.
Right.
I had to let some people go, so I don't really have that spot yet.
Vortex Racing.
We're trying.
Yeah, Vortex Racing bringing you Jeremy Albrecht on the show. Email jake@vortexracing.com for a good deal on bars and sprockets. Jay, before we let you go, what went wrong with Justin Hill and that deal? I don't look for him to be back on your team next year. Obviously, anything can happen, and nothing's official. But what went wrong? Why didn't we see more Tampa out of Justin Hill?
I don't know. I honestly was so excited after that Tampa race that I thought we got a steal.
I
was super pumped. He obviously was really confident. Even through the whole off season, he rode great, faster than anyone at our Supercross track.
Yeah, we heard, right? Yeah.
I mean, I had Suzuki. They do bonuses. So I talked him into buying insurance for the bonuses because I'm like, man, this guy's going to win a lot of races. And I was proven wrong there.
Yeah.
I was. I don't know really. I don't know what it was. I mean, I have my thoughts. I don't know if it's it or not. He hasn't really. I've talked to him. I don't really know.
Nice guy.
Every week, I think that he thought he could turn it around. Honestly, he didn't feel like he never really says really what's wrong. I think he just needs, needed the confidence, and he needs to figure it out. He says he's trying to figure it out, and I've tried to talk to him more than most riders I've had.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say the only one I probably talked to, Pike, he was easy to talk to, and Hill's just as easy to talk to.
Right.
We brought him in, and Wheeler, myself, and Buddy have talked to him quite a bit, and try to help and try to give ideas. And I knew I obviously, if it was all something I could say or do, it would have happened. If it's something he could do on his own, it would have happened. I just don't know. I really don't know. I wish I had an answer.
Sure.
Did Weston's crash have that big of an impact on him, you think? Like, because he was there. I kind of think that's what it is.
I have my ideas. I think that's what it was, honestly, but he doesn't. I ask him, and he doesn't say that's it.
Mm-hmm.
But that was when it all, to me,
turned.
That right after that, he went to California to start riding, so I didn't get to see him ride after the crash over there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Weston fell right in front of him, and really it was on a start, and I feel like his biggest downfall is riding on the edge and getting good starts, and he doesn't push on the start. So that's when I asked him if it had anything to do with that, and he didn't think so.
Mm-hmm.
But just because, maybe subconsciously it's there, I don't know. But I that's the only thing I can think of. It's that. I don't know. But he doesn't, he doesn't said that. He hasn't really, he's never said that. So I don't know. Yeah. I asked that question because that's the only thing I can see that would make sense, because he was riding great. The kid has talent.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We had some moments in practice here and there where he was
Daytona.
Great. Yeah, where he was amazing.
I mean, the bummer is, honestly, right before he hurt his shoulder recently, he went the fastest I've ever seen him at our track on that Friday, and then he hurt his shoulder on Saturday.
Oh, jeez.
Like, we were all excited.
Yeah.
Going into the next race, and I think Mount Morris, and then he got hurt and then had to get surgery on his shoulder. But I kept thinking, honestly, that it's going to turn around because he does have the talent.
Yep.
And I'd have my heart to heart. I'm like, he's got this.
And Paula was good. Paula was an indication of what he could do, outdoors, and so yeah.
Yep.
I don't think that everybody, no matter what he says, that I don't read the social stuff and I don't hear everybody bagging on him. It has to wear on you at some point.
Yeah.
And I don't think that helps.
It has to. It wears on me, and I don't read it all.
It wears on me.
Because I think he's gotten...
I mean, it wears on me what they say about him. It wears on me what they say about our team.
Right.
Yeah.
Because in the end, no one knows how hard...
You guys are doing it.
Yeah.
Everyone's trying. He is, too. It's easy to say, and the hard part with me with him he'll do the right stuff and then post him doing something like a good example. He went testing at Paula when everyone went testing at Paula.
Right.
After he rode at Paula, he left and went to Deegan's. He posted a video about riding at Deegan's. He didn't say he was at Paula. So then I get heat. Why wasn't he doing his job at Paula with everybody else? But he
was. Yeah.
But like no one sees everything, so they just go directly bagging, and like it's.
Yeah.
Like I actually blocked some guy yesterday. I usually don't do that because I let people say whatever they want. And I just don't respond. I don't usually care.
Right.
This one guy, I'm like over this dude. I'm like, I'm blocking him. Why? You don't really get to say whatever you want unless it's your real name. The guy didn't have his real name as the thing. Like when you're making stuff up and making fun of things, I feel like you shouldn't have a voice.
Right.
But put your name out there. Have your photo.
Listen, no, but here, last thing before we let you go, like Justin pulls out of Nashville and then goes out that night, and tons of people are sending me photos of it. You got to be smarter, man. You've got to be smarter.
Yeah, no, that was
you can't do that.
I was surprised on that one. I had to talk to him about that one. That one wasn't a good choice.
I just dude, you can't do that. You cannot go out. I'm sorry. I know it's Nashville. I know you want to go out. You can't. You didn't race that night. You didn't do your job as a professional. What you paid for. If you go out and have a good night, go out. But so it's not a good look.
And if it was that one thing, I would say that was the problem. But I don't. I was bummed about that. Obviously, it was not good.
Right.
It was something we had to talk about.
Yeah. So, anyways,
I don't think he does that all the time.
No. I know.
I don't think that's it's not the. If it was that, it'd be easy to fix. That isn't only it.
No, for sure. I just you got to make smarter decisions along the way. Like, you know what I mean? All
For
of
sure.
that. You're just like, come on, help.
Well, the hard part,
help us.
the hard part in all of this is you have to be professional at what you do. You have to think what other people, sponsors, are watching and thinking, and everyone wants to be who they want to be on social media or when they're around their friends or whatever. And I mean, you and I can't go act how we want to act all the time.
No.
You got to you have to realize you're representing somebody and you have a job. So you got to be professional. I did things earlier in my career that I won't do now.
Yeah.
Just because of what job I have.
Yep.
And if you're going to be a professional racer and that's your job, then you have to act that way. And when you don't, then you're going to have a different paying job.
Yeah. Well,
so I'm surprised, but they're young. A lot of these guys are young. They get advice from different people, and it didn't. It's not even just him. It's a lot of these guys. The bummer for me, all these riders, they want to tell social media. They feel like these are all their friends. So they feel like they need to tell them stuff before the team.
Yeah, really, right.
Like I've had riders that do press releases on social media, and I don't even know that anything's happening yet. They're like, what am I supposed to tell my people?
Yeah.
I mean, riders do it from a hospital bed. Oh, got hurt. They haven't even told the team yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy. Like they all think the social media people. That's what. I mean, the magazines use social media posts now for press releases.
Yeah.
Yep.
We got
really
this
do.
off of this guy's.
Yep.
This guy's social media. It's like.
Yeah.
That's fact now. That's.
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree. It's a different world for sure.
Yeah, things are changing quick.
Yep. Thanks for coming on.
We just gotta go with it.
Really appreciate the time. Congratulations on the Norrin deal. Couldn't have gone any better.
Yeah, very happy.
Yes, you absolutely killed it. Good job for you and your guys. You needed it.
Yeah.
Amart's been well. And good luck. And we'll see you this weekend in Redbud, J-Bone. Thanks, man.
Thanks a lot. Yeah. Talk to you guys later.
See
you, J-Bone.
See you. Bye.
That's Jeremy Albrecht, everybody. Brought to you by Vortex Racing.
Great interview.
Great interview always.
You can't fault J-Bone at all because he's honest and he really cares about his guys.
He's too honest. He gets in trouble from people because he's too honest.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We need that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, and what he said, like, if it's going to grow, they have to be open about stuff. You can't hide things or be secretive. Like, you have to tell your sponsors what you're going to do. And at least they've acknowledged now, like, hey, what we've been doing to pull sponsors in doesn't work anymore. And I don't think a lot of teams have noticed that. And that's kind of why we've stalled out so much in the last 5 years.
I think there's some of that for sure. And I think some of the way that this is a larger topic. We got Hartranft on the phone. But some of the way that these teams treat some of the media, like
doesn't help.
with disdain. It's like, guys, we're trying to help
here to help you.
We're to help you.
Yeah.
Brought to you by RoostMX. Pulp Nation code saves 20%. Get your equipment looking fresh visiting roostmx.net. They got a whole Pulp Nation section of PulpMX swag. Follow them on Instagram at RoostMX for monthly sales. 48-hour turnaround. Choose from a huge selection of graphics online or make yours one-of-a-kind. Roost offers a wide range of custom products from T-shirts, sticker kits, and more. They're pleased and proud to bring you our next guest on the show. This man rides for the Cycle Trader Rock River Yamaha team. He had a great race in Southwick and a good race going at WW Ranch. Brandon Hartranft, what's up, man? How are you?
Not much. How are you guys doing?
We're good, man. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
We kept you a little bit because J-Bone was going on, so apologize for that.
That's all right. That's all right.
Hey, nice ride, man. Southwick, you had to be stoked with both motos up front, charging, looked good, 2 consistent motos. You got to be stoked.
Yeah, it's like all the hard work's finally coming, and I feel like I have a lot more in me. But no, it's crazy when you get some good starts. What it can do. It's like, especially the second moto, I came out second, and I mean, I tried my hardest to stay with them, and props to those dudes because the front runners are, I mean, they're hauling. But no, I mean, I dropped a little bit, and I turned around. I'm in 5th place, and I turn around and see who was behind me, and there's nobody. I'm just like, wow, this is pretty I'm like, normally I got a pack of buffaloes behind me, but nobody. I was like, all right, I can do this more often.
Yeah, it helps so much, huh? The start, it just helps so much.
Yeah.
You've been working with our buddy Seth Rowe. You lost a few spots in the race, but I mean, for the bike you're on, I think, and for how little you've been used to running up front, I think that's understandable. To me, I thought your fitness looked fine. Obviously, you got tired. Everyone got tired, but it's Southwick and WW Ranch. But I thought your fitness was pretty good all moto. You got to be stoked on that.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I'm just not used to running, obviously, second place. So I about after halfway, it hit me pretty good. Plus, track wasn't smooth. It was pretty hot, and but I mean, it's the last 2 rounds. Honestly, I mean, I think they're the hardest rounds of the year. I like the heat. I mean, it affects everybody different, but it shows who's ready, honestly, and especially WW. Like, so many dudes were just dropping out, and honestly, if you just stayed in the fight, you were gonna do good. So it's kind of like, I wouldn't say as much this weekend, but it still was like that. So yeah, fitness is good. We work pretty hard with Seth, so we're not second guessing ourselves when we're
Anton, did you hear about Brandon's first moto at WW?
No.
He was like, you were like a lap? Were you like a lap and a half, Brandon, probably away?
Yeah, it was. So I pull out the 2 card, and I'm like, all right, I think I was in 11th or 10th. I'm like, okay, this is going to be a good moto.
Yep.
We're 2 laps to go through the rollers to try to do something different, and just back end kicks out, and I just went for a ride. And I mean, 30 minutes in, it's like 100 degrees out. I'm dying. So I ran to the fence. I saw a cooler, and I was like, I'm heading towards it.
I like that.
Yelling at people to give me water right
Give me the water.
I'm serious. I was freaking out. I hit my head pretty good, so I'm sitting there, stars everywhere, but I was like, I don't care. I need water.
Wow. So. And they gave it to you, right? The fans gave it to you? They poured water?
Oh, I made them.
I wish I could have saw this, where you ran to the fans and water.
Yeah.
But, hey, look, if you finish that moto, you're a lap and a half away from getting 10th or 11th, whatever it is. That's 4 straight strong motos for you.
Yeah.
It hasn't been the best start for you. It's been frustrating, I'm sure. And you've been putting the work in. So this has got to be nice because it didn't start well.
The worst one was at Paula when the footbed got ripped off in the first moto.
Right.
I thought he blew his knee out. I'm like, oh, God. And then I look over, and it's just no footbed. So that was a relief there. But
right. It's got to be tough, Brandon, when things aren't going your way in this sport.
Yeah. I have 4 DNFs at the moment in outdoors, and I'm sitting 12th in the points, and I'm kind of shocked. I wish I could finish those 4 races. I mean, technically I missed 2 outdoor nationals, if you think about it.
Yeah.
I want to be up more in the points, but I mean, 12th's not bad for missing 4 races. But I mean, yeah, it's just I always try to take the positives out of the outcome, and I don't try to stress about it too much because it's out of my hands, So
Yeah,
you just gotta look around it.
It is what it is, right? Like nothing's going to change. So I mean,
it ain't my fault, you know.
Right, right.
I gotta ride the bike as best as I can, and I mean, yeah, definitely. Like, I mean, obviously it messes with you. Like, I don't think it does, but from how I feel on the bike from now to Pala, I'm a whole different person. So
yeah, look, I'm Christina and Mike Duclos and everybody there at Cycle Trader Rock River. They do the best they can. They run a good program. They've had good results, but they're not on the level of a Star or a Geico or whatever, and that's fine. Maybe they'll get mad at me for saying that, but they're not, but they're doing a good job with what they can. But it's one of those deals where, you know, the other teams probably do have a bit more motor for you. They have a bit more guys working on suspension and chassis, you know, so those are things that you have to overcome, I guess, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I think we are definitely. I mean, we're a little underpowered and stuff, but I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be racing pro if it wasn't for them. So I'm obviously thankful for the opportunity, and I got to make the best of what I can out of it. So
yeah,
I try not to worry about it, and especially like this past weekend, like the last 2 rounds, we're in sand, so reality we would be struggle even more, but I actually feel better in the sand. So
right.
Honestly, outdoors, it's mostly a lot. I mean, yes, you need a good bike, but you need really good technique, I feel, and starts matter so much for outdoors. I mean, I could ride the bike I'm on. If I start top 3 like I did this weekend, I can still get the same finishes. So
yeah.
I mean, obviously, it's a lot of skill, honestly, outdoors also.
Right. 702-586-PULP. You got a question for Brandon Hartranft from the Cycle Trader Rock River team. Brought to you by the folks at Roost MX. Pulp Nation code saves you money from the folks at Roost MX. And we actually have a guy on 4 named Guy that wants to talk to you. Guy, what's going on? What do you want to talk to Brandon Hartranft for?
Hey, B45. Just got a question. I mean, you kind of been crushing it lately. I think that's just being from Jersey, ripping sand. What's this switch flip? What do you think's got to do with this?
Is it Jersey sand pits that Karsten and Kessler and all those guys rode, Hartranft?
Yeah, I think it's it's called Clayton's and Couches, and I think that was the key to my Southwick and WW results.
It is.
You got a lot of hours out of Couches?
Well, I've been riding there since I was in '85, so yeah.
Oh, there we go. Couches? That's what it's called?
The place is sick. Oh, yeah. No, that place is OG legends there.
So, like, is that where everybody went, like, back in the day, too?
Or buried bodies or something?
Yeah, there's been a lot of videos out of, remember MXP TV?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've done a lot of videos with, like, Robbie Marshall and them. A bunch of videos out in Clayton's and Couches. And
Is this the one where, like, Dakotas and him did that big sandpit transfer?
No, I think that's the Marshall compound or something.
I think
that's
okay.
in Massachusetts.
Okay. Hey, so I talked to Justin Cooper on Saturday after the race and thinking, like, well, he's a Northeast guy. He's probably rode a lot at Southwick. He said he hadn't been there since he was on a 65. Is this a track that you went to a lot growing up, or is it still, like, a little bit too far from where you guys were in New Jersey?
That was this year was the first time I've ever been to Southwick. I was supposed to go last year. I got hurt right before Southwick, so this year was the first time, and I got the hang of it quick. I mean, I like the sand berms because you can just rail them, and honestly, I'm pretty smooth, so the sand kind of suits me a little bit, and I'm bigger, so I can kind of manhandle the sand. And but no, I mean, I honestly, definitely riding the pits, I think, helped a lot. So.
Do you have any J-Law stories from Jersey? Do you have any Jersey sandpit J-Law stories?
So this is when he was, I think, on the goods, and I was a little kid, and he, like, showed up with his buddy at my party, like one of my little birthday parties, and my dad, I wanted to see him because I thought he was, I mean, you know, he's the man. I thought he was when I was younger, and my dad was freaking out and, like, telling him to get the F out of here.
He showed up at your birthday party when you were a kid.
Yeah,
that's odd.
It's a long story.
I love it.
It's a long story. Brandon said that sounds like J-Law, though.
Yeah.
Right. No, that's funny. I like it. Yeah, Brandon, you're one of those guys. I talk about yourself and Osby, another example. First, second, third year pro, putting solid results in. needing a bit more salary / equipment to get to the next level, but yet, nope, we'll go and hire these kids for amateurs that we've locked into 5-year deals.
Since they were 12.
Since they were 12 years old. We'll hire these kids over and over and over and over, but we won't look at Osby or Hartranft or who's another guy, Anton? Give me another example. I got a few of them.
Hayden Melross, pretty good.
Melross. We won't hire someone like that who just needs a boost to do. It gets me so mad, Hartranft. I get pissed off, you know?
Yeah. I mean, obviously I agree with you because I can put money on it that Seth and I and Jacob, we train harder than probably most of the guys out on the track, and these kids that are groomed so young on a factory team, and then when they go pro and don't succeed what they're supposed to be, honestly, it's like, I mean, I could see why, because I don't know, like the pros is so much harder, you know.
But Brandon, if you're one of these kids on a factory teams, and I can think of 3 of them off the top of my head that were fucking exhausted at Southwick. Mm-hmm. They were exhausted, and there's one thing you can control. It's your fitness or riding or whatever. And I just shake my head. I'm just like, if I was a team owner, I'd be like, kid, WTF.
Well, not even that. like physically, they're not built like an adult is. Like, Brandon, how old are you? 22?
No, I'm 20.
Okay, well, I mean, even still, a 17-year-old and a 20-year-old, there's a big physical difference between you two. And you're
a lot of maturity, honestly.
Yeah, and it blows me away that these people are like, oh, no, 16-year-old, never done it, never even went to public high school. He's the one.
He'll figure it out.
He's the one.
Yeah. I mean, if it's Bubba or Ricky, go ahead, you know, Mike Alessi, someone like that.
But even then, like,
I don't know.
That stuff doesn't seem like it's panning out the same way that it used to 10 years ago, even.
There's one thing you can control, Anton. It's your
fitness.
You're 100% right. I mean, like, back then it used to be you were 16, you went pro, and normally those guys were like coming out and just smoking everybody. It's not like that anymore. And
no,
I mean, honestly, I love beating the factory dudes. I ain't gonna lie.
yeah, for sure, right?
So I guess it's not even it's a good feeling, and it's a good feeling for us, the whole team, you know.
Right. Yep, for sure.
Do you think that because you came up through Cycle Trader and weren't one of these kids that got put into a factory ride right away, that it's kind of maybe allowed you to grow and flourish into your own instead of like, oh shit, I have 2 years and I got to do it now or otherwise I'm going to be selling couches in New Jersey?
Couches?
Yeah, I think you're right, because definitely they have, obviously, I'd say a lot more pressure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of I ain't going to say any names, obviously, but there's definitely like dudes that were hot amateurs and now they're going to lose their rides. So it's like, I don't know. I get a different outlook compared to them. You know, I can I wouldn't say take my time, but I can look at it different compared to them and improve on I can see what I did wrong. I feel like easier than what they did, you know?
Right. Hey, yourself and Jacob Hayes, your teammate, whether it's Supercross, both of you guys are pretty solid. Now you're outdoors. You've had some motos and races together. You guys seem like you get along. How's that with Hayes? You guys are pushing each other and all of that. Everything's good there? It seems like it's really working well between you two.
Yeah, we get along pretty good. As soon as I met him, honestly, we connected pretty good. And, yeah, every day at the track we're trying to kill each other by being who's got who's faster. And I mean, I've learned a lot from him, to be honest, with bike setup this year.
Cool.
He's pretty smart with the bike, and I think he's learned a little bit of outdoors from me, and I've learned some Supercross tips from him. So I actually just drove to Texas today, so we're a little separated right now. I hope he's okay.
Oh, well, maybe a super agent can hold his hand or call him.
Yeah, hopefully. Seth will take care of him. I'll hold his hand.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Seth will, exactly.
Seth actually just called me. But I can't answer at the moment.
Okay, I got a beef with Seth. I said this. He posted an Instagram story before the show. It said, nothing better to come home to than like these jars of protein from Arma. I can think of a lot of things that are better to come home to than Arma. Nothing wrong with Arma. Don't get me wrong, Seth Rowe. But
I bet you he can too, trust me.
What's that?
I bet you he can. I bet you he can think of a lot of better things too.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Come
Like,
on, you know, Seth.
oh, I know,
He's
I know.
influencer now.
Oh, I know, but like Seth, just say, hey, thanks, Arma, or nice recovery to come home and recover with Arma. Don't say there's nothing better to come home to than tubs of Arma. Like, seriously, Seth.
But good for Seth. He's found his niche now.
Right.
Meanwhile, he's probably sitting there drinking. You know what a Zevia is?
Huh? No.
It's like this little. He's got issues with Zevia. It's a drink that's it. He's probably sitting there drinking a Zevia and the phone in the other hand taking a photo of Arma.
I don't even know what Zevia is.
Isn't it that soda?
I don't know.
It's like the carbonated soda with. I mean, it's like seltzer, but it's Zevia. I don't know. I drink it too, but he's like a freak about it.
I did see Anton. I don't know if you realize this, but when you train with Seth, I saw Jacob and Brandon at Hangtown Riders
the ripped
meeting.
jeans?
They're the same. They look like Seth.
I wish I could get that.
I think the wardrobe comes with your trainer. I don't know.
That was Fox Raceway, by the way. I remember that one.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry.
But good for that.
You were roasting us.
Yes, we were. I mean, it's fine. I'm just like, look at Rarick's getting these guys. I mean, Hayes is from North Carolina and Hartranft from Jersey. Yeah. So all of a sudden they look like they're from.
Seth is from North Carolina though too.
Oh, is he? No, Seth's from New York.
He's from
New York. Whatever.
New York.
But they look like an H&M catalog. It's rad.
Yeah. Anton likes it. I
love it.
Anton dresses all weird, so he's stuck with it.
Yeah, I like it.
Hey,
I wish I could wear that because like at Supercross, you have to wear black pants and a collared shirt, and all. I fucking hate that.
Yeah.
I wish I could wear my own stuff now, and I see those guys, I'm like, ugh, it sucks.
Hey, so what are you doing in Texas? You're going to base yourself there for a little bit and ride there, or what's the deal? You got somewhere to go?
I'm gonna stay here for a little bit. The testing with Scott Raybon, our crew chief, and Ed Torrance, the amateur team guy. The team manager of the Rock River amateur team, and I guess Star, like that amateur team they got going on. So we're just out here just trying to get make the bike better, and there's some good tracks out here, so I'm pretty excited. So
yeah, and there's some heat out there too. Get used to that again.
Oh, it's already hot. It's like 100 already.
Well, right on. Hey, man, thanks for coming on. I appreciate the time. You drove to Texas and came on the show tonight, so you've had a full day. Good job the last 4 motos, even though the one you crashed out and had to get fans to pour water on you. That was still a good moto until then. And I'm happy to see you turn it around, man. I really am. You're a good dude, good team. I'm glad you're getting some results for all the work you've been put in. So thanks for coming on tonight.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
No worries. Thanks, Brandon. See you.
All right, take care.
That's Brandon Hartranft, everybody. Brought to you by RoostMX.net. Anton, do you know there's a real option for riders to not have to clean an air filter ever again?
There is.
Imagine a good option that eliminates the time and chemicals required to clean and oil your air filter.
That's why I don't even clean them.
If you haven't heard of ProFilter, maybe you've been roosted too many times.
Yeah, probably.
Have you heard of ProFilter?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. They make quality air and oil filters for dirt bikes, street bikes, side-by-sides, and everything in between. Sold to power sports dealers nationwide. Pick up a pre-oiled, ready-to-use air filter or high-quality premium air filter for your next service. PulpMX 35 at checkout saves you at MaximaUSA.com or ProFilter.com, either one. MaximaUSA.com, ProFilter.com. PulpMX 35 is the code to save. Also, as well, the Michelin Dirty 30 promotion is still going on. Someone in the chat room here says that they're going to take advantage of this offer. They're offering a $30 mail-in rebate on off-road tires, and it's the Michelin Dirty 30 promotion. Buy a new set of Michelin off-road motorcycle tires in the U.S. or Canada between May 15th and July 15th. So you got 2 more weeks, everybody. And you can receive a $30 MasterCard rewards card by mail or earn a $15 rewards card for a single front or rear tire purchase. Valid on eligible tires purchased through your local dealer or favorite online retailer. Starcross 5, Anarchy, Enduro, Desert, AC10, Trial Light. Visit motorcycletirepromo.com to submit the redemption form online along with a copy of your receipt. Go to Michelin, motorcycletirepromo.com to go there. Go to Michelin motorcycle.com for checking out the tires. Go to your local dealer or online, buy these tires, and get $30 off. So thanks to those guys. We got some calls online. We got to go to commercial. Let's take one call and we'll come back. Casey, what's up? How are you?
Hey, Steve. Much respect for asking J-Bone about Justin Hill.
Thank you.
Everybody wouldn't do that.
Well, I don't think Hill really likes me. He probably will like me even less, but I had to ask.
Well, I mean, that's really good. Now, the important question. So I was watching the TV coverage this week, and Will Christian was down by the starting gate. So I want to know, when you were the mechanic for Ferry, did you wear those little short mechanic boots too that look like riding boots?
No, I didn't. Those are stupid. Those are dumb. And all the mechanics listening to this need to realize that your little boot mark that you're making with your big boot isn't really going to help a 50 horsepower 450 get some traction. Like, seriously. Like, do you think your boot that you're wearing on your foot and you're kicking little divots in so that the rear tire can catch a divot? That's what you're doing with these boots.
Yeah, but isn't it the same as the regular boot is? I mean, it's
it's the same boot.
So it's the same as the rider is, but I think
But nothing makes a difference. It's not making a difference.
But didn't all that stuff come on because you guys started having to kick 4-strokes, which had way more compression and would have blown through like the sole of the net knees?
Yes, they help kicking your bikes, but big deal. We don't have to do that anymore unless you're on RM Army. So
I think they're cool.
They're not. They're ridiculous.
Yeah.
They're stupid to wear. They're not comfy. You got to stand in them the whole time. It's idiotic, Casey, and it doesn't help. You can clear a rut. Do you know how many hole shots were pulled with guys with sneakers and DC shoes?
Yeah, when DCs were free, nobody's giving away tennis shoes anymore. Those days are done.
Listen, there's plenty of shoes companies that'll give you stuff. So it's stupid. They don't do anything, Casey. Don't worry about them, and nobody cares, and they're dumb. And every mechanic listening to this needs to take those things off and fucking burn them.
You're welcome for the rant of the night.
Thank you, Casey.
Oh, that's not the only one.
Yeah, we got more. Thanks, Casey. It's so stupid. It's fucking ridiculous. Like I said, like I asked one guy what bought him one time. They're like, "Oh, dude, you can just get in there and put a little heel mark in there." And
I think
a 60 horsepower. You think that thing's really going to hold? Like the bike's just going to lurch forward because of your heel mark?
I mean, let's be honest. There's a lot of stuff that happens before, after, during a moto that is just fucking dumb. That will never make a difference, but if that's what they think it is, that's what it is.
Well, it's stupid.
And then the other thing is, too, though, like, would you want to kick those in, like, DCs and have all that dirt
you don't need to do that anymore. You don't need to do that anymore. All right, go to commercial break. Michael Antonovich is here. We got Dean Wilson coming up, Jason Thomas coming up, more Southwick talk. Got a rant, got PTO tweet at Travis, X-Brand goggle tear-offs.
There were a lot of tweets tonight.
Were there? I didn't even check
people
it
don't like me.
Well, don't worry. He's going to ask all the dumb ones. The guy in the
There's
car.
a lot that he can sift through. It'll be good.
Are there ones that bag on you?
Oh, yeah. People love to bag on.
I'll read some of those for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
okay.
They're already picked.
Okay, fantastic.
Sick.
All right, we'll be right back after this commercial break.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
All of us have one thing in common when it comes to leaning that bike into a corner, floating a dirt bike through the air, or blasting a sand berm in a UTV. And that is passion. At BTO Sports, our foundation is built around family, which allows us to offer unparalleled customer service. Knowing we share a common interest, we look forward to the weekend as much as you. So we offer 3-day express on orders over $85. BTOsports.com is proud to be a premier source for motorsports parts and apparel for well over a decade, due to our reputation for excellent customer service and great prices. From motocross to mountain bikes, sports bikes to UTVs, BTOsports.com has what you need, because our passion reflects yours.
Yeah, that's right, people. That's Van Halen. I want to tell you about my two favorite things in life. Van Halen and Fly Racing. FlyRacing.com. They make much more than just moto gear. Mountain bike gear, snowmobile gear, hard parts. They've got it. FlyRacing.com. The F2 Carbon Helmet. It's as close to a factory bike as a helmet can get. It's out of the box and onto the racetrack ready helmet for guys like Millsaps, Baggett, Kennard, and Pike. Carbon fiber, Kevlar, Coolmax, MIPS. Fly Racing's F2 Carbon has 10 different graphic styles, 22 colorways. Go to your local dealer, get them from FlyRacing.com. Please check them out. A whole line of hard parts as well. FlyRacing.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
The Rockstar Energy Husqvarna team relies on one company for all of its seat needs, and that's Guts Racing. We thank the folks at Guts Racing for coming on the show for a number of years now. PulpMX 2018 is the code to save. Complete seats available for KTM and Huskies. Other brands will be added later. The Phantom Lightweight Seat Foam is the choice of seat foam for many teams in the pits. Kenny Roczen won a 450 National Championship using Guts products a couple years ago. And again, they've been with us for a number of years. Please check them out. Official supplier of the Rockstar Husqvarna team for graphics, Livin 100 as well, and seats. Anything and everything to do with seats. Please check them out. GutsRacing.com. PulpMX 2018 is the code to save. Thanks for listening to the PulpMX Show, everybody. Please, if you're listening to these commercials, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's right, because without these commercials and without these sponsors, we wouldn't have a janky radio show for you to listen to. But for now, I want to talk about Roost MX, the official graphics company for both Cobra Moto and the Cycle Trader Rock River Yamaha team. For over 20 years, they've been delivering professional-level graphics for every rider from an amateur to a pro, including Alex Ray back in the day. Choose from our selection of graphics online or make yours one of a kind. Roost also offers a wide range of custom products from t-shirts, sticker kits, helmet kits, trailer graphics, and more. 48-hour turnaround. Be sure to check out the new Pulp Nation section on the website. Get your PulpMX swag, customize your bike, get custom stickers, get custom helmet stickers, whatever it is, including PulpMX stuff. Follow them on Instagram at RoostMX for monthly sales. Get your equipment looking fresh visiting roostmx.net and use the discount code PulpNation to save 20%. Thanks, roostmx.net.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
So Randy Richardson, good guy, means well, great interview, but oh my gosh, his voice is fucking annoying.
In that case, boss, you may want to fast forward while I tell the rest of the PulpMX Show listeners about Michelin's extensive motorcycle tire product offer. The PulpMX Nation certainly knows about the Michelin Starcross 5 tire range and its outstanding durability and excellent performance, but I'd like to share some information on Michelin's wide range of industry-leading motorcycle tires. New for 2019, the Michelin Aniki Adventure tire, which features 2-compound technology, enables adventure touring riders to have confidence on any adventure with a new level of on-road stability and uncompromising traction off-road. The Michelin Road 5 tire is designed specifically for sport touring riders and provides the maximum confidence in wet and dry conditions mile after mile. As the exclusive MotoGP class tire, Michelin definitely understands the performance expectations of today's sport bike riders, and the Michelin Power RS tire enables those riders to unleash their full potential. If you're a Harley-Davidson owner, the co-developed and co-branded Michelin Scorcher tire range, which is original equipment on over 500,000 models manufactured over the past decade, is the right cruiser tire for you. For the latest on all Michelin motorcycle tire products, visit motorcycle.michelinman.com for more information, and make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and at michelinmotorcycle.us on Facebook. This commercial is not 2019 Pulpy Award material.
Attention riders, welcome to Atlas Air Flight 604 with non-stop service to a better neck brace. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. Located on the underside of the frame is a convenient, easy open system. To fasten, simply insert the release bar into the left frame. To release, push the release button and pull the frame apart. We suggest that you keep your neck brace fastened throughout the duration of the moto, as you may experience an unexpected huckabuck from time to time. To ensure a safe ride, please keep your neck underextended at all times. In the likely event of an over-the-bars emergency, your brace will double as a suspension system. Although the Atlas brace will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your brace first and then assist the other person with a prodigy, tyke, or roll. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. Maximum surface area is located on your chest around the sternum, back around the spine, and up over your shoulders with extra padding over your collarbone. Should you need more, please request a Defender Roost Guard or Guardian body armor. We remind you that this is a non-rigid neck brace. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position, elbows up, and 2 fingers on the clutch. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Air. Enjoy the ride.
WUSA is the #1 source for quality wheel sets and wheel building services. They are the exclusive importer for Talon and Kite hubs, along with DID and Excel rims. Their wheels and wheel building services are trusted by the finest teams in the country. Teams like Factory KTM, JGR Suzuki, Rocky Mountain MC KTM, Rockstar Husky Star Racing, Monster Energy Babbitts. They all trust W. No job is too big or too small. WUSA, everybody. We thank those guys for coming on board with us. Whatever you need for your wheels, hubs, wheel building services, they've got it. Mention PulpMX when you call down there, and they'll give you a discount. They ship nationwide. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at WUSA.com. WUSA, they're all things wheels. Do it. WUSA. Do it.
For 2019, Works Connection celebrates 30 years of delivering championship-winning products to motocross legends and champions like Lamson, McGrath, Wyndham, Laraco, Carmichael, Dungy, Roxon, Plessinger, and more. Current race teams: JGR Suzuki, Star Racing Yamaha, Moto Concepts Honda, Team BWR, Rockwell Racing Yamaha, HEP Racing Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, and KTM Canada have also come to rely on Works Connection's commitment to innovation and quality. So if you're looking for factory-level parts like radiator braces and skid plates to protect, rip a whole shot with a Pro Launch, or upgrade to the elite line of axle blocks, clutch perch, or bearing-equipped throttle tubes, just visit WorksConnection.com.
Over 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was born out of a small technical workshop in northern Italy's famous Motor Valley. Expanding and maturing among the racing legends of Ferrari, Lamborghini, MV Agusta, and Ducati, today Vertex Pistons are the pistons of choice for motorcycle riders and teams throughout the world. Because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex Pistons is a factory piston supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, Beta, GasGas, and TM. From the Motocross, Supercross, MXGP, GNCC, National, and World Enduro Series, you can find Vertex Pistons winning championships. Vertex Pistons strives to provide you with world-class factory technology at a very competitive price. No matter which brand of bike you ride, when it's time to rebuild your top end, Vertex Pistons will have your engine performing better than new. To see our full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, or GP-style configurations, visit us at vertexpistons.com or stop into your local dealer and ask for a Vertex piston kit today.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by BTOsports.com and Fly Racing. It's Swap Moto Live's Michael Antonovich in studio. What's up, Anton?
What's going on? This has been good.
You having fun?
Oh, yeah.
That's good. Enjoy that. Thanks to everybody for listening. Appreciate it. Thank you, BTOsports.com and Fly Racing and Race Tech Suspension, Vortex Racing, Roost MX, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin Starcross 5, Maxima, Pro Filter, Firepower Batteries and Chains, EVS Sports. Michael is brought to you by EVS Sports. You use EVS Sports, I bet.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
What product have you used that you know of, that you remember?
First thing that I got was the Vision knee braces, like way back in the day, which were the like kind of soft film ones. And then I've used the carbon ones, so like they're higher end ones, the Axis ones that have the aluminum, chest protectors. I probably used everything at some point.
Yep. Pulp19 code at evsports.com. We are protection from knee braces to chest protection. Use the code. Chase Sexton, Savachi, RJ Hampshire, Justin Hill. A lot of guys using EVS Sports. Pulp19 code to save with evsports.com. Thanks for those guys for coming on board. FMF, Atlas Neck Brace, Works Connection, OGO Power Sports, Get Data, Guts Racing, WUSA, LA Honda World, Eagle Grit, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Intense Cycles, Ride Engineering, and Works Chassis Labs.com. Use code PulpMX10 at WorksChassisLabs.com. Have you tried their motor mounts yet?
No.
Or anything that you have?
I ride a stock YZ125.
I know, you're a YZ125
I really
guy.
don't need that much shit.
All
like,
right.
you could put like 8 pounds of pressure on my tires, and I'd be like, that's sick.
Well,
It's
Mark's
great.
went riding 2 times ago with 30 pounds of air in his front and rear tire and didn't know.
We did that as kids when I was like 15, 16, because I guess my dad didn't really understand the air pressure thing. I don't think we ever set sag when I was a kid.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay, so you're one of
you
those
could pretty
guys.
much do whatever.
You're one
It
of those
doesn't
guys.
matter.
Okay, all right. I didn't know that.
Not now.
Let's go to 3. Daniel, what's going on?
Not much. How you guys doing tonight?
Good. What's going on? What's new?
Oh, I was just curious with this season and the last couple seasons, we see a huge variety of winners in each class, and it's way different than the Ricky and the James years and whatnot. Do you guys ever see anyone going 24-0 again?
I mean, I don't, but never say never, right, Anton? I mean,
I don't think you're going to see it anytime soon. Not with the current guys that we have right now. Like I don't see Eli doing it.
Yeah.
Ken won't do it. Marvin won't do it.
Yeah, I mean, never say never because
because who knows? Because you could have one of those really rough years like Langston had in 08 where everybody just kind of falls apart. But even then, that didn't come around until like halfway through the season.
Yeah. I don't see it. I don't know, Daniel.
But that's a good thing.
Do you guys think is it the bikes are so much better, the riders are so much better? Is it training facilities? I mean, is there anything we can credit it to?
No. Just we don't have the ultra all-world talent. Think about Ricky and James, the 2 guys that go 24-0. Like they're 1-2 in the all-time greats.
And it was like the perfect storm. Right. Like Ricky had a factory Honda CR250, which was the bike at that time, and then he had a factory 450 when it was the bike. And James had exceptional talent on one really great year. You know, even if he didn't have the best bike.
But I don't think like riding facilities and bikes and everything else that Daniel's talking about, that doesn't matter. We just need an elite talent.
No, it doesn't matter as much as it used to. There used to be a much bigger difference between bike to bike, and there's not that anymore.
Yeah, but I don't think that'll stop somebody from having a season. No, I think that we just got to get like we need another Will Hahn or somebody like that, Daniel. Somebody like that to come in.
Right on. Thanks, guys. Thank you for taking my question.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, Will. How are you?
I'm just a little bit bummed out that he laughed at that.
He did laugh at that. He did.
Yeah, he really found the humor in that, and I'm sitting here like, yeah, exactly. It's exactly what we need.
That's what we need.
Hey, so Will Hahn, our weekly guest on the PulpMX Show. Will McElrath
great that I'm trying to be weekly.
Will McElrath get a bike like right away, or do you think do you kind of have to wait till at the end of Monster Cup, or like when does Shane get on the Star bike?
Last week.
Oh, last week. Oh, okay.
I wonder if Danny at Decor has already sent him like some fonts for his numbers.
Yeah.
Like, hey, pick from here because this is what it's going to look like.
Come on, dude. No, it's going to be when it won't be a day before his contract's up. That's just not how we'll operate.
Wow.
But you're admitting that he's going to ride for you next year.
He got you.
I got you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You didn't see the Vital post?
No.
Yeah, Guy B posted this weekend that he signed.
He did? I heard something about that.
Well, last week you called me an idiot when I said this.
I heard he was in the
But you
truck
are
this
an
week.
idiot. So that's a valid point. You are
That I'm an idiot?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
So regardless of your question.
Oh, so okay, so
fact.
we've known about this for a long time, and you've denied it, but Guy B posted, and all of a sudden now you can talk about it because Guy B posted it.
Well, it wasn't done until.
Oh, so it's done.
Very recently. Yeah.
Wow.
All right, well then, part of the gig for you coming on weekly was me going to ask you about Shane McElrath, and you're going to deny it.
Hell, part of the deal for this summer was me writing your press releases, and I could have drafted this up right now.
Yeah.
I know.
Hey.
I know.
Listen. Okay, so McElrath.
I'm listening.
Okay, so what was the most surprising thing you saw at Southwick?
How tired everybody got.
Do you think it was a leftover from WW Ranch?
I don't know. I listened to the review this week about that. And I was really thinking about it, and I need to re-listen to it now to remember the point. I was actually going to call you when I was listening to it, and I didn't.
Okay.
Because I had like an opinion on it,
Okay.
and I mean, yeah. I mean, I have to say, like, a lot of that. Yeah, if you were that fried at WW and you rode 3 times last week, yeah, you're gonna get tired of it.
Well, that was what we were talking about with Chase Sexton, right? That we had heard from people that he rode. It's like,
2 times.
Yeah, like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I ain't probably. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a trainer, but I mean,
right?
Yeah,
right.
It would make a whole lot of sense, I guess. But at the same time, like, I mean, anytime they're not hot, you go 4 races in a row when you're going all out and you're like, like instance, you're winning races or you're winning a race or whatever, you're gonna be tired.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to start balancing that out. Like, it's a long season. You're coming from Supercross, where I'm sure he put a lot into that to try and win that title, and it paid off. But you have like a week off,
Really?
Yeah, Steve's a dick. I know. Steve's a dick.
Really?
I like that dog, though.
That's the dog. The dog is saying that.
Oh, the dog's saying I'm a dick. Okay.
There's a lot of stories about that dog. Will and that dog have a new connection. Will's not allowed to be mean to the dog anymore.
Well, I'd like to.
Can't.
I feel like we should do an Alex Ray and J Bone and Will Hahn and his dog like little
Podcast.
profile.
That's Justin's dog.
Oh, it is?
Oh, you didn't kick him out yet?
Yeah, just yelping.
Oh, okay. I thought it was your dog. Your guy.
Pissed at my dog. No, my dog's pissed. He's just walking off right now. Like, he's so loud.
Yeah, Justin was on the show last week. He bought a house. He's moving out. He's leaving.
It's a sad day for me.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Baby bird flying the nest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like just growing up too quick. It's like my kid moving out,
Yeah. You're like, I'm going to be okay. You go now. Go now.
Yeah, no, I'm like, I'll be over there whenever you need me, man.
Yeah. I'll bring my bow and arrow. Come on. Let's go bow and arrow shooting.
I shot last night, and fuck, man, I'm a disaster. I shot right over the fence again.
How close is your neighbor?
Luckily, there's like behind me. It's just national forest, so there's like nothing. Like where I aim and where I shoot, there's nothing. Like I couldn't hit anybody. So it just goes off down into the wilderness, which
dude,
I just have to hike down there and go find it.
Do you do that?
Yeah, I found. Right now, I've shot 3 back there, and I've found 2. So.
How much are arrows like to do that, or do you just are you being?
I mean, they're not as bad as you think, but they're
because like
arrow. I mean, when they're built, probably $20. Like they're not cheap.
Hawkeye goes through them like crazy, like an Avengers.
Yeah, they're not cheap.
Like he's shooting thousands of arrows.
I don't know how you could shoot 1,000. Like I think the most I've shot in a day was.
Well,
one's a superhero and a movie.
You should go watch Avengers because he's all over the place. And Rambo's got those explosive heads on his that blow up helicopters.
That'd be sweet. I need to get one of those.
Yeah, dude, that'd be sweet.
Yeah, Will's on the no-fly list, driving every race now.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
Yeah. That'd be sweet.
Okay, so guys got tired at Southwick. That was your surprise. How tired they got?
I mean, I think so. Just because, I mean, don't get me wrong, it was rough. Like I don't think I've seen it that rough recently, and it's strange because it started out so smooth. Like I was shocked that it came around like that, because when I went and watched the first practice, I was like, this is just a highway, and it seemed hard, or harder for Southwick,
Anton, were you getting from, like I got from a few guys, I can't believe how rough this was.
Yeah.
And I was just like, Yeah, it just looks like Southwick to me, guys. Like I've been here 20 times. Like
all of this talk of like, oh yeah, it's not a sand track anymore. I think that everybody gets into that state and then it starts getting rough and they're like, oh shit, this is a sand track still in some ways.
I don't know. It just seems
it's sand.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sand. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Lommel? No. It's sand. For us, it's gnarly. You know, and we don't have Lommel, but for us, I feel like this place is pretty gnarly.
Right.
And I think it proved that. But I know what my proof was going to be like. That I was going to call you earlier. Like I haven't. I mean, I go watch all the LCQs and everything every weekend. That's the first weekend I've seen full gate in both classes. So you got to think there was way more bikes on the track this weekend in practices and LCQs than there has been in any race this year.
Yeah, it was like 90-something guys per class.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a lot to do with it. Like if we'd had 90, I mean, in Florida when I watched 2 at the LCQ, there was 12 bikes on the gate.
Oh, really? Was there?
50.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
maybe
it wasn't many.
Right.
You know? Maybe there was 20.
Why do you watch them to scope out starting spots?
I can't tell you all my secrets, Steve.
How's this going to go with like Nick Way? You're on the show last week, broing down with him, but yet your riders are going after Adam Cianciarillo, who Nick works with in hand. Like, I feel like you maybe shouldn't be so friendly to him.
I don't know. Like this weekend, I brought it up again that I ask him a simple question every weekend, and he's still to this point holding strong on no. And it's like, you know, he's holding very strong on a very hard no.
Yeah, it's very hard no.
And he's not for it. And I feel like he's denying it, the fact of it.
Right.
And if it came down to it. But I asked him this weekend again, and Budman was sitting there, and Budman said I made a point. And I'm like, well, see, I mean, it's not that big of a deal.
Right.
Like, I think it's not. I think you're overlooking this fact. And so I think we're always going to be friends, like no matter what. I mean, he did a lot for me when I was still racing. He helped me a lot when I was at Cowie, and helped me a lot with bike setup as well. And I mean, he's a really good dude. His family's treated me like family, and so for that, yeah. I mean, we're gonna race each other, but you know, I don't think that's ever gonna change.
Did you hear my race tech rant earlier about not letting AC go to a Blink concert?
I don't see the big deal.
I don't either, bro. The kid loves Blink. Like he loves Blink.
Yeah, like he literally would he lives and dies for it. To me, like I mean, I don't see the big deal.
I don't either. What about Dylan flipping off a fan?
That was rad.
That was awesome.
I honestly looked at it last night and I'm like, that is awesome.
Yeah, that was great. I loved it.
Does he get a lot of hate that maybe we just don't see, or is he like pretty welcome and those are just Southwick hillbillies?
I didn't know anything about that. But I've known that race has always been bad for that. I know they were pretty hard on Bubba back in the day.
Yeah.
And you know, I see stuff like that all the time, so I feel like that race is pretty hard on people, like any kind of.
It's the Boston crowd, yeah. It's
which is just
Boston sports crowd is like that.
Mm-hmm.
They are, yeah.
So I mean, I see that, but like, I thought it was perfect.
Did you? Back in the day, Wilbur, did you ever do the race with the start where the fans were right behind you, screaming and yelling? Were you ever there for then? That was like late '90s, early 2000s at some point.
No, I wasn't there then, and I'm gonna say people would have been screaming for me at that point anyway.
Yeah, no, they weren't. But it was pretty funny to hear them scream at Ricky and Fro and Jeremy. Like they were just ruthless.
I listened to whatever your JT's retirement tour was.
Yeah.
Of them, like I listened to that podcast a couple days ago before Southwick just to like get ready for it, and what they were saying to JT and like Dungy and all that stuff was hilarious because JT's like, yeah, everybody knows I suck, so they're not going to talk trash on me. They're going to support me.
Right. Yeah, exactly it. We didn't even plan on having you as a guest tonight, Will, but we have questions for you. So let's go.
Really?
Yeah, we do. Dan, what's your question for Will Hahn?
Hey, I was seeing if he would ever let one of his riders drive the rig to a race like the Canadian kid.
Yeah, the Canadian kid that drives the MX-101 truck, Will, got 19th in the second moto.
What kid is that?
Halstead. Hayden Halstead. He's the truck driver for the team.
That's pretty awesome, but no.
But no, you wouldn't. Okay.
I just had no. I believe that, but that's insane. What a true hustle right there.
No, I mean,
yeah.
I mean, no, that is purely badass. That's like the guys changing filter stream motos and getting points in the 450 class. Like that's so respectable. But no, if they drove our semi, it would be missing a lot of stuff. And no.
Yeah, and your guys you have a really good cook.
Yeah, it's just going to be a disaster.
Yeah.
Hold on. And like which rider I don't know if I would trust any of your guys to drive a semi. Like I'm trying to think like Dylan is on the wrong side of the road. Cooper's
yeah, but
too
he drove an
young.
RV into a couple races. He drove
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
McAdoo's a good cook.
Honestly, at this point, he might have the most experience with the big rig.
Okay. All right. Maybe we'll take Ferrandis then. Yeah. So, all right, man. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Another call for you from Dave. Dave, what's up?
Hey, for Will Hahn, what strategy does he use to get Justin Cooper to calm down when he gets frustrated after a race, like we've seen with Adam? And how does it differ from, say, one of his other riders, like Dylan or something like that?
Do you deal with Justin a little differently, Will, than anybody else?
I mean, they're kind of all relatively the same, but everyone reacts different to that kind of stuff. You know, like heat of the moment and stuff like that. I was one of those guys where, like, heat of the moment where, like, I was never really an ass or anything like that, but in the heat of the moment, it was pretty easy for me to be because you're not thinking clear. You're going off of, you know, impulse and reaction, which is not always the most relative thing to go off of. And, you know, I've said some things to riders that I didn't mean, but it was just something that, you know, in the heat of the moment, that's what happens. And I think that also shows a drive and heart that, you know, you want it so damn bad that, you know, sometimes it's hard to take. But I think, you know, yeah, there's some controversy there, but I don't think I'd change anything. Like, that's how you learn and how you grow. If you do it over and over again, yeah, maybe it's the wrong thing to do. But if you learn from it, I don't think there's really any mistakes.
We had Justin on the show last week, and I told him I didn't really agree necessarily with what he was saying about the Lakewood thing, but please keep saying what's on your mind and being honest. You know what I mean? Like, just because that's what we want from guys. You know.
That's what I mean. It's like if you're a robot, you think your sponsors, you're an idiot. If you speak your mind, you're an idiot. So it's like, what do you guys really want?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, what I was kind of wondering is that, you know, like Justin seemed, you know, really upset, and it probably could have got out of hand if maybe some voice of reason were involved. I mean, do you do the same thing with the other guys? You always have to like calm them down, and you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what I was thinking of. You know, like I can't yell at my one daughter the same as the other daughter.
I think it's different because that was potentially the first overall win of the career, and you know, without knowing everything, I would have felt the same way. All you saw was a guy coming back on the track and essentially cutting the track.
I got it for sure.
I'd have been furious, and then I made a mistake and fell because that's all I was thinking about. Like I would have been beside myself. And you know, you're in the heat of this battle. You want to win too, and like, so it's hard. It's hard to say like that. You know, everyone reacts different, but I mean, at the same time, like I think I would have reacted the same way had I not known everything.
All right.
Yeah, I at the end when Steve, you know, called him out on it, I was really impressed at how he handled that situation. I was waiting for, you know, some bad Twitter.
Well, I don't know if I called him out on it though. I just said, hey, keep being yourself is basically what my message was to him. You know.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Yeah, but some writers take things wrong though.
Yeah.
They really do.
Yeah, true.
So I was impressed with him. I think it's cool.
Hey, Dave, do you have a motorcycle?
I do.
Do you want something from Firepower, like a chain or a battery? If you have a Suzuki, you won't need the battery.
No, actually, I got a Honda 450.
Okay. Do you want
I could take a chain.
You want a chain?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Firepowerparts.com. Please check them out. Japanese quality chain, up to 50% less expensive than the competition. Firepower lithium battery is also one of Chris Kiefer's must-have modifications for Yamaha 250 and 450. So stay on the line, all right? Travis will get your information, okay?
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thanks a lot for calling. And firepowerparts.com. Please check them out. Hey, Will, before we let you go, we're going to bring on our next guest here. Dean Wilson? Is this Dean Wilson?
Hello? What's going on?
Hi, Dean. Will Hahn's on the line. We're just wrapping up with him.
What's up, Will?
What's up, Dino?
Listen, Dino, do you have anything signed for 2020, or can we get maybe you and Will talking about a 450 Yamaha deal under the Star tent?
No, nothing's signed yet.
Oh,
well,
Wilbur?
Call me after this, mate.
Wilbur, can we do that?
Let's do this.
I mean, dude, Dean killed it this year. Getting on Blue Crew will be fantastic. You know?
Well,
it would be good. It would be real good.
Let's crunch these numbers after the call.
Yeah. Yeah. Does he have to wear the gear, or can he do his own gear deal, Will?
It's going to have to be all-inclusive, man. We're Thor Parts Unlimited.
Okay, so we're going to need extra money for that then.
We need you to get involved because if you're his manager, I'm out right now.
If I'm the manager, you're out? Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
Listen, I put together the Tyler Bauer sponsorship this weekend.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you
weren't
did a
you
great job of
negotiating
that.
your own deal?
He DNF'd. He had his worst race of the year with the PulpMX graphics on.
Well, it's
So-
not a coincidence.
Oh, Jesus. Listen, and if somebody on the if we get Dino on the team, and if we have a rider, none of your riders quite have the same body shape as Dean, but if someone gets hurt, Dean can put their gear on and ride 250 Supercross for him.
Do a poster shoot.
There you go.
Yeah.
I don't think they would know at all.
No, not at all. I don't think so either, Dean.
No, it wouldn't be that noticeable.
I mean, right?
I mean, if AP was still on the team, it might play out all right.
Right.
I think I could fill in for Masterpool for sure.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. So.
Yeah, it should be all right.
All right, Wilbur. We're going to let you go because Dean's on, and he's more important.
Fair enough. I don't blame you.
Okay. Thanks, Wilbur.
Well,
no problem. See you guys.
See ya. That's Will Hahn, everybody, and this is Dean Wilson, brought to you by VertexPistons.com. 2 and 4-stroke pistons available. Sales at PivotWorks.com to save at Vertex Pistons. Every 2-stroke Husqvarna, which Dean Wilson rides. Every 2-stroke, he doesn't ride 2-stroke, but he rides a Husqvarna. That's my point. Every 2-stroke Husqvarna comes with a Vertex Piston standard from the factory. So thanks to those guys for coming on board. What up, Dino? How are you?
yeah, doing not too bad. How are you doing?
We're good. Glad to see you back on the track this weekend at Redbud, right? It's all systems go. You'll be showing up?
Yep, definitely. So excited to go. Excited to be there.
Yeah.
Kind of being a annoying injury because when I first did it, I was even planning on trying to make Vegas Supercross.
I know. That's what I was waiting for you to come back any week.
Yeah, my goal was like, it just will be a couple week deal, and then unfortunately, I did a lot more damage than we originally thought, and so it just took longer than expected. And there was Florida, and I was like, I don't really think I'm ready to just come back. I knew it'd be a hot one, which I think I made the right decision there.
Yeah.
And then there was Southwick, and I'm just not ready to pound my shoulder that hard at Southwick. So I was like, Redbud's the one. So
I saw AP in the parking lot after Southwick. Did you talk to him, Anton? After I saw him, and I'm like, dude, this was the rough one. He's like, yeah, but the first one was always going to be rough. So he goes, why not make it Southwick? And I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because he was, listen, like he'll admit it, he was struggling.
And I guess he's not a sand rider, which I didn't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But, yeah, I mean, so are you 100%, Dean? Or are you going to be,
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm 100%. Like, still every day I'm doing my shoulder exercises, the old rubber band stuff, like machines, and like getting therapy on it, and I'm riding, and I feel not too bad on the bike, but it's just shoulders, honestly, like when you bang them up good, it takes them a long time to heal because it's kind of like when I hurt my shoulder last year at Anaheim 1. And I remember I was racing through it, and it never really got better until I rested it. So it's definitely a lot better than it was there, but I'm not 100%.
Yeah, okay. You like Redbud, though? Good track?
Yeah, I love Redbud. I love the track, good jumps, rollers. I mean, kind of knowing I know what to kind of expect. I feel like they're going to flood the crap out of it, and it's going to be muddy in practice like it always is.
Yeah.
And then by race time, first moto might still even be wet, and then second moto will be rough and a little bit more dry.
Listen, I know everybody loves Redbud, but it ain't the best track on the circuit. It's not the best track.
It's really not.
Millville's the best track.
It's gnarly, too, though. Like, I know Southwick was really demanding, but, even that with all those off-camera deep ruts, like, it's pretty gnarly.
No, I know. I agree. It's not what it used to be.
How's the temps looking for this weekend?
I heard 80 degrees. Did you say
80.
that, Anton?
Perfect.
Yeah, 80?
That's up my alley. Sounds like a good weekend.
80 is perfect. It's fantastic. Listen, I don't know how much you want to get into it, but your crash at, where was it? Denver. Was a bike malfunction that puts you out. And it happens. It happens to every racer or a lot of racers, so it's nothing about Rockstar Husky Team or anything like that. But the more important thing I want to talk to you about was Jesus, man, I think that's 3 of them that I know of where the bike has caused you some big injuries. And not this bike, just A bikes over the years. Like, dude.
This is a very gray area Steve, and I don't want to be getting an email, so I'm gonna just.
Okay.
I'm just gonna.
Fair enough.
I just, as a former mechanic who had it happen to a rider, not because of my mistake, but had the bike malfunction, there's nothing worse. There's no worse feeling than watching a motorcycle cause an injury.
Well, that
it happens though. It happens in all forms of racing: NASCAR, F1, MotoGP. I mean, it happens.
Well, that and how close that team is. Like, they really care for each other, and they take it personally when something goes wrong.
Oh, dude. And I mean, just like I said, I've been there as a mechanic. It is a sickening feeling seeing your guy just
laid out.
Yeah. And you're like, oh, man, So anyways, I feel for you, Dino. That sucks, man. But
yeah, it's just a crappy deal.
Yep. Okay, so do we have anything for 2020? What are we doing? I was half joking with that, but I want you to be back on that team. Rockstar, Husky, Skosh, everybody involved with that team, they gotta make this happen, man. Your social media's following is huge. You got a lot of fans. We got people on the phone who want to talk to you. Tell me you're going back there. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't signed anything yet, so they're still still working on it, but. We'll soon see what happens.
Okay.
I'm just glad not to be in the stress that I was in last year. It's actually quite funny because I remember I was at Redbud last year and I was kind of walking around the pit, talking to teams, and not a lot of teams were that interested. So it's nice.
Good. Well, good.
Not to be in that position.
Yeah. So nothing's done, but it sounds good. Good to hear. I'm stoked. It's a great fit over there for you and everybody. It makes so much sense. Hey, so watching the Nationals, what's your biggest surprise or takeaway from the opening 6 rounds? Like what's grabbed your attention from watching these things on TV?
Man, this weekend, I don't know. There's kind of just I always pay attention to kind of random things, like more of the surprise, like watching some. There was a few there's that aren't generally in the top 10 that was hanging in there. John Short was got 9th the second moto. That Jimmy Weeks was running top 10 for a while.
He was, yeah.
Second week in a row.
Yep.
Freddie Noren has been a badass this season.
Right.
Big props to him. He's rode really well.
Yep.
And I didn't think he would ride as good just having a week on the bike, and he killed it. So he's riding well. And then in the 250s this weekend, there was a couple of guys. Who was it? Jerry Robin and Alves were running 9 and 10 for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that you notice these guys, Dino. I like that you know these guys and you notice them. That's cool.
Yeah, it's just not, not being rude, but it's just not names you see all the time in the top 10. So that's pretty cool. And then, everyone else is kind of where they pretty much should be.
Yep. Are you surprised that Zacho won a moto, or is that your?
I kind of seen it building.
Yep.
I could tell his confidence was building. He likes the sand. The past couple races have been really good for him. He's riding well, and then I think that sand just gives him that little bit of extra confidence because he really he likes it and he knows how to ride it. And you could just tell in his interview he was like, I want to try win the overall. So obviously he's in the mindset that he believes he can win. So I riding well. Jason's riding well. The class is gnarly. So
can you imagine? Look, Roxon's not 100%. We know that, right? But can you imagine being John Short?
I haven't spoke to Kenny or anything, and I doubt he'd even tell me. But what's going on?
I don't know. We had him on our show a couple weeks, 3-4 weeks ago, and he said he was managing he's got, some sort of problem that he thinks is from the antibiotics from the Lyme in San Diego, and it's broken down his system, and it's causing him to be weak. But he kind of acted like he had managed it on the show when he, and we saw early, he was shredding in the early nationals. So he said he kind of found out a diet and managing it, and maybe it's not riding as much during the week or whatever it is, but it's clearly affecting him now, So, but can you imagine being John Short at Southwick and you see 94?
And you're just like, what?
And you're just like, I'm catching him. I'm going to pass him. I'm on a TPJ. I make $20,000 a year. I'm going to pass Ken Roxon right here. That's pretty cool for John Short. Again, Kenny's not 100%. I'm not
right.
But that's cool for John. That's cool for John Short for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
that's cool.
It's been I'm with you. There's been, we got that gap. We got. Well, you'll be in the mix, I think, with that. But for now, I can't figure out Baggett. I have no idea, Dean, what Blake Baggett's going to show up every weekend. So we'll take him aside. Right. But other than that, Coop, Jason, Zacho, Marv, Kenny, Eli have basically taken the top 6 spots every single weekend outside of Blake Baggett.
Right. Yeah.
So that's been, and I was looking at the points the other day, and this is funny. So Freddie Noren is 11th in the points with 111 points. Ben LeMay is the next guy at 56 points. So Noren has double the points after 6 rounds of the next guy in 12th. Like, that tells you there's no there's
a big gap.
It's big same running order every week, which is odd.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's interesting, I think.
A big, the same running order, and then big differences where everybody has these huge swings in motor finishes.
Yeah, and after Noren, who's in 11th, it swings every week all over the place.
Because guys are riding privateer bikes that they're putting together between motos.
Right, exactly. So, anyway, so that's interesting to check out. So,
hey Dean, how has it been for you just to keep riding around California lately? Like when I saw you at Milestone a few weeks ago, you're ripping, but you
tweeted that he passed you twice.
It was badass.
Right.
I learned a lot.
Right.
He would. You've ridden at Milestone.
I shredded Milestone a few weeks ago. Yep.
So before you hit that finish line, Dean would go a little left and then hook in and miss all of the bull, like all of the chop and all of the messed up parts on the inside of the turn, and then rail it and then hit the finish line.
But wasn't there an inside outside to that?
But he would go out, like start on the left and then just fade over to the right and then just hop over everything. Right. And then he passed me in the rollers, like the 6-pack thing that you can't really do on a 125 when you're my speed and skill.
Right.
And I was just like, oh my God.
Yeah.
But he's good when he goes to pass everybody because he throws you a rev, and then he stopped, and then he cheered me on, and then I was like, oh shit, I better go. And then I almost endoed and died.
That's different because RV went by me and then tried to take me out.
Yeah, but Dean's cool.
Yeah. But that's RV passed me and then swerved in front of me, and I freaked out.
Yes, but that's RV and you.
Right.
Big bullseye on you, Steve. There's a big bullseye on you.
Yeah, good point. And that's the difference between Brian Villopoto and Dean Wilson. One guy's cool and one guy's an asshole.
Dean asked me, he's like, hey, what bike and number are you out there? And I'm like, oh, thank God he didn't realize that was me that he almost landed on. Yeah, not by his fault.
Right. Anyways.
Yeah, but right now out here, I like it, but it's just like that day at Milestone, I was like I liked the track and everything, but I just couldn't go back because I had so many moments because it's a smaller track and it's just kind of risky. I had this guy pull on the track right in front of me and he didn't even look, and I was coming off a jump and my heart stopped.
I think I know who you're talking about too.
And it was just like, oh man, it's hard because it's like these guys. What kind of gets frustrating is I think a lot of vet riders and dudes that should be on the vet track go on the pro track.
Yeah.
And it just, as a pro rider, you're trying to do your job, and I know it's everybody's track.
No, yeah.
Milestone it's just tricky to do it, and Paula at least is a very big and open track, and mainly for some reason it seems like the vets stay on the vet track and then the pros are on the pro track. It's pretty good for that.
Yeah, because that pro track is terrifying.
So I've been riding at Paula a lot, and then Glen Helen I'll go late on a Thursday when it quiets down a lot, and that's it really. Honestly, just those 2 tracks.
I went to Kahia a few weeks ago, and I rode a few laps at Kahia, and Shimoda was out there, and Yamaha guys were out there testing, and I'm like, I don't like this track. I don't belong out here. I went to the vet track the rest of the day.
Vet track's good there.
Vet track's strong at Kahia. Yeah, it was good. But I was just like, I don't belong out here.
How's your mountain biking going, Steve?
It's good, bro. Yeah, e-bike life.
Still going?
Yeah, Taser life. I'm loving it.
Oh, nice.
I put 50 miles a week normally, between 40 and 50 miles a week. So
awesome.
Yeah, it's been fun.
I like to hear.
Yeah, it's been a good time. I've been enjoying it. Yes, I've been enjoying it. But the problem is, Dino, it's fucking balls hot here now, so now I got to get up early in the morning. So
yeah.
Hey, but you know what? Talking about the California thing, I don't know how the Star guys did it. We should have asked Wilbur this, but dude, I've been going to these races for a long time. I can't sleep at night. It's midnight on the East Coast. I'm laying in bed wide awake.
Sucks.
I got to get up at 3 a.m. West Coast time to head to the track. But Aaron Plessinger won a championship doing that, and Ferrandis has been doing good, and Star guys have been doing this.
I won a champ. Actually, no, I went to Chad's.
Oh, you did? You went to Chad's. Okay, so yours doesn't count. But dude, I don't know how these guys do it. Never mind the heat and all. I get all that.
Just the travel,
the time change, the travel, your day on Friday, your day getting back. Props to those guys, Dean. But I go east if I'm you. Go ahead out east.
Yeah, I'm going to Florida after Redbud, but
yeah,
I've been keeping an eye on the Star guys and stuff like that because they're like, they're always at the track the same tracks that I'm at. So
right.
I like to see how they deal with the heat and stuff. And it's kind of funny, like being at Florida, the Cali dudes were the ones that were strong. So I don't know if that's saying they were fresher or what.
Dude, what do you like? Justin Cooper was on the show and he said that was it. They don't ride in it all week, so he was fresher. But but then Marvin won the 450s and he's a Florida guy, so I don't know.
Right.
I'm with you.
I don't know either. But I mean, then I don't know. I mean, what's funny is that I've been at all the tracks that like you would go to ride during the week, and I know Ferrandis stays out here, and I seriously haven't seen Ferrandis in like a month.
So you're like, what are you doing? Yeah.
I asked Colt Nichols the other day. I was like, dude, does he ride? Because I mean, I've been at every practice track. Right. That's all I've been doing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, where is this guy even at? Like, I know is he still in California? He's like, he's like, I honestly don't even know.
He'll show up at like Racetown.
Does DV take him out to that sand track out in the desert or something, where everybody goes? Like, is he just out there with DV every day?
He rides there, and then he rode not Comp Edge, Racetown. He'll ride Racetown every now and then too.
Racetown's only open on Saturdays now.
He's been there on Saturdays.
Oh.
Like when they weren't racing, he would go there on the weekend off and just keep doing motos.
Yeah, that's DV. That's DV's theory, guaranteed. Dino, he doesn't want him around you guys or teammates or anything like that. Like,
yeah.
It's always these guys.
Well, I can see working.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, he's crushing it. Well, we had a phone call for you, Dean, from Australia. Mitch wanted to ask about the Aussie SX. I saw your social media. So, are you trying to do a guerrilla? Get yourself a Guerrilla Underground invite to this race? Is that what's going on with the Aussie SX?
I don't know. Gotta have the fans keep plugging away,
Okay.
Dean's a good pick there.
Hey, Steve, I forgot to say Happy Canada Day.
Yeah,
hey?
Yeah. I said at the beginning of our show, Happy Canada Day to you too, Dino. It's fantastic.
There you go.
Yep.
I even threw up a little Mixed Up Nations 09 picture for you.
Oh, did you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
That was amazing.
Dude, screw the Canadians.
Yeah, easy on that drop. So you want to get back to Aussie SX, so fans can hit up the promoters or the Instagram account to get you back.
There you go. Perfect.
Where'd all your money go? Who'd they invite separately or differently? What happened?
Nothing.
Oh.
Nothing. Just
Okay,
just a bit of banter. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. So are we going to Paris or Geneva? You talked to Eric? Any of that? Any of those coming along?
Montreal.
Oh, that's right. Montreal. Yeah, we're going to have you there. Yeah.
Montreal is going to be cool. So I signed up for that one a while ago. Eric wanted me to commit to it, and I was like, yeah, I'll do it. It's 2 weeks after the season. So
it's
ride Supercross a couple of days a week before.
Dude, the whoops last year were 6 feet tall.
I remember the videos of that.
It was so dumb. I'm just like, the only guy that could get through him was Mookie. It's shocking.
And all the Canadians are going to ride whoops.
Right. And Canadians can't ride whoops. No. Like, stop it. Stop with the whoops. Like, these guys.
I remember, seeing the videos of that. I was like, oh, my God, those things were monsters.
They were so big. Phil was so mad because he had outdoor suspension. I don't know why Phil showed up. I don't know. This Phil. Who knows?
So mad? No way.
Yeah, exactly. Outdoor suspension. Phil, and he's just like, what's the deal with those whoops, Eric? We'll take them down. You got to knock them down.
That's great.
This is where Dean would be like a perfect fit for a team that needs to build their social presence, as the one we just talked about earlier, because he's smart enough to leverage all that to go to these races and get people hyped up. I'm sure that the Aussie race got a lot more attention than it has from any other announcement, maybe other than Chad.
Right.
Dean's good when it comes to the social media game.
One of the best follows. For
easily.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. One of the best follows out there is you, Dino. So you do a good job with that.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, speaking of Scosh and Dean and everything else, Scosh.com, use the code PULP25 at checkout to save 25% of your purchase. So if you guys are looking for something from Scosh, use the code PULP25 at checkout. Big part of the Rockstar Husky team. So thanks to those guys at Scosh as well for coming on board the show with us. So yeah, Dean, okay, so Redbud this weekend, then you go to Florida, and then you'll ride the rest of them, and then Montreal a couple weeks after that. That's the plan right now?
That's the plan, yep.
Are you still trying to cheap out on your travel? Have you finally committed to buying airplane tickets like ahead of time and everything, like a normal person?
Definitely not.
This pisses me off about you.
I like
Seriously, I hate it. I don't. Dean is so rich that he needs to travel in comfort. God. No, you need to travel in comfort.
The thing is it's me, Sarah, and then generally it's Big Sam as well who comes. So then you got to pay his flight. So you got to, you got to cut the corners when you can.
Dean, you can't sit there standby all day at an airport and fly middle seat and shit like that.
What airline is it?
Spirit.
It's any airline. It's Southwest, JetBlue, Alaska. Pretty much every airline Sarah can get us on a flight with, except United and American.
It's ridiculous, Dean. You need to travel, schedule your travel so you get the proper rest, you have a good seat, all of that. You can't be...
I like it, just being as tight as I can and seeing how much money I can save. Hey, you're at the airport parking and the little bar at the front raises up and the guy in front of you goes and you just pin it behind him.
Oh my God, Dean.
And then they go to read the plate when you leave.
Do we need to have like a cheap off with Wygant and Dean? Like who's cheaper? Like do we need?
You won't beat me because I save too much on the flight.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I
go through great lengths because me and Jason do this all the time, and he was a bad influence because he was so tight. He'd always catch rides to airport and not have to pay airport parking. And
it's unbelievable.
And so then we just said, let's see who can spend the least amount of money.
Of all the things that someone could say Jason is a bad influence about, it's saving money.
Mechanics room. Oh man, it was quite funny.
Come on, man. You need the write-offs anyways, don't you? I mean, don't you pay a shit ton in taxes?
Florida.
You can write all that off, I mean,
yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know. Just can you give me a ride to the track this weekend though on the reel?
Yeah, I can for sure. Absolutely, no problem.
Thanks,
Dean.
dude. I appreciate it. We'll meet at Cracker Barrel.
Unbelievable. Is a Cracker Barrel in South Bend?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I would think.
No, I don't think there is.
No.
I mean, I pay all my own expenses. Nobody pays my expenses, but I fly. I bought a first class ticket this weekend. I did.
Wow.
Because it was just a little bit more than a coach, and I need the miles, so I sat up front on the way home.
Do you have the rewards card?
Yeah, I got everything.
Okay.
I got the Hertz Gold. I got the rewards card for United.
No, the rewards credit card.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got all that.
Okay.
Because, Dean, it makes your life easier.
No, yeah, it does, but I mean, you still get to the same place. It's like I'm just moved into a new house, and it's a bit of a construction site right now because Andy's just been hammering the tools. And my mom's trying to get me to get a nice fridge. I says, Mom, my sandwich is still going to taste the same, whether it's a nice fridge or a normal fridge. You know what I mean?
I can't believe it. God. That's, oh, well, I mean, hey, look, if it works for you, it works for you. And if you and Anderson are having a little pinching penny contest, then I guess that's all in fun. I don't know. I don't know. It's amazing, though. To me, I'd want to, you need your rest. You need to be properly,
I'm getting my rest. What do you mean your rest? I'm resting. I'm sleeping on the plane.
You're sitting in the airport for 8 hours trying to get on the 11 o'clock, pedal jumper to Syracuse or something. That's what you're doing.
4 layovers.
Oh, ridiculous.
You need to plot out what you're doing.
That's a good thing for me is that I'm always direct, so it works out really good.
Oh, really?
Oh, so you don't care about points or anything. You just
I don't have 1 point to my name.
Wow.
This is great. I can't believe it.
I go for direct.
Yeah.
Get me there in just one way, and I'm happy.
The middle seat or not, you don't care?
Don't care. Get me there. Me and Rick here are on the same page.
So you and Sarah never get to sit together?
Yeah.
Oh, sometimes? Yeah? Okay.
Pretty much every time.
Oh, I didn't realize you'd have 2 seats next to each other on the way you fly, the janky way you look for seats or anything. I didn't know.
There's way more seats open than you think. Because you think we just don't know how many seats are open. Sarah knows how many seats are available before we go on the flight.
Okay, so she's checking out beforehand and everything else. And seeing open flights. Right.
She knows if a flight's overbooked and stuff, then we'll just buy a ticket. We don't always fly standby.
Okay, all right.
See, a good thing that Dean could do while he's killing time in these airports is hey, meet me at the TGI Fridays for a meet and greet.
Oh, yeah?
Gate 57 and 58. We'll hang out. We'll do autograph signings.
Come buy me like a burger.
Yeah. the trio thing, the appetizer trio, yeah.
Right, yeah. That's good.
At least 2 for $20.
Yeah.
Go.
Good point, Anton. Yeah, come hang out with Dean Wilson, everybody, and happen to buy him lunch.
Why buy Chad's experience when you can buy Dean's?
Yeah, really, right? Yeah, well, you should do the VIP experience, Dino. That'd be great. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, at the Dallas airport.
Yeah, Andy can host it. If Andy hosted the
could you
VIP,
imagine Andy hosting it?
No, I could not.
No.
Andy's drunk again, everybody. He's gone missing. Andy's gone missing from the VIP program. All right, Dino. Well, hey, looking forward to seeing you this weekend. It's crazy because we got this depth of this class, and depending on which Blake Baggett shows up, I told him this weekend that I asked him which one is showing up, and he's like, I don't even know. So Blake doesn't even know himself which Blake is showing up. But if the good Blake shows up and you add yourself to the mix, that's 8 guys.
I mean, really 10. Like 11 dudes going for top 10 spots.
Okay, I'm not even counting Freddie. Is Freddie a guy now?
I would have to think.
Right? Freddie could be a guy.
Top 10 for sure.
I've been I'd say you're one of the boys.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
And you have Ferris that's going to log some top 10 results, be in the mix. Bogle. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of good guys going for top 10 spots.
Barsha. Yeah.
Barsha.
We got a deep field.
Messenger.
Yeah, once AP gets up to speed, he'll absolutely be there for sure.
It's always like it's getting a Supercross, isn't it? It's like getting a Supercross. It's so stacked. You're like, holy crap, this is gnarly.
You're like, where do I fit in? How am I going to beat these guys?
Crazy.
Well, hey, man, thanks for the time tonight. Appreciate it. Looking forward. Do you have anything else, Anton, for Dean?
No, I'm just pumped that Dean's coming back. I don't think people realize how long he's been around. This is like year 10.
Is it?
Yeah.
Almost. I think this is year 9.
Seems like only yesterday I was at Kamloops watching him on a 108.
He won the
that was 10 years ago now.
Yeah.
He won the Trans World Slam in 09 and then gave away his goggles to a kid and borrowed my goggles for his cover shoot.
Oh, okay. All right.
There you go.
See?
And Kamloops came in, and it was the first round of the Canadian Series, and everyone's like, hey, Dean Wilson's here. And everyone's like, how's he going to do? And I'm like, he's going to smoke all these guys. And I was told I was crazy, including from Beats.
What year was that?
09.
Okay.
09.
Yep. And Beats and these guys are like, no, he's not. And I'm like, he's going to be one of Mitch's guys. Like, he's going to work everybody. Like, I'm sorry, guys.
Wednesday before he won Slam,
yep.
we were at Paris, and it was like me, Don, and like 5 other people because Don rented the track or whatever. And Dean came to ride, and he was doing circles around trash cans in the parking lot to learn corners.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I still do a lot of that stuff, actually.
Yeah, it's good to do.
All right.
Okay.
Enough of the fluff sesh. We will see you guys this weekend.
Yeah, sounds good, Dino. Thanks for the time tonight, and we'll talk soon, man. Thank you.
Kind of pissed Hal didn't call, honestly, but it's all good.
All right. See you, man.
Yeah.
All right, later. That's Dean Wilson, everybody. Yeah, too bad. Where was Hal tonight? I don't know. Chase is on 4. Chase, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Hey, I just had a question. A couple weeks ago on the show, you made a comment that if the bike comes stock with a hydraulic clutch, you're not allowed to go. The pros aren't allowed to go backwards to a cable clutch. And I believe you said it was because you're allowed to upgrade, not downgrade. But I was curious as to why, if the bike comes with a cable, I can go to a hydro, it's considered an upgrade. But if the bike comes with a hydro and I go to a cable, it's considered downgrade. I mean, if that's what the guy likes.
I don't think I said that. Well, here's the thing. You can't. You might. Here's the rules are you got to use the stock cases, that come with the bike. So the hydro guys just use a little mill and cut the side of the case and put a slave cylinder on there, and I don't think you can take. I don't think you can take a case and make it a regular clutch without breaking the rules of using your stock cases. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, that makes sense then.
So I don't believe you can go back because of the way that the rule states that you have to use stock production cases.
Well, it would have to be so different anyway. That's all different. I mean, a cable to all the hydraulic lines being plumbed in and all that. That's a big difference.
Yeah, I think you could do it, but I think
it's not going to be that way.
I don't think I think it'd be illegal. So, all right, Chase.
All right, then that's what I didn't understand then.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for listening. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks. Skippy, what's up? You want to talk about Blue Crew?
Yeah, man. What's going on?
What up, Skip?
Chilling. Yeah, I had a chance to race the YZ450 this weekend, and this bike's pretty good.
Dude, yeah, you have a Honda regularly?
Yeah, I got a Honda 250F, and
yeah, well, bro, you just got your life changed with Blue Crew. Your life just changed.
Yeah, I can't fucking walk today.
Why?
I'm just sore as shit. That thing kicked my ass.
Yeah, because it's so powerful.
Yeah, it was dirty. We had a badass local race that it's the second year they've had it, but we had 20 pros lined up. Jake Masterpool raced. Ryder Floyd was taking advantage of his break from the Canadian Series.
So Masterpool didn't race the national, but he raced your race in Texas?
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, he was there. He probably made way more money. He probably left.
Way more money.
Probably.
Probably made like $2,500.
All right, Skippy. Well,
but it was a good weekend. But yeah, I just wanted to give some props to the guys that held on the Pro Cup. It was what they call it, the Independence Day Pro Cup. They bringing local racing back to have 20 pros.
All right, Skippy.
It was a good time.
Yeah, Skippy, just call Darkside and talk about Texas motocross on his show.
Yeah, man, it's great stuff.
Okay, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Later, bro.
All right, thanks. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Jason Thomas, what's up, JT?
Just hanging, listening to you and Skippy talk Texas Moto.
We are giving away a Fly formula tonight on the show, thanks to the folks at Fly Racing. We're going to do a contest at PulpMXShow.com. So get the new formula, everybody. The black and teal are the one we're giving away. So, yeah, great job by the guys at Fly giving us that for sure. So thank you, JT.
I think there was an option for a high vis if they wanted that one too.
Yeah.
Max and I were talking about it earlier.
Yeah, whatever.
You just called it?
I just picked one. Yeah,
only?
I picked the color. Yeah, that's it. So.
All right.
Michael Antonovich is here from Swap Moto Live.
Hi, JT.
Yep.
Hi, what up? How are you, bro?
Good. I had a good talk with you on Saturday morning as we walked down to watch practice. JT has a lot of Southwick memories.
Busy. You're taking pictures of everybody. You're actually working. I was just standing around.
What's your favorite Southwick memory, JT?
Favorite? Man, that's tough. Usually flying out was pretty good memories. No, I don't. Southwick was a tough race. It always was punishing. You could do well or you could do terrible, and you still suffered, and it was still really hard every time. I remember my first time there was 97, and at that time in my career, like, it was just all about trying to get a point or any points. And I caught up to the 20th place. There was two guys that were 19th and 20th, and the last lap, they were still a couple seconds ahead of me, so I just sent it, like everything I had. Ended up endoing over the bars and just crashing my brains out. And I went back to the truck, and I figured my dad was going to be all pissed off, and he was actually really happy because he was like, I would rather you try and go for it and crash trying to get a point than I would have you just laid up and taken 21st. So,
yeah.
Yep.
We had J-Bone.
Terrible.
Southwick was good. I raced the local race the week before one time. I borrowed somebody's Yamaha. So this would have been 98? 98,
I raced at 98 also.
The local, the warm-up race?
Sure did.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? No, I'm sorry. It was 99. 99, because I was working with Red Dog. So I borrowed a YZ250 and went out, and I did pretty good, actually. You know who was impressed with me was Eddie Ray. Was in my class or was in the class after me or something, and was very impressed with my sand riding skills, which I've spoken about many times. But anyway, so
it's funny. You know what's funny about that? I did better at the national than I did at the local race.
Yeah, that's I understand that, right? Yeah, you could get that. Short races and guys who know the track and everything, right? So we had J-Bone on earlier. Anton, good interview.
Good interview.
Good interview from J-Bone. Freddie Noren, dude. He was so happy with Freddie. Like, I told everybody on the review pod that J-Bone was so happy, and you could tell in an interview, Anton,
that he's really happy.
He's unbelievably stoked with Freddie Noren right now. Right? JT?
Oh, I thought you were talking Anton. Sorry, yeah, he should be super pumped.
Right.
I mean, those guys could not find anything. I take that back because A-Mark's really come around the last couple of weeks, but I mean, they were dying there trying to find some help on a 450. And, you know, we had talked about, and we've talked about since, all of the risks that were involved with bringing Freddie in here midstream. But, man, did he deliver. And at a time when they absolutely needed just anything, like just give us a sign of life here. And stepped up to the plate. So good for him.
Just try. Someone try.
Anything. Just anything. Just get points. Just get points and we'll be good.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, it's amazing. So he was very excited for that. And good job for those. I can't believe Freddie was that good. I can't believe Freddie got 5th.
No. Like, it was, even as he was going, I was like, damn.
Dude, just
Freddie's
catching
going.
dudes, just see you later.
Cruising.
Yeah, just no problem.
No problem.
I've ridden the Suzuki one time.
It never looked out of control.
No.
You know, it was when he goes out in the first time qualifying, I think it was maybe 4th, you're like, okay, yeah, it's on. Like, we're good here.
Yeah.
Because, he's really never been all that fast at Southwick, and we knew he wasn't all that confident in the sand. So to go out in time qualifying and light it up like that,
yeah,
he has the fitness. So you're like, all right, this is going to go really well now. So,
yeah,
great.
Exactly right.
On Friday, I was talking to him a little bit,
Yep.
and he was eating, and he's just like, I can't believe that somebody made me food. Like, that's one more thing I don't have to do. Every little thing adds up with him.
Freddie, you keep getting 5th. You're going to get BJ's in the lounge.
I mean, of all the riders, you could say that about Freddie.
I'm just saying.
But still.
What about my mom giving BJ's? You get a 5th, Freddie, for JGR? They're gonna bring in Umbrella Girls. And
do you want the NASCAR?
Yeah. Would you like to race Talladega, Freddie?
We'll get to fly in the PJ.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Dinner with Coy.
Yeah, dinner with Coy. Whatever. You want to sit down with Coach?
Yeah.
Sit down with Coach, Freddie.
The second post ever will be Freddie.
Yeah.
First one, Phil. Second one, Freddie.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. No, it was a good ride, man, and I'm happy for those guys and happy for Fred and everything else.
Hey, how long do you think until he gets like one of the banners on the wall? Like Phil had the banner, Barcia had the banner, the Freddie banner on the race shop wall.
Oh, I didn't know.
Do you remember Phil's was way smaller?
No, I don't remember that.
It's on the Bad News Phil Instagram.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, great. We need to get more photos, by the way. The person who runs the Bad News Phil is lacking photos.
It's kind of hard when Phil doesn't race in the United States.
I need to get some more on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and get some material. So one thing, Anton, you cannot deny this. There's certain riders that are favorites of Swap Moto Lives.
Oh, hell yeah. Come on.
Okay,
now.
and one of them is Hunter Lawrence.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on?
I don't know. I'm not the guy to talk to.
Well, he's your website. He's everywhere on your website.
I live 90 miles away from the guy, so I don't know. But I think that it's maybe a bigger difference than what he expected, because I don't think there's a track like Southwick on the schedule over there. Do you know what I mean?
But even if you want to look at
I think it's
been very up and down, more so than I thought.
But like you and I talked about on the Moto 60 show, I didn't expect him to be a title contender this year at all. I really didn't.
I would have thought there'd be more podiums than we got so far.
What flashes of speed he has had have been great, but I think that they've but I think it's still just going to be a big learning year. I don't know. I think that
he did have, as JT said in our review, he had the Instagram post of the day.
Awesome.
Right.
I should have been a mammoth.
Right.
And he's honest. Like,
it's got to be so hard for him to learn these tracks in that short amount of time.
JT, Roxon did it. It's been done.
Yeah, but think about
Langston did it. I don't think we had Saturday practices back then.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, did we?
But yeah, you have way more practice.
Okay. Well, somebody.
But Roxon, even when Roxon did it, like, look at that first year when he came over for a little bit and tested out races to learn the one-day format. It wasn't like he just got thrown in all the way.
I'm with you. It's an obstacle. I'm not saying it's not an obstacle.
Yeah.
I think it's a greater obstacle than you guys are saying as far as Hunter's performance.
I think that there's just a lot of elements against him. They're still trying to figure out that bike.
You know who only had 2 practices on Saturday was Jeffrey Hurlings at Indiana last year.
Yeah.
The year before.
Mm-hmm. But that's a totally different caliber rider than Hunter.
Okay. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying. Are you going to give me credit or no?
I do. I do give you credit. I don't know. I think that there's a lot of stuff that they're still doing with that team. I mean, that engine on that bike seems to change from day to day even. And I think that he's still trying to figure some things out.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's now learning the 3-hour time difference of going from California back east, back and forth. They stayed back in Florida, and he was doing that stuff. Yeah. I just think that it's a huge undertaking to move all the way across the world, go through all this stuff again.
Well, I blame the Swap Moto Live hype machine.
He's on a boat in Mexico.
Okay. JT, we did talk to Dino about this. He was just on, and that actually brings up a good point. You bringing up Hunter in California. Like, okay, WW Ranch JT, California guys went 1 and 2. I don't know what that means, but they did go 1 and 2. And we talked about that a little bit last week. 2, I can't sleep right now lately going east. Like, I'm wide awake at 1 in the morning, because it's 9 o'clock Pacific time. And I'm getting up at 3 in the morning. Like, it's a legit obstacle for these guys, but the Star guys are making it work. So And Aaron Plessinger won a title last year as
2 titles.
2 titles. So, I don't know, man. It just seems tougher than I think to stay in California and go back east for 10 of the 12 rounds. 13.
It's really hard.
9.
Like I flew back there. I live in Mountain Time, right? So I flew back there this week, and the mornings I get up really early, like 5, 6 o'clock, whatever, to go work out before I have to go to work.
Yeah, you're ridiculous, by the way. Yeah.
Okay, well, whatever. But it's really hard. I mean, do like a national. That's what time those guys are getting up, with 6 or whatever.
Yeah.
You feel like hell in the morning. I mean, you really struggle. Not to mention you couldn't sleep the night before because of the time change, and you're nervous for the race. So you're probably up till, I don't know, at least midnight, right? So
yeah.
You can't sleep.
Yeah.
You can't sleep, then you get up early, and you feel like crap because your body thinks you're still supposed to be sleeping. So, yeah, I've never had to do it where, I've never lived in California during the summer and then flown east. It's always been, if anything, the opposite. But I would not enjoy that at all. That would to me would be the singular reason why I probably wouldn't do it.
Dude, plus travel delays.
That would suck every Saturday.
Travel delays and the long flights and
even on a Sunday
all of
wouldn't
that.
be easy.
No. So
the
props to those guys.
The only thing I've ever really felt racing wise that I noticed would be during Supercross season. I would be yawning a little bit. Like if I had a break before the main events, I would struggle a little bit because we're racing at say 9:30 for the main event.
Yep.
That's 12:30 East Coast time.
Right.
I would feel it a little bit. Like I would have to be mindful of that and have some caffeine or stay awoke. So it's kind of the same thing, but yeah, those guys can't feel rested on Saturday morning.
But I mean, the Star guys, it's working out for them. But if I'm Hunter Lawrence and I'm making the kind of money he is, I'm basing myself east for the Nationals. I am.
I think though that they just don't want to do. They need to learn the first time of even moving over here before you try to take the whole family back east now too, because it's Jet. Jet's got to be with the team to test to figure out all this amateur stuff.
Yeah,
there's
that's right.
a lot
I'm sorry.
more.
I forgot about the amateurs. Yeah, I forgot.
Well, I mean, there's just a lot of pieces that other guys don't have. I'm surprised that more people don't go centrally located, maybe not Florida, but Texas, because then you're right in the middle of everything, and it's not as big of a shift.
Texas was a thing. Tedesco, Short, and Villeman were all there.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that it's not more common because there's a lot of really good places to ride down there, and the weather's pretty much just like it is in Florida.
Yep, and now we got Ben LeMay and Zane Merritt with his hair.
Hey, that kid has really good style. Like, he hangs it out everywhere.
He's got the hair, dude.
Not the best results, but, he goes for it.
Hair's everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, let's do silly season stuff. What do we know? So McElrath to Star.
Done.
Jordan Smith to Pro Circuit.
Is that done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's done.
What do we got? We got Dean sounded really hopeful, JT, to stay at Rockstar. It's not officially signed, but it sounds
RJ to Rockstar.
RJ to Rockstar.
Mm-hmm.
Mosman.
I would think Mosman stays.
I would think so.
I would think Covington stays.
Big Air Tom has another year on his deal.
I don't think that they're going to clip him the way everybody thinks. I think that they're going to fight that.
I don't think they would clip him. Yeah, I don't think they're going to clip him. So.
And then a lot of movement at TLD.
To PC?
What?
Does Hammaker go to PC?
I don't know.
I would think, because he was supposed to be the guy that they were going to bring in if they wanted to do a fill-in for Faulkner. Like, if there was going to be a fill-in guy,
I thought it was McAdoo, maybe.
They told me it was going to be him.
Speaking of McAdoo, I bet you he resigns there.
Almost has to, yeah.
Yep.
I would think Cantrell's not there anymore after this year.
Falk?
Probably not.
Drake will be there.
Well, he'll be there. Pierce Brown
will be there.
Yep. And probably Oldenburg, I would think.
JGR, Amart will be there.
Mm-hmm. Because he's 2-year deal?
Yep.
Yep.
So JGR's 450 spots are open. Hill won't be coming back. I don't think. Weston, I bet you Weston retires.
Really, it's gotten to that point now.
Yeah, I would think. So Savachi's got a choice between Honda and JGR.
Oh, the Honda thing's not done.
Not done. No.
You think it's his choice?
No.
I don't personally believe that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're planning on doing.
Him missing those nationals.
Between those two.
Yeah. I guess. Well, I've heard that JGR's a 2-year deal, and the Honda thing's a 1-year deal.
1-year deal.
So,
if he had an offer to go to Honda, in my opinion, I think he would sign it right now.
For 1 year?
That's my opinion. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying that's my personal opinion.
He's only had 1-year deals, I wouldn't think that's a big
Okay, well,
change.
would you do that, JT, if you had 2 years at JGR or 1 year at Honda? What would you do?
If I had an offer from Honda and they were the same money in front of me, I would sign the Honda deal right now.
Okay.
But 2 years is awful nice. I think
that's what I'm saying.
I don't think it's anything other than I just don't know. You know, the JGR thing has a lot of moving parts to it. You know, he's got to switch tire brands. He's got to switch lots of things.
Goggles.
You know? So I don't know. Yep. So there are other facets to it. You know, he has a pre-existing goggle deal, just like Anton said. So not all just black and white, moving from one to the other. So it'd be I don't know.
I think I'm taking the 2-year deal.
Why would it behoove Honda to do a 1-year deal? Like that, to me, that doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Because I think they have plans for 2021. Sexton.
Okay. Okay. Makes sense.
You would have to think, though, maybe that starts to die down if he can't get a handle on what's going on right now.
I mean, if Sexton doesn't win the title next year, he won't point out. So I wouldn't put Chase Sexton as the odds-on favorite to repeat as Supercross champion right now.
Not right now.
Right? He's got one win.
One win, and nothing against him, but it all fell in his favor with 3 rounds to go.
Right. So I'm guessing Sexton will be at Geico in 2021.
Yeah.
If I had to bet.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and it wouldn't be a bad thing. He's so young.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah, absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, it's not a bad thing at all. So, all right. AC 450 Cowie. We just got to see his gear. That's about the only thing we got to see.
And I would
with
think
him.
he would stay Fox.
See, I've heard A-Star would throw the checkbook at him. Remember, he was A-Star as an amateur.
As an amateur, yeah.
As an amateur, he was A-Star.
Mm-hmm. And Fox has a lot of guys.
And don't you think A-Star has no fucks given with money? Like they don't seem to care.
Well, that and then.
I mean, I don't know their marketing strategy, but they don't really sell the gear, and they just keep throwing money at like big name guys.
They have a lot of guys.
Right.
There was a lot of worry of who they were going to get in that helmet. Like a lot of helmet guys were wondering, like, oh shit, we're going to lose one of our big guys because they're going to make such a push just with that thing.
Who is in their
I have
helmet?
a very strong feeling that Anton is right.
Who is in their helmet?
Plessinger, Dean.
But Barsh is not. Anderson's not.
No, Barsh is not.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised Anderson's not.
Yeah. So there are 3 guys: Tomac, Barsh, Anderson.
The dollar amount assigned to it. That's why he's not.
Yeah, but I like with them not even having a distributor or anything, it was a big surprise. But yeah, as you said,
dude, how long until they have goggles? And
it's so much money.
They do.
Yeah, but how long do they put the guy in goggles, helmet? And
they have. I think that's going to happen pretty soon.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Brace, the whole deal, just everything.
Yeah. It's incredible how big. Like all 3 of us have been to the factory. We all see Gabrielle fairly often. It's amazing how big they are. In every form of motorsport, someone from the TV crew to the pit crew to the racer has something Alpine Stars on them.
From what I hear, like the motocross money, even though they sell a shit ton of boots, and even though I think they own 40% of the market, JT, or 60% of the market. Do I have?
About 50.
Okay, so I was
just in boots.
Either way, I was wrong. Okay, but they have 50% of the market in boots, so
it's huge.
It's huge. But I still hear that the motocross thing is a loss leader for the money they're spending.
I mean,
I still hear that it doesn't make sense to do what they're doing.
But like, how much sense does it make?
Loss leader might be a bit strong.
Things.
Might be a strong.
Loss leader is probably not the right terminology, but I think they definitely spend more than most people would deem logical because Gabrielle's so passionate.
Because you have, as a company, JT, maybe you can tell you have a pie chart of sales, and we need this much in marketing, this much in. You have a percent that you put into the overall sales of whatever that number is.
Yeah.
And I've heard Alpine Stars is just out of whack.
But then
they have the highest percentage of marketing budget I've ever heard of.
Yeah.
I will say that.
Because Gabrielle
is like the highest number I've ever heard.
Yeah, because Gabrielle just absolutely loves it.
No, he wants to.
Yeah.
He just wants to.
Right.
Yep.
And then, I mean, how many fire suits are they really selling in NASCAR? How many of these things can you really do? Because every driver's got a handful of suits to pick from, and you don't see just the average guy buying that.
That's why I think AC, like, the checkbook will just fly
open up.
You know.
I don't think you're right on that, Steve.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll see.
I could really see Fox putting the money to stay behind him.
Yeah. I mean, and also on top of that, if you're Gabrielle and maybe you don't give a shit, but you have a green guy in your gear.
See, I heard that they wanted PC really bad a couple years ago.
Yeah, I think they did. Yeah,
they really did. Yeah.
Yeah. But maybe the fact you have Tomac, you're like, I don't need another green. Like manufacturers,
I don't need to make it look too similar. I need to spread it out.
Manufacturers do that. They want guys in different brands.
Yeah.
To highlight all their colors, right, and everything. So, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it'll be Fox. Yeah, I think Fox and Alpine Stars are the clubhouse leaders for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see that. Other than that, Moto Concepts stays the same. Mookie, Freeze, Brayton. There's a spot at Rocky Mountain
because of Benny
or Bogle. Well, one of them will get it, right?
Yeah.
I think they both stay. Personally.
Oh, you do? Yeah.
I would like to see that. Like
I do.
They should
three-man team. Yep.
Because what KTM does, and this is speaking to JT and a topic that you don't care about, but like in MotoGP, KTM has
Here we
made
go.
a big
Here we go.
point.
I was wondering how long it would take for you to start talking MotoGP with
15
JT.
minutes.
It didn't. No. 16 minutes.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, 16 minutes.
But they have the main class or the main team, the factory team, and then they have the Tech 3 team that's their feeder team, and that's a good deal that they have.
Please hit the snoring sound. Please hit the snoring.
No, but that's good for KTM to have a development team off to the side to groom guys, try new technology, try different things, have a little bit more brand presence, and it's not a bad deal that the team that does that is a team that had paid to get that
But
relationship.
hold on, though. The Rocky Mountain team is privately owned, so one would think the money for the parts, that's KTM Services, the money for the third rider, the money for all, it's coming out of Forrest Butler's money. So
budget. Yep.
Budget. So
absolutely is
more money for those guys equals less money for Forrest Butler, and I'm not begrudging him. He's the team owner. He deserves it. But you know what I mean. So when you have to field two riders.
Yes and no.
Oh, okay. Well,
yes and no.
Yeah.
In a lot of those cases, you would go to the sponsors collectively and say, these are the opportunities. This is what we want to do, but it's going to cost more money. You know what I mean?
Right.
You can't just create money, but he can try to make it happen.
If they keep Benny and Bogle, the dynamic with those two, and then you got Baggett and Tom, who's just out to lunch sometimes, but in their own way, like in their own lovable way. Like Blake is hilarious. Don't know what is coming out of Blake's mouth.
Blake might not even do this. He'll just take all that equipment and go to Alaska and gold mine.
And you got Bogle, young, no quit, and then you got Benny Bloss.
Big Benny Bloss.
Yeah. So it's a cool team. Like it's good.
It's one of the better dynamics of the whole pit area.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. All right. So okay. And did I miss anybody? Did I get everybody for silly season? I
think that's because Yamaha's locked in.
Yeah.
The only thing.
What does Tickle do?
I think he waits for a fill-in ride.
Well, he can ride 250s, can he not?
Can he?
Missed a year or no?
Yeah, but
if you're champion, you're done.
I don't know. Who knows? They change this shit every year anyway.
I know you can petition them no matter what.
Change it.
No matter what, you can petition them, even if you.
But why should he? He should go on a 450. He was doing really well. He was a podium
Who's going to sign him?
He doesn't. I think that he needs to do what Dean did and be independent for those first few races, because right when his deal comes on to be eligible again is when somebody always gets hurt. And then he steps right into any factory ride.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see.
Because we discussed this on the Moto 60 show a few weeks ago. He hasn't raced in, it'll be at that point about a year and a half. All of these other guys have been racing. Do you expect him to be right on top 5 pace where he was?
No. Hell no.
So all of these other people that have been out there earning their ride for a few years have priority over him.
Right. Okay.
Well, and it's really difficult to sign somebody when going in that no matter what, they're going to miss like the first 5 races. That's tough to sign up for.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
First 5 races, and then also, despite what anybody would think, there is still some sort of stigma that would have to come around him of like, well, how did this happen? Is this going to happen again?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah. Absolutely. And I don't know about Christian's deal, but if I'm him, I'm looking for a 450 ride. I know his father-in-law owns a team, but just I don't know. No?
I would say the 250 thing, just to, like, why would you jump into the deep end when you have so many issues that pile against you anyway, when you have a safe deal there?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
God, he looks so much better on a 450, though.
He does.
I hate seeing him having to go back out there on a 250, but I get it.
And where's John Short going to go after that ride in the second moto?
Back to Texas and ride for a week, and then back to Redbud.
Negotiations with Teddy Parks is
I'll help drive the bus. Yeah.
Can you imagine negotiating with Teddy Parks?
No.
I feel like he would just have
I've seen it.
I feel like he would have a 6-shooter on the desk.
What if he took you in the helicopter like before the New Jersey Supercross?
There's a helicopter?
Yeah, didn't he take a bunch of people in a helicopter? Like
I don't want Teddy Parks taking me in a helicopter anywhere.
I mean, good for him.
He's a character. He is great. All right, we got the X-Brand goggle tear-offs coming up. Jason Thomas from Fly Racing on. Dark Side, what's happening?
Two things. One, I was going to actually ask what you, and JT kind of shot it down, but what do you think? What does John Short have to do to get a little more help than a TPJ type ride?
He has to do this for a couple more years as consistently as he did that weekend.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah.
Because even LeMay lucked into his deal.
The biggest problem is the lack of Supercross results. I mean, that's
well,
a huge
last
problem.
year, the year before, he was 18. He was 10th overall in East. Not bad.
Well, and I don't know what ride you're looking for or wanting, but I guess it depends.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, look, we love John Short at Dark Side, but his best moto was by far in Southwick, and he crushed it. But when you look at his motos scores,
he's up and down for sure, and not a lot of up, but
yeah, he got.
I was thinking like a Rock River Stucco Trader type thing. Like what, I mean, can he be up there with a Jacob Hayes and a Hartranft? You think?
I think in time, if he was given like 2 years to try. But to just go 1 year and be like, okay, this is your shot, that's a lot to ask of someone that's never had that support before, because Hayes had that support as an arena cross guy, so he knew what expectations were, and Hartranft is learning it. Whereas if you were probably doing it by yourself for a while and then it all changed for one season, like, hey, you have to do this, otherwise you're going to go back to nothing.
I mean, I would hire Hartranft before Short. I would hire Josh Osby. I would hire Josh Osby before Short.
Short would be pretty good on like a 250 regional Supercross team for a little bit to kind of set himself up instead of just going in the deep end full 450 deal.
Yeah,
because it's a lot to ask him to do 17 Supercross rounds.
I mean, he's paying for that ride, right? That's what I mean. I know Teddy has some spots that we don't pay, but
help, but yes,
right. Teddy has spots like LeMay doesn't pay. I don't think LeMay's on the team.
Yeah.
I think on the team.
And there's might be another guy. Is there another guy?
And Supercross. Well, go ahead.
No, I was just saying the biggest thing that John Short could do to get himself a ride or help himself would be at Supercross races, get good starts, run up front in heat races, run up front in the main event. Even if he can't stay there, put himself at the front to get attention. Otherwise, I understand, getting 10th in the East Coast Series is a huge accomplishment. He should be really pumped on that. But I'm telling you, for guys like Tyler Keefe or Christina Denny or whoever, they're not looking back there. They're just not even considering it for a spot. It doesn't even enter their thought process because he's not running up front at any time. He's starting 15th and then soldiering his way up to 10th. That's not going to get it. Trust me, I know all too well. That's not going to get
John
you
Short's
a
like
spot,
a worse version of JT. just gets
I know how that works. They just don't even think about you in that way because you're not going to get them on TV. You're not going to get them the attention that they need or the opportunity to get on the podium or any of the things that matter. They just don't even consider you for it. And it sucks. It's not fair.
Yep.
But that's reality of the sport.
Well, all right. Well, fair enough. One more thing, if you don't mind. Let's talk about this Texas Pro Cup this kid called about.
You got to go, Dark Side. All right.
Yeah, so a lot of X-Brands there, man.
Listen,
a lot of X-Brands this weekend.
Yeah, okay, great to hear, Dark Side. Why don't you start a fucking Texas podcast? Start your Texas podcast, motocross podcast, and blow each other about your pro challenge.
We'll do that.
PulpMX Show, wrap-up show this week. Please check it out. Dark Side will be up on Wednesday, I think. Who do you got this week, Dark Side, lined up?
Charles Caslew and Preston Rose.
All right, fantastic. Good stuff. Enjoyed doing it. Listen, we don't have enough time, Dark Side, but I listened to two of them on the way this week, and I'm not that happy. I have issues with the show, but I don't have enough time.
What did you just say? Blah, blah, blah.
I have issues with the show.
Well, you got to tell me what these issues are. You keep telling me you have issues, but you don't tell me.
I already told you once, Dark Side, and nothing happened. So I'll keep it to myself, I guess. I don't know. I'll just
let me ask Anton's opinion. Okay, so and JT, so Steve tells me I listen to the main show or that right now, and then on the wrap-up show I need to say, okay, Steve says this or Anton says this, and ask my guests, what do you guys think? But then where do I go from there if I don't ask their opinions?
I don't know.
Share your opinion.
Listen, the show is about the show. That's what the show's about. It's about a show. So when you have your guests going on what they think about Ken Roxon's illness, That doesn't matter, Dark Side. Nobody cares what your guests think of Ken Roxon's illness. The show's about a show.
I'm more perplexed at how it's a show at all.
So then shut up, Anton. It's very good. It's a very entertaining show.
It's entertaining, like, no doubt, but I'm just like,
have you listened?
A little bit.
Oh, you have? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Darkseid, you do a good job with it, but
He does. It would be hard to do that to redo somebody's content. That would be hard.
Keep it a show. Talk about Marks. Talk about Anton. Talk about JT.
Don't talk about me.
You know?
But I'm limited, and I go, okay, so Steve says...
but you can say,
yes.
but you can
Do you
say,
agree? And then they say, "Yep, I agree."
Okay, well, you
that's
can.
it.
No, well then, how about you say, "Hey guys, Anton was in studio this week. Hey, did you like his work at Transworld? And what about Swap Moto Live? And what do they got going? What do you think about that?
That doesn't have anything to do with the show either.
Yeah, he has a point there.
And then you say, how was he as a co-host? How do you guys like Anton when he comes on the Moto 60 or when he there's so many questions that you can say other than, "Hey, guest X, what do you think about Savachi?" You just
I'm not sure you're listening to the right wrap-up show.
Oh, is there another PulpMX wrap-up show?
There must be. There must be, because I say, hey, Steve says this, do you agree? And then they say, yeah, I do agree, or I don't agree.
I know, you do.
I don't agree.
Listen, 75% of it, you do a good job.
Okay.
I renewed your contract today for a few more shows, right?
Yes, sir.
So I must be semi-happy.
I just figured you weren't listening, but I'm
happy.
Marks.
Such a vote of confidence.
Marks, I need you to listen to them and document and give me the notes on when I need to go back and listen.
Yes.
That
sounds like a lot of work. I'm not gonna lie.
Like a timestamp.
The owner of a football team coming out and saying that you're his coach. This is our coach moving forward.
What?
When you present, go ahead.
What'd you say, JT?
No, I was saying you're giving him the worst vote of confidence ever. When the owner comes out and says that so-and-so's the coach, they're basically fired.
Right. The Dark Side's my host until further notice.
Interim.
Right. Yeah. Week to week.
No, listen.
So,
listen.
you gave me this idea. We've talked about this kind of based off the Stern wrap-up show. So I went back and listened to a bunch of those, and they don't do what you're saying to do. They give their own,
all right, well, just have your own show then, Darkside. Call it the Darkside Wrap-Up Show, where Darkside gets to be all Darkside. You need to be 100% Darkside all the time. I don't know. I mean, you do a good job. You do a good job.
I'm going to try to improve.
You do a good job.
I'm going to try to improve.
PulpMX Show Wrap-Up Show, everybody.
What he's trying to tell you is that you do a great job, but he hates everything about what you do.
Thank you.
Well, only 25%. I
That's
think.
not true. That's not true, JT. Shut up. That's not true. But all right. So, anyways. Thanks, Darkside. I appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
All right. Appreciate you guys.
All right. Thanks.
Hey, JT, can I ask you a question? You kind of just...
About MotoGP?
No.
Okay.
You kind of alluded this to what you just said about John Short of, these people, team managers aren't looking that further back in the field. And you being a guy that did this for so long, what makes a racer that knows, hey, a factory contract isn't coming anytime soon? What keeps you guys out there to keep chasing this thing?
Vodka. Usually.
Really?
No, I don't
because when we got clipped this year, I went through this thing of am I going to even do this? What's the point if I can't do it the way that I did it? And I could understand from you guys, from a privateer standpoint, it's shit, dude, I just keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. And yeah, I'm progressing and I see these goals and these gains that I'm making, but does the rest of the world see what I'm doing and what is the point of it? Why am I...
Well, you're still making money.
Yeah, but what if would you rather be the 55th best Supercross rider on a weekend, or would you rather be the third best, Home Depot manager in your region and making 10 times more?
I mean, if you're getting 55th, you probably need to take it to the house. That's just reality.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I was in a situation where, it was better than what John's facing, because I had a ride and I had all my expenses paid for and I got a salary and I had all these things. I got to fly to every race and had a mechanic and all this stuff. So, and that was also at a time when there was a lot of money to be made racing dirt bikes.
Mm-hmm.
So it was different because, there are a lot of different factors. There are a lot of variables. The economy was better. The OEMs were in a much better place, so they were putting a lot more money back in. So, yeah, when you look at it financially, that's why I did it. Like, I could make a lot of money doing it, regardless of whether I was ever going to get a factory ride.
And you chase those off-season stuff. You know, you chase the off-season stuff.
Yeah,
but a lot of guys don't have that same opportunity.
But, okay.
No, absolutely.
But I've said this a few times. Like, a guy like Tyler Enticknap, okay? He's 5th to 8th in the LCQ every week-ish. Dude, that's $1,500. Okay? You're paid $200 a race. You make it on the West. You make 6 races within driving distance of SoCal. You know, you're making $1,500 a weekend, or maybe $1,000. Let's say $1,000 a weekend.
Right.
On the West Coast stuff, and the East Coast stuff a little bit less. I mean, you're making.
I don't know.
You're
But then,
making,
like,
you're making $30,000 a year or whatever.
$30,000 a year, but it's at a very high risk because what happens when you get in Tyler's position where you get hurt?
Oh,
And
I
then,
know. No,
that
I
is
know.
a huge
but
thing.
Dude, it's better than the manager at Home Depot. Your flip side.
But hold on. Like, with Tyler, or a guy like Tyler, if he's making $30,000, how much of that is he having to spend to make $30,000? That's the problem.
Yeah.
The manager at Home Depot is not spending any money.
No, I'm thinking he's taking $30,000 a year, right? A year.
But that's
20?
a fuck ton of effort to
You
go
think
for.
so?
I don't know. I just kind of threw out a number.
Like,
I don't know.
I mean, there's only 17 races, and I don't know, man. It's hard.
Like, thank God those guys are out there.
Crashed, yeah, for sure.
But
when the economy crashed, there was no money left. I'm telling you, I lived through it, and 9, 10, 11, 12, the money was just gone. Right? It's come back a little bit, but there was purse money, and if you weren't hustling and flying all over the world to go racing, God bless you. Good luck. There just wasn't anything left. All the revenue streams of all the sponsors, they had to stop offering it because they weren't. The companies were just trying to stay in business at that point. So, I look at it now, and it's better than it was 5 years ago, but it's not good. It's not healthy by any means.
Right.
I mean, it's a very, very difficult proposition for a non-main event level privateer to do this.
And they all
you
have,
almost have to have a part-time job.
Well, and they all have sponsors that help them out, local excavation companies, or these guys have people. Van Martin and these guys. I mean, they have people. Like,
yeah, I mean that's true, and that's in all forms of racing. Like, if you watch any form of racing, there's your top guys, and then there's some people that are far below them that are paying to do it, and it's just. I'm glad that they do it because it would be very boring to watch 12 dudes ride.
If Teddy Parks wasn't there in some supercrosses, I mean, we wouldn't have 40 entries.
No.
At some races.
There's been a couple races where even when he is there, there's like 38 entries.
Yeah.
And it's hard.
Yeah.
It could get a lot harder in the next few years.
Yeah, for sure. So,
hey, can I get one other thing from JT?
Yes.
This China tariff thing, I've heard that this could be really big ramifications for our industry as a whole. Are you guys concerned about this, or is this not as big of a deal as what other people?
Don't bring your leftist politics.
No,
onto
this
the
is
show,
like
bro.
supposed to make a helmet, like a $600 helmet, like $1,000 because of the tariff.
If you want to vote for AOC, you just
no. This is like a thing that we're all going to have to worry about.
Okay.
Is that something though that we really have to worry about from your end, JT?
It is definitely a concern. Every company that does business in China right now, I can promise you, is either looking to either the manufacturer in China is outsourcing, so they're moving factories to Vietnam, Taiwan as fast as humanly possible. That's happening. And then brands in the U.S. that are doing business with them are also, they're looking at options to move their business outside of China as well. So the short answer is yes, it is a very big deal. Whether it's going to go from 600 to 1,000 is probably not the case, but we would incur price increases, which would get passed down the line. There's just no other way to do it. But I think you're more likely to see business get moved away from China than you would a huge price increase. It's going to be a tough process to enact really quickly. But there are so many capable companies in Vietnam and Taiwan and Myanmar and these places now that I think business would just get moved really, really quickly.
All right, you guys done? You want to talk about free trade or anything, NAFTA, anything else on the line?
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
This was did you see how civil of a political conversation that was between me and JT?
Marks, it's still 2-2 between you and JT. Who wants it more? Who wants it more?
I was hoping you wouldn't bring that up.
I don't really want it at all, so it's whatever.
For some reason, I thought JT would care a lot more.
Should we just? We should have made it first to two. Should we have done that?
Well, if you count my ride on yours and Cooksy's Yamahas, I've got 3.
No, we don't.
That's silly.
So-
JT's first ride was in like November.
Will someone please go ride their bike to make it
How
3?
many? It's just got to get to 3?
This is the first guy to ride their bike 3 times.
What if they both end up riding
Mark-
their 3rd time at summer camp?
Oh, it'll be before
No,
summer camp.
Mark's realistically, when's your next time you're going to go ride?
I mean, hopefully soon, like within the next week or 2.
JT?
I think I'm going to get out there because, I'll have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. I'm almost positive I'll ride sometime in that span, so I may take this thing home.
This is ridiculous.
I like how
I may take this thing home.
One of the 2 guys in this battle has a track that he can look at from his office.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, that's not even unbelievable.
Well,
you were born in the dunes, Mark.
I look forward to this battle continuing. I'm on the edge of my seat every day.
If you can ask Jason at Western if I can just go out and ride the vet track tomorrow or something, I'll do it.
Oh, you can ride there anytime. Yeah, they'll let you ride it.
Okay, I'm going out. I'm gonna bring this thing home. You're on, JT.
All right, this will be great. JT will never live it down.
JT's really shaking in his
It'll
boots
haunt
over
him
there.
for.
If I even hear that you're on the way to the track, I'm just going to go grab a bike and ride it. Ride in our office.
That'd be great. That 1 hour before Marks hits the track, you're out there.
I'll make sure to post to Instagram before I tell you.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah. Oh, that'd be funny. It's the battle that no one wants to win. It's fantastic.
Literally. It's so much work to go riding, man.
Oh, I know.
So much work to go riding.
Moto 60 show this Wednesday, by the way, everybody. JT, I forgot to tell you. We're doing it Wednesday. Thursday, some sort of holiday for you people, I guess?
It is.
Yeah, so Wednesday. Fly Racing Moto 60
Celebration
show.
of America.
This week.
Catch the fever, bro.
Happy Canada Day. Well, this is a very rare call right here. We don't hear from this gentleman often. We're not even sure who he is. Is this Moser?
Yeah. Never heard of him myself, but
Who the fuck is that guy?
Good evening, Moser. How are you?
I'm great. Anton, are we worried about the tariffs on scarves and macaroni pizza?
No, I'm good. I stocked up.
Okay, good planning.
What's up, Mose?
So I just got done whacking it, and that might not be what most of you guys think it is, but as I picked my phone up out of my sweaty pocket, I noticed I had a notification come across the screen, and it was a reminder I put on there about 4 years ago on my calendar that if Steve was still working in the industry, JT bet him $100 that he'd still be in it.
On July 1st.
Nope, he'd be long gone.
Well,
it's finally come to fruition. Fruition. Thank you. There's an R in
Tuition.
there.
Yeah.
So 4 years ago on a Monday night, just like tonight, I put this reminder in my phone, and here we are, boys.
Well, thanks for
He
keeping.
paid me.
Yeah, I paid him. I already paid him.
He paid.
Yep.
I'm glad to hear that.
4 years ago, I said there was no chance I'd be working in the
it was
industry.
5 years ago.
I don't know what it was.
It might have been 5. I don't know.
Yeah,
It was a long
I think
time
it was
ago.
5. Yep.
I'm still here. I'm still working.
You got a nicer house out of it.
I got a little nicer house. Yeah.
Well,
You have a new truck.
I stick by my original synopsis was, what the hell else are you going to do?
Well, I was hoping I'd be managing a team.
Wouldn't that
You
still
did. You
be
did do
within?
I think I think it was a media guy. Was it a media guy, Moser, or was it just in the industry?
No, I think you said just out of the industry completely. But
Yeah, what the hell was I going to do?
I don't know. You had a lot. Now this has been a lot of practice. Now you can ask Evan Ferry about his setup. So
Yeah. I don't know, man. I got to get out of this thing. I don't know how to get out of this thing. My hockey was the way out, and that tanked. So Pulp Hockey is gone.
Try to do NASCAR like Weege.
Yeah, Weege hasn't escaped either. Weege is also supposed to take NASCAR to the top.
I have $1.85 in my pocket. I'll buy all your podcast stuff right now.
Okay, all right.
do that.
All right. Well, yeah, Mose.
E-bike races. What are we at with e-bikes? Mountain bikes?
Yeah, can I get in that e-bike world? Unfortunately, I think if you own a mountain bike, you hate e-bikes.
I don't know.
So I don't know. But no, JT, I paid you the $100. We are.
You did.
We are
that
square.
was very stand up of you. I would have never asked you to actually pay that, but
No, bet's a bet.
I will take it.
Well, first of all, I don't know if it was you, Moser, or somebody on Twitter, but someone put the actual audio of me saying that on social media.
They did. Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, so like it had me saying the $100 and the whole thing. Like I could have just said, I didn't say. This audio is pretty hard to refute. It wasn't altered at all. It was me.
There's always a tweet.
Right. There's always a tweet. Exactly. So
Twitter never dies. Yeah, heads up, or big thumbs up to that listener. That's pretty good. He pulled that clip. I only had a notification on my phone. I don't even know. I wouldn't even know where to begin to try and find that.
Are you still clipping all the shows for your interview?
Yeah, Swisscore fucked that whole thing up.
He did.
I'm still so mad about the 1 year. I pulled clips for an entire year. Clips for an entire year. Bookmarked all of them.
Yeah, well.
I don't like that you bookmarked them. This is not going to happen. And so then I do it a whole nother year. Mark?
What?
Marks has left.
Was Mark supposed to do it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
Entire year of bookmarks after Swisscore fucked me. 2 years of bookmarking shows. Not 1 year in review show out of either one.
I had good intentions. I had good intentions to do it, and then that was the year fantasy was going to launch, so I was a little busy.
No, that's bullshit. That was way before fantasy. Nice try. Not even. I haven't bookmarked for like 3 years, so that was way before fantasy.
No, it was the year before, because you wanted me to build it in December, and fantasy was launching.
I believe Marks is right. Yes, and
I think Marks is right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
did he want you to build it A1? He was busy at the race.
The year in review show probably would have saved the fantasy, because you obviously designated enough time to fantasy because it still crashed.
Why don't you go play your buddy's site over there?
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
You can go play with Big Red, and they can give him a used bike.
Supercross suspension. I've never ridden a bike with such.
Hey, I got some used oil. I took out a Blue Crew. We're going to give some people some Maxima oil. It's out of my bike. But you're going to win a case of Maxima oil.
The smartest thing Big Red did was he went and got that bike immediately at Hangtown. Otherwise, there'd have been nothing left of it by the end of the Nationals.
No
They
chance.
had already just cannibalized it to get through Supercross.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Moser, thanks for calling in and giving me that reminder. I'm still here. So
good times. Well done. Well, good call there, JT. And what are you going to spend that $100 on?
I don't know. It's a good question. I have no good answer for you.
Not on fuel for his RMZ. Not gas for the RMZ. That's not going to happen. So
no.
Kicking ass and kicking our bike to get started. Is that what?
You know what's sad about my riding right now is I don't have the right things to go riding. Like my gas can is it's like a gas station red 1 gallon can. Like seriously, it's 1 gallon of gas is my can right
Dude,
now. Like,
this makes this
I'm
even
the most
better.
ill-equipped rider ever.
I guarantee you WPS has fuel cans that you could just order.
We've seen them in their warehouse.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, we own a brand called LC2, and our gas jugs are badass. I mean, we kill it with gas cans, and I just don't have it together. Like I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Complete.
You have $100
when it comes to riding.
Pocket, go buy a gas can.
Yeah.
I mean, Steve saw what my van looked like, the preparation level in the van.
Yeah.
So you can imagine what it's like now.
Surprised you even use tie downs. I'm surprised you just didn't lean your bike into the side of the van. Just.
I did buy some filters though. I bought some air filters.
Oh, okay. All right.
So that's the start.
Throwaway or reusable?
Profilter.com. Listen,
I bought.
If you don't get out there on the RM Army, you might not get a 2020 model for
I'm
use.
aware. I'm aware. I'm in deep negotiations with Kerry Graber, the VP of American Suzuki right now.
Uh-huh.
I know he doesn't know who I am, but we're in deep negotiations.
Okay, all right.
So I would say we're not looking good right now, but I've got summer ahead of me to make it happen. It's only July 1st.
kicking ass and kicking the bike. We're doing it both.
You know what I feel like? I feel like Amart and I are on the same wavelength right now. It's been a rough 2019.
Yep.
Hasn't gone to anybody's plan.
Right.
But we're turning it around.
Okay.
We're really starting to come together.
Well, you're currently tied with Marks at 2. So
I'm just hoping I have a tier deal like he does.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if you do or not. I don't know. All right, Moser. Thanks, buddy.
Mauser.
Yeah, see you, Mauser.
Mauser signing out to you at live show.
Yeah, see you at the live show. I guess I should pump that out. Portland, Oregon, Friday night, 7 to 9. Tickets start at $20 at the Alberta Rose Theater. It'll be fantastic. We'll have some special guests there as well. We're working on that. Myself, JT, Wygant, Kiefer will all be there.
I like how our guests are turning out here. It's going to be good.
Oh, yeah, it'll be good. And Mauser will be there. Yeah, Mauser will be there. You can meet him.
If
everybody.
he doesn't get too drunk to show up, he'll be there.
Yep.
Maybe X-Brands live. We'll see.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we can do something like that. Yeah.
Then if somebody wants to buy a drink for Moser after the show, I'd totally take him up on
Make
that.
sure you ask about Roxon's suit at the press conference at A1. That'll be fantastic.
All right, I got to go. I got shit to do.
All right, see you, buddy.
All right, guys.
All right, see you. Speaking of that, it's the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Off segment. Let's do it.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Do you know who wears X-Brand? John Short wears X-Brand. Brandon Hartranft, Ben LeMay. These hard-charging privateer heroes wear X-Brand. EKSbrand.com. Please check them out on the web. Pulp Show 19 to save at xbrandgoggles.com. Thanks to those guys. If you don't wear X-Brand, you will not win. John Short using the clear vision of X-Brand to hunt down Kenny Roczen and pass him late in Moto 2. No sweat, no issues for John Short. Goddamn American hero. These questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Do you know him?
This is like the scariest segment of the whole show. It's because it's Moser.
Yeah, good point.
Corey Moser.
It's Moser. 30 seconds on the clock. Rapid fire. Let's do this, Marks.
There's some good ones in here. I don't know where I want to start.
Here we go.
Oh, God.
JT, what's the worst aftermarket product you've tried?
The worst? Yikes.
The thing on your swing arm? The weight?
No, that thing worked. That
Okay.
thing was awesome.
All right.
Damn. Oh man, I don't know. I've used some stuff in Europe. I'll tell you this. I had a suspension company that built me suspension for Bercy in 2001, and they said that they used the spec that JSR told them. I don't know what the hell was in this thing, but it was unrideable. Like seriously, I told the guy, and he broke speak English, to take the suspension and find the nearest trash can and throw it away, and give me anything else you have. So, whatever that suspension company was that was in Europe, they're probably not in business still, but I'll go with that.
Okay, 48 seconds. Try to keep it shorter.
No, piss off.
Steve, which do you think Anton enjoys more, weirdo pizzas or porn?
Oh, porn for sure. The memory of the Pookie's 40th, it's all time.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, all time.
Sorry.
Would you like to share it with the class?
We have.
I think I brought it up on the show. Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
I don't remember.
We rented a house, a bomb-ass
Very
house.
nice
Well, I
house.
remember that, yeah.
Here in Vegas. And we're all sitting by there, and Anton's like, I saw this house in a porno. And we're like, what? He's like, yeah, those rocks that go out to the pool. First of all, like, who remembers the setting or the background
nice house,
in a
though.
porno? You know, like, nobody remembers that. And Anton's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Anton watches for the plot.
Yeah, he does.
Mm-hmm.
And he knew the girl. He knew the actress. He's like, what was her name? You remember that?
There's so many. That house is used all the time. I don't know.
Oh, the house is used all the time.
Every room in that house.
Really?
That couch that you and I hung out on?
Yeah.
All the time.
No
that
way.
You picked a
backyard,
good house.
all of those chairs, your bedroom, your bathroom in that shower, my bedroom.
Really?
I feel like, you know how Weege has that like transfer of power thing?
Yeah.
I do too.
So we're like, wow, Anton, that's pretty creepy that you remember that and everything else. And then at some point, Anton pulls it out on his phone, finds the porno by searching the chick, and sure enough,
it's that house.
It's the house. And then Pookie's mom is like, Angie, someone's watching porno over there.
Yep. Sorry. That week was the beginning of the end of a very rough part of my life.
Yeah.
Because then the cameras, they got stolen. And
Yeah. So anyways, that was Anton's, like, yeah, it was very, very strange.
Yeah.
That was a story worth telling again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anton, do you think Roczen finishes out the season or packs it in to get back to 100%?
Probably finishes out the season. I don't see them just being like, yep, we're done. I don't think they would do that. They're not going to go just Tamita.
It's a good team.
What about John Short?
Mm-hmm. Dark Side that's manager. Ted Parks.
X-brand goggles everywhere. Yep.
What are the chances that Ted Parks legally has like a gun on him at the races?
100%.
Like down on by the
100%.
ankle, an
100%.
ankle holster.
I think Big James had a gun on him at various points in time.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
You know how many people are walking around in Idaho right this second with a gun on them?
Yeah, but I mean,
99.9% of them.
Yeah, but I just mean like at the races, Teddy Parks.
Yeah, probably 100%.
Okay. All right.
JT, Steve has stated Southwick is the best national of the year. Where would you rank it?
It was my complex national ranking.
I was very critical of Steve's ranking as number one, and I still don't think it's the best national of the year. Let me be clear on that. I do not believe that. I think Steve is high as a kite with that. But I went this weekend. I hadn't been in a few years, and I have to give credit where it's due. Keith Johnson and Mike Grondal and John Dowden, whoever else is involved with the new rendition of the WIC now, they're doing a great job. Just a little detail stuff, the signage and the way that the place is manicured, or, all the landscaping. It really looks nice now. It is significantly better than, I just think the former regime, they're just an older couple, and it's hard to do the little detail stuff. I was really impressed.
Okay.
And those guys deserve a lot of credit.
Wrap it up.
So,
there we go.
I don't care about your time at all. Please.
Okay.
Even a little bit.
I ranked all the nationals on PulpMX, but I ranked them from track, history,
location.
Starbucks locations also were a big part of that.
How do you feel about that now?
Amenities, all sorts of things. It wasn't just track, and Southwick came up above on my rankings, and I think history was a big part of it. I love the history of it. I love that part of it. The track's been around since '76 or whatever, the national.
Everybody's won there.
Yeah, so that was a big part of that. Why it became number one. It eked out Redbud, I think, or eked out Millville or something. So.
Honestly, Redbud is great. It's a cool track, but I think that honestly, how over the top
the holiday is.
It just brings out the idiots.
It's overplayed. The holiday is why people love it because they're on holiday and it's great.
And it's great.
Yeah, but
I've had shit thrown at me. I've had people try to fight me while I'm shooting photos. I don't care. Donations, I was
shit thrown at you.
Hey, bitch boy, come over here. I'll rip the camera out of your hands. Why do you think you're so special?
Jesus.
And this was 10 years ago before I had a Twitter.
Jesus, Anton.
Who was that? Steve Cox?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it Brune?
I don't even know if Brune was around.
Okay.
Yeah, it was buff. It was rough.
This is a new revelation for me.
Yes, I'm not the biggest fan of. But look at me again. You could tell those people that I grew up at the front gate of Redbud, and they go, "No, he didn't. That's an easy target." I make it hard for myself.
I don't get any of that. People like me. I'm the everyman.
Everybody loves you.
Yeah.
I mean, I get Redbud screamed at me.
Yeah.
5,000 times.
Right.
Oh my God. I'm not looking forward to that.
I think it's obnoxious that the announcers put the microphone in front of the riders' faces and make them say Redbud that way.
I mean, I have a lot of gripes with the announcers. Like, how the fuck can you have that as a job and you still can't pronounce somebody's name right?
Yeah.
Week after week. But the Redbud thing to put somebody on the spot and then keep them going.
I don't want to do that.
No.
You guys can all yell Redbud. Cool. I don't want to do that.
No.
And if I don't do it in your mic, I look like an idiot.
Bad guy.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a little bit, but anyways. All right, next question.
Steve, as a contributor, how do you feel about the new Racer X covers, and what was the inspiration behind them?
What's wrong? What's new about them?
We would like to feel it.
The logo?
No. The grit.
The texture.
Oh, it's still not the same as yours.
Thanks for
Ours
subscribing.
Ours is really gritty.
Yeah. Honestly, I read
Chad Reed.
I read the magazine online, right? Like when it's being built. So I get the mag.
Isn't that weird?
Oh, it's totally weird.
It's weird.
And what's weird about it too is you lose track of which month you're on. Like you don't know.
We were 2 and 3 issues stacked up at
right.
points.
And sometimes you're like, okay, which one is that? Or somebody says, hey man, I read the new magazine with that article, and you're like, what? Because you're already 2 months down the road or whatever. You know?
It's weird because then.
So I don't really pick the magazine up that much, to be honest.
I honestly hadn't read one in a while.
I read them front to back. But you know what is cool is seeing the ads. Which
it's
is in the
cool
magazine.
To see all that stuff. And I think that we get a little bit too jaded by it. And then when you take a step back and you go see it, it's amazing that so many people want to be parts of these things.
Yeah, my stories are the best.
Yeah, you do a lot.
My stories are the
You're Newsweek, bro.
Yeah, I'm in Newsweek. I'm in a Newsweek magazine for CBD.
Did you really?
Yeah, I interviewed Chad.
And it made Newsweek.
Yeah, it's in the Newsweek format. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a CBD dedicated magazine.
Oh, okay. Hence the cream.
I got that before. This works, bro. I have this CBD cream from Chad, CBD MD, and I've been putting it on my tennis elbow, and it works. I'm telling people it works.
That is going to be the big money thing.
Right.
That's going to be the big savior for a lot of things.
Okay, next question.
Anton, who's a moto journalist that whose work doesn't receive the recognition or attention you think it should?
I really don't know, because there are a handful of guys that are doing really good work and get a lot of attention, and there are a handful of guys that do shit work and get a lot of attention and praise that aren't worthy of it.
Who are those guys?
I would say the people that have been reposting the same articles for the last 35 years. And they're nice guys, but it's like, dude, just come on. You have the wealth of the entire industry behind you, and you have an unmatched legacy, and it's just the least effort. Spelling errors all the time. It sucks, because they could do really good work, and I just don't understand why they don't.
Okay. So you don't know anybody who deserves credit, though? That doesn't?
I think we all get the credit that we deserve.
Okay.
You get a lot of credit. Don gets a lot of credit. Weege gets a lot of credit, and he does a lot.
I don't get enough credit.
Steve was fishing for credit there.
I need more credit. I need more credit.
You get... It blows me away.
No, I'm joking.
It blows me away how many people because I have friends that'll listen to me on the show, and when I go home this week, all they'll talk about is, I can't believe you were on the show.
Yeah. No, yeah. Well, maybe you should fucking feel fortunate.
I do.
Maybe you should pay me.
JT, who's impressed you the most at Southwick, and who was the most disappointing?
Who impressed me the most?
He liked Pat Botten, but he didn't think Treadwell's sand skills were on point.
Justin Cooper impressed me. But both of those guys weren't very good there last year. I know they were fast or whatever, but the results were terrible. So both of them, I thought Justin Cooper's practice and qualifying speed was unbelievable. And then Zacho's ability to run away at the beginning of the second moto, I didn't see that coming. He's really struggled in the first few laps. So that was, you could tell, and he's made mention that he's been working so hard to get better at that, but that's usually not something you can just improve overnight, but he seems to have found some answers there. So that was cool to see. Disappointment, you hate to say Roxon because he's dealing with health stuff, but
yeah, I can't.
I'll stay away from that.
Right. I agree.
I'll stay away from that. I'm gonna go Sexton, because I think that was self-imposed. I think he made some horrible decisions in his prep. He should not have ridden motos last week, in my opinion. He should have done everything he could to rest, and he paid the price for it. He wasn't able to ride the second moto again. So that was disappointing to see, only because I know the kid works his ass off, and he deserves better than that. So, bummer.
What about John Short? Not impressive, I guess?
Of course, yeah, but we already spent an hour talking about John Short.
Well, Darkside texted me. He wanted me to talk more about Darkside.
The Sexton one is weird, because you know it was going to happen. You
don't know that was going to happen, but
I mean, at that point, when you've already lost a full moto's worth of things, how much better can it really get to go? I might not be at 100%. I'm going to try this again at an equally hard race.
JT, it's almost like someone texted Osborne some tips.
Oh, here we go.
It almost was
oh my God.
Right.
I will say, though, on the Sexton thing, Anton,
keep denying me my credit.
I heard you don't deserve credit for that. It was stupid. When I heard that Sexton had been doing motos midweek, I just shook my head and said, this is going to go poorly. And I could have been wrong. Like, maybe he goes out and wins on the day. But everything I know about the sport and recovery and a lifetime of being around it, I just shook my head and said, why are you doing that? Like, why are you doing this? And then he goes out there and suffers more. It's like, sometimes you have to do less. Like, you just can't keep burying yourself when you're already buried.
I told Osborne to not bury it in the berms.
He told me on Friday that he had ridden, and I was like, oh, okay. Because I'm just like, I mean.
Yeah. They might keep him out this week, is the word I'm getting.
And I mean, okay, so then you've just lost 4 points. 4 points paying motos instead of just one.
Right. They might keep him out this week. They're doing some work and seeing how he is.
And it sucks because
well, it's funny. Like,
go ahead, JT.
Somebody go ahead, or I'll just start talking about how
when you talk to a guy like Alex Martin, because he's riding down there, he's like, man, like, you know, he's got a battle against him. But he's like, man, I don't know why he was out there. You know, like Alex has been through this so many times. Why don't you ask somebody that has the knowledge like that? Like, what would you do if you're in my shoes? I guarantee you, Alex would be like, don't ride a lot. Like, that's not going to help anything. It's only going to make it worse. I don't get the logic at all.
Did you, Chad, Berner, Tortelli, Timmy, anybody that you rode with in Florida in the deep summer, any of you guys ever fall over on a Wednesday afternoon from heat issues?
I got dizzy.
Yeah.
Dizzy for sure. But, you know, practice, you can just, like if you're getting too hot, you just pull off.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you're doing more damage than good. That's the whole thing. Like, being the whole goal, to put it succinctly, the whole goal of every race is to be your absolute strongest on Saturday. If you are not at 100% strength and the strongest you are all week on a Saturday, then you're doing it wrong. You're absolutely doing it wrong if that's not the case. It does you no good to be at your strongest on Wednesday or Thursday. You should be only focused on being your strongest on Saturday. So whatever that takes, whatever you have to do or not do, more work, less work.
Right.
And that, you know, there's a lot of
whatever it
strategy
is.
and smart people need to get involved. But I don't think that, especially young kids, I don't think they put that into perspective on, like, what do I have to do to be my absolute best this Saturday? Forget about, you know, just doing more motos, which everybody thinks is the answer all the time. You know, if you're hurting and you're really, really tired on Sunday and Monday, like I guarantee you all those guys were, what's going to help you to get to the best possible physical condition on Saturday? Rest. Like, it's very easy. It's very simple. Rest. You know, it's just that simple.
Well said. Yeah, and I stopped the timer, but that's a long answer.
Like the Star guys, when I talked to Nichols yesterday, I'm like, hey, so what are you going to do on Monday? He goes, I might do a bicycle ride, but I'm going to go to yoga. I'm going to go do, like, cryo stuff. I'm going to rest. There's no point in me going riding again.
I've told the story a few times, but Nick Wade, near the end, was asking Red Dog at somewhere in Vegas somewhere, what do you do? And Timmy was like, I didn't do anything, man. No bicycle rides in the summer, in the season. Rode once or twice, like, rest. Timmy was telling Nick, like, who's the exact opposite of resting. Nick Wade cannot rest.
No.
He's like a shark. He'll die if he stops moving. And Timmy was like, Red Dog's like, serious? Or Nick Wade's like, serious? Yeah, dude. Like, couple motos, rest. You know, I'm old. I'm getting near the end, and like that's what worked for me.
So JT, because you follow so many other sports.
Oh, here we go. MotoGP.
Well, no. But, like, they have a cap on how much they can practice. Do you think that if we had a cap, you're not going to make these massive gains day after day after day? You're just wearing yourself down.
That'll never happen.
But how do you not go, maybe I should back it down just a little bit?
Yeah, but there's no cap. You can't teach these.
Not a cap, but just maybe a less is more approach that we see works in other things.
Well, you know, for them, it's so much about contact. You know, those guys they have to protect them from the coaches just making them hammer each other into the ground like they used to 20 years ago. They would just practice and just drills and just beat the shit out of each other. They're more protecting from that, I think. But I will share a story. A couple of years I went up to Nick Wade's house that you mentioned. And, you know, in Michigan in the summer, it can be hot, but it's usually pretty nice. And I felt like I could ride so much more up there during the summer, like practice-wise, and not be worn out on Saturdays because the heat wasn't so oppressive. When I was in Florida, it was good for heat training, but you really had to be careful because every time you exerted yourself in the heat, you were really taking a lot of energy, and it took a long time to recover from that. But when I went to Michigan, I could ride a lot, and I didn't feel like I was very tired because it would be, you know, if we rode in the morning, it'd be like 65. It was like no big deal. So you could actually practice your technique and actually ride more and get better on the motorcycle, where in Florida, I felt like I needed to do my motos, and that was it. Like, I needed to get out of the heat as quickly as possible, or else I was going to be absolute garbage on the weekend just because I'd be so worn out. So I think that's maybe what the California guys are experiencing a little bit, is they're not just killing themselves midweek, and they're a little bit stronger come Saturday.
All right. Anything else, Mark?
There's two more still.
Oh, shit. Okay,
yeah.
Let's do this. We gotta run.
Steve, section up a pie into the reasons AC has been so successful thus far in the outdoors.
I'm surprised at how good AC is outdoors. I got to say that. I thought the Vegas thing would hurt him. The fact that he had a 450 deal already done. The fact that he's never been a great outdoor guy. The fact that he's bigger and taller. I thought all that was going to add up
Hadn't raced outdoors in a while.
I thought all that was going to add up to a win here or there, but a lot of top 5s and top 3. You know, I'm surprised. I really am. So, motivation over Vegas, 30%. Nick Way, 30%. Age and maturity and bike, 70%. No, wait, that's
way too much.
That's not how math works.
That's not good.
No.
That's not good.
130%.
All right, that's what I'm going to give.
So he's really giving it his all.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard, but there we go. Yeah.
All right, Anton, last one. Has one of Dawn's swimsuit centerfolds turned into a tasteful topless/nude shoot?
If they have, I've never been because I've never gone to one of those.
Tasteful. Thanks for adding.
It's classy.
Thanks for adding the tasteful.
Thank you, Moser.
In there. Yeah.
I've never been to one. Oh no, I take that back. I've been to one. In all the years, I've been to one.
Millsap's wife.
Was it at the porn house?
No. I would like to find out how I can get to one of those shoots. I have a lot to learn.
Hey, there was something going down in that chair that I was sitting in earlier in that day that was very freaky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Millsap's wife and Baggett's wife both were Transworld models before they met their guys?
Millsap's, Grant's. I don't think it was before. I think she was already with Josh.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so that's 3 wives.
He never got Nicole, huh? He never. For sure, he tried.
I think that was coming up. But then Nicole's told me that like there for a while she was getting so much heat in the comments. Anytime there was any mention of her, like she had a really bad streak there where everybody just hated Nicole.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't deal with any of that stuff.
Right. Okay. Anything else? X-Brand goggles. Choice of champions everywhere, like John fucking Short, everybody. Great ride by John Short. All right, JT, thanks, man. We kept you a long time, and appreciate it. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. If you want a Fly Racing Formula helmet, contest at PulpMXShow.com. We'll do the draw next week. So, all right, JT, thanks for your time, man. Appreciate it.
All right, Marks, you're going down.
Whatever.
All right, can't wait. See ya. The battle that nobody wants is on, everybody. Garrett, what's happening?
Hey, I got a question about some stats.
I don't think you're talking about the right sport because we don't know how to do stats.
Yeah, we're shitty with stats. But what's up, Garrett?
So I noticed that this year Sexton got his first, obviously he got his first win in Supercross and then won the title. At the same time, Ferrandis got his first win and won the title. At the same time, Webb got his first 450 win and won the title. Has that ever been done before where all 3 classes have been won by guys who got their first win in that same year in that class?
That is a great question, a good stat, and I have no idea, but it is rare. It's got to be rare.
It's got to be rare because you would have to go back.
McGrath won 93, so the 93 champions were Henry, MC, and Huffman. That might be one.
Yeah.
In 93. I'll look, but
yeah, because that would have been right when Henry was coming on.
Stanton won his first in 89 and won the title.
Mm-hmm.
And 89 champion was Chicken. No, he won in 88, so that doesn't count.
Mm-hmm.
So that didn't work. Dungy's first year, 2010, got his first win.
Mm-hmm.
And then won title. So who was 2010 champions? 250 class? We'll have to go back and look, Garrett. Good question, man. We'll do some research. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Let me know. I mean, I listen to pretty much all your shows, so just drop it in on one of them.
Yeah, let's go back and I'll do it on Twitter or something, or I'll mention it. Yeah, we'll go back and look. Maybe I'll ask Wygant too. We can figure it out. Good fact though. Thanks, man.
Sweet. Later.
See ya. All right. Who's this on 2?
Doug.
Hey, what's up?
Doug, you've been holding a long time, bro.
Yeah, let's see. I've charged my phone twice.
What?
This might be a record.
It's like 3 hours and 45 minutes. But
okay.
No worries.
What do we need to give you here? What you got a bike? You got a bike?
Yeah, I got a bike.
What do you got? What kind of bike you got?
CRF 450.
Okay. What can I give you? Want a Maxima oil kit?
Sure.
You want a filter or a Maxima oil kit? Which one?
Oil kit.
Okay. Maxima Oil Kit, MaximaUSA.com, PulpMX35 to save. Maxima Oil, the official oil of Monster Energy Pro Circuit, as well as Monster Energy Kawasaki, and the Dogger uses Maxima, and that's all you need to know. Love SC1. All right, man, what's your question?
Sweet, thank you. So, anyway, I'm calling from Virginia Beach, and off topic real quick, I just heard you mention Starbucks. Glad to hear you like that because that's been my client for like 20 years.
Mention who?
We built
Starbucks.
Starbucks?
Oh,
Yeah. So built about 600 of them all over the U.S.
Oh, wow.
But
yeah, I like. So listen. So when you build them, it's remarkable.
Yeah, that's my client. I'm a project manager.
Yeah. Okay. So it's remarkable.
That's been my client for 20 years.
How do you get the same tile / wood and everything?
Go ahead. There's 3 pallets There's 3 pallets out right now. So I know what you're saying. Do you go to Starbucks everywhere in all the cities that you go to?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. I'm pretty much a regular all across the country, and even in Paris and Bulgaria and everywhere.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're changing it up a little bit. I mean, they went through some big design changes the last couple of years, and now they're basically down to 3 pallets. So if you travel a lot, and if you got some that you go to frequently, you've seen them all remodeled in the last 5 years.
Huh.
So they're big. They have a big renovation program right now, and they have 3 basic pallets. Now, as far west as I go is out Montana and Wyoming and out that area. So I don't know farther out there where Vegas is in that market because that's a Midwest market. So I work in the Midwest market. That's the farthest market out and up and down the East Coast.
Yeah.
So they see. I don't know. I can't answer that question.
Can I? Do you have any?
With like 3 basic.
Do you have any like sort of stuff that doesn't fit because it got a little dinged up? Like, can I get a counter in my studio? Could I get a Starbucks counter or
Could you
Starbucks?
send me an espresso maker?
I tell you what you can do.
Okay.
Hope nobody is listening.
No, nobody listens to this.
But anyway, not nothing that's like that. But I do have something cool I could send you to put in your office for sure.
Oh, that'd be great.
Something that nobody, I can guarantee you that nobody has because it came out of a store about 20 years ago. My first store, and the only reason I let you have it is because I have one in my office and one in my garage.
Okay, we're on. I'll trade
20
you.
years old.
I'll trade you Maxima Oil Kit, and I'll throw in a battery from Firepower. How's that for your Honda?
Okay.
You got a Honda with an electric start? Like you got a newer Honda?
No, man. Mine's older. Mine's older like me.
Okay. Can I give you a set of cams for it?
You don't have
tires.
You don't have to give me any. You don't have to give me anything.
Okay.
Well, yeah, tires always work. But no, you don't have to give me anything. I'll send you something cool, man, because I got stuff from all the clients that I do hanging in my office. I just love memorabilia.
Anton, how jealous are you?
And actually, that kind of leads into what I'm about to tell you.
Okay. What's up?
What I called you for. So look, we're one of the biggest. I'd like to think. I think we are in Virginia anyway. Probably one of the biggest moto collectors. And we're about preserving the history of motocross for everybody. And I'll keep this very brief. And I'm trying to start up a website. I've got some advice from Chris Ackerman that I know, and I'm going to do a virtual website where people can see everything that we have. We've got over 600 riders, about jerseys and kits, and about, 75 helmets or so, and same with goggles, probably more than that, hundreds of plastics, industry stuff, a few bikes from some of the pros. But I, eventually, after that gets launched, we're going to try to open up a museum that's free for riders and fans and everybody to come and see.
Okay.
With all that being said, every time I watch your show, especially when you moved into the new studio there, you got some rad stuff. And I just wanted to ask you just a couple simple questions like, what's your favorite piece that you have in there? And then my second question is, what's the best story you have behind one of yours?
I couldn't nail down my favorite piece. I really couldn't. You know what? I got a jersey from Lachine from 1987 with number 9 on the back.
That's pretty badass.
An actual jersey from him. That is pretty cool because Ronnie was one of my heroes, so I really enjoy that. Flying Colors did a Dogger replica helmet for me from an ALS 2 that I had. He did it. Smoots did it from a magazine photo, and dude, it looks spot on like Dogger's helmet. It's really cool. He did a great job. It's a replica. It's not his Dogger's helmet, but I don't really have any cool stories. I think you know what I have that every time I look at it brings back memories is 2002. I worked for Nick Way at Moto XXX, and I have the pit board that we used all year long. Every Supercross, 9 nationals out of 12. It's covered in stickers. We just added stickers to it every week, and it's all worn out because it's all been used all year long. But it's like the pit board I had all year long. I still have it, and so it's really cool. Like it's a neat bit of 2002 thoughts when I see it. So
yeah, that is cool. You said that's from Moto XXX?
Moto XXX 2002. Yeah.
Okay, so I've got the exact same one, and a friend of mine is good friend. He lives in California. Is good friends with those guys, and he mailed me the license plate off of his car of his truck from California.
Oh, that's
and it
cool.
says Moto XXX on it.
Oh, cool. Yeah, there you go. That's kind of neat.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. So,
all right.
I wanted to tell you one other thing. We
got to go to commercial.
I want to tell you. I'll tell you real quick. I'll tell you one of my favorite.
Okay.
My favorite story. All right. Then I'll split.
Yep.
If you allow me. Anyway. So you know that 2005 bike from Steel City that Mike and them traveled with a couple of years ago.
Mike.
They had it at all the races. Mike
Legends, Heroes. Oh.
No.
Yeah, it's the Honda with all the stickers.
Guys, they had the MCR team had Mike's bike from Steel City 2 or 3 years ago, and they took it around to all the Supercross races.
Yep.
And it had some stuff around it. So I had the exact same bike. So I had the dude on Instagram hit me up because he knows I'm a super fan of Mike's, and he said he had his bike. And then I texted Tony and I asked him. I said, "Is this Mike's bike?" And I shot him some pictures, and he said, "Well, you see those foot pegs there? Those were custom made for Mike." And then it was like an aluminum gas cap, had his name engraved in it, and the ignition, and then there was a number under the fender because I think they had 5 or 7 that year. I can't remember. And then just a few other custom things on there that was his. And I rode up there after Tony told me that, and I rode up there, and these guys I got there in the middle of the night, lived way out in the woods, and I had a couple of grand on me, and they wanted me to pull down to the shed that was way farther down their property with no light. I was, freaking out a little bit. But when they opened up the shed, there it was, and then they were showing me pictures of when they bought it from him and all that. And the dude said, do you think you could have my son, you could call Mike and he could talk to my son? So I did that, and, between him being all cool about that, me getting the bike, I drove 6 hours back.
That's awesome.
I got home when the damn sun was coming up, and I was still smiling. So
cool.
That's probably my coolest story. But
that is cool. So you got the bike. Yeah, neato.
Yeah, I got that one, and I got a 2012 that I got, straight from them, too. It's got everything Moto Concepts on it, every bit of it.
Wow.
Genova and all those guys were good to me, and I've got parts.
All right, we're going to run. We got to go to commercial. Doug, thank you for calling.
Thanks,
we're going to stay on hold.
Yeah,
Travis will get your information. All right?
Okay.
I can't wait for my Starbucks thing to show up either. I can't wait.
Hey, will he give me a mailing address?
Yeah, he will.
Okay, cool.
All right,
thanks.
Thanks, man. Thanks for calling. Appreciate it. Stay on hold. We're going to give him a Maximum Oil Kit. Going to commercial break here. Should have called Randy Richardson. Going to commercial break here, everybody. Be right back after this.
I'm Weston Pike. I ride for JGRMX Suzuki, and you're listening to The Pulp Show, and Steve Mathis is an idiot.
All of us have one thing in common when it comes to leaning that bike into a corner, floating a dirt bike through the air, or blasting a sand berm in a UTV. And that is passion. At BTO Sports, our foundation is built around family, which allows us to offer unparalleled customer service. Knowing we share a common interest, we look forward to the weekend as much as you. So we offer 3-day express on orders over $85. BTOsports.com is proud to be a premier source for motorsports parts and apparel for well over a decade, due to our reputation for excellent customer service and great prices. From motocross to mountain bikes, sports bikes to UTVs, BTOsports.com has what you need, because our passion reflects yours.
Yeah, that's right, people. That's Van Halen. I want to tell you about my 2 favorite things in life. Van Halen and Fly Racing. FlyRacing.com. They make much more than just moto gear. Mountain bike gear, snowmobile gear, hard parts. They've got it. FlyRacing.com. The F2 carbon helmet. It's as close to a factory bike as a helmet can get. It's out of the box and onto the racetrack ready helmet for guys like Millsaps, Baggett, Kennard, and Pike. Carbon fiber, Kevlar, Coolmax, MIPS. Fly Racing's F2 Carbon has 10 different graphic styles, 22 colorways. Go to your local dealer, get them from flyracing.com. Please check them out. A whole line of hard parts as well. Flyracing.com. Let's listen to some Van Halen.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
So Randy Richardson, good guy, means well, great interview, but oh my gosh, his voice is fucking annoying.
In that case, boss, you may want to fast forward while I tell the rest of the PulpMX Show listeners about Michelin's extensive motorcycle tire product offer. The PulpMX Nation certainly knows about the Michelin Starcross 5 tire range and its outstanding durability and excellent performance, but I'd like to share some information on Michelin's wide range of industry-leading motorcycle tires. New for 2019, the Michelin Aniki Adventure tire, which features 2-compound technology, enables adventure touring riders to have confidence on any adventure with a new level of on-road stability and uncompromising traction off-road. The Michelin Road 5 tire is designed specifically for sport touring riders and provides the maximum confidence in wet and dry conditions mile after mile. As the exclusive MotoGP class tire, Michelin definitely understands the performance expectations of today's sport bike riders, and the Michelin Power RS tire enables those riders to unleash their full potential. If you're a Harley-Davidson owner, the co-developed and co-branded Michelin Scorcher tire range, which is original equipment on over 500,000 models manufactured over the past decade, is the right cruiser tire for you. For the latest on all Michelin motorcycle tire products, visit motorcycle.michelinman.com for more information, and make sure to follow @Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and @MichelinMotorcycle.us on Facebook. This commercial is not 2019 Pulpy Award material.
Thanks for listening to the PulpMX Show, everybody. Please, if you're listening to these commercials, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's right, because without these commercials and without these sponsors, we wouldn't have a janky radio show for you to listen to. But for now, I want to talk about Roost MX, the official graphics company for both Cobra Moto and the Cycle Trader Rock River Yamaha team. For over 20 years, they've been delivering professional-level graphics for every rider from an amateur to a pro, including Alex Ray back in the day. Choose from our selection of graphics online or make yours one of a kind. Roost also offers a wide range of custom products from t-shirts, sticker kits, helmet kits, trailer graphics, and more. 48-hour turnaround. Be sure to check out the new Pulp Nation section on the website. Get your PulpMX swag, customize your bike, get custom stickers, get custom helmet stickers, whatever it is, including PulpMX stuff. Follow them on Instagram @RoostMX for monthly sales. Get your equipment looking fresh visiting roostmx.net and use the discount code PulpNation to save 20%. Thanks, roostmx.net.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
WUSA is the #1 Source for quality wheel sets and wheel building services. They are the exclusive importer for Talon and Kite hubs, along with DID and Excel rims. Their wheels and wheel building services are trusted by the finest teams in the country. Teams like Factory KTM, JGR Suzuki, Rocky Mountain MC KTM, Rockstar Husky Star Racing, Monster Energy Babbitts. They all trust of ya. No job is too big or too small. WUSA, everybody, we thank those guys for coming on board with us. Whatever you need for your wheels, hubs, wheel building services, they've got it. Mention PulpMX when you call down there, and they'll give you a discount. They ship nationwide. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at WUSA.com. WUSA, they are all things wheels. Do it. WUSA. Do it. The Rockstar Energy Husqvarna team relies on one company for all of its seat needs, and that's Guts Racing. We thank the folks at Guts Racing for coming on the show for a number of years now. PulpMX 2018 is the code to save. Complete seats available for KTM and Huskies. Other brands will be added later. The Phantom lightweight seat foam is the choice of seat foam for many teams in the pits. Kenny Roczen won a 450 national championship using Guts products a couple years ago. And again, they've been with us for a number of years. Please check them out. Official supplier of the Rockstar Husqvarna team for graphics, Livin 100 as well, and seats. Anything and everything to do with seats. Please check them out. GutsRacing.com. PulpMX 2018 is the code to save.
Over 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was born out of a small technical workshop in northern Italy's famous Motor Valley. Expanding and maturing among the racing legends of Ferrari, Lamborghini, MV Agusta, and Ducati, today Vertex Pistons are the pistons of choice for motorcycle riders and teams throughout the world. Because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex Pistons is a factory piston supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, Beta, GasGas, and TM. From the Motocross, Supercross, MXGP, GNCC, National, and World Enduro Series, you can find Vertex Pistons winning championships. Vertex Pistons strives to provide you with world-class factory technology at a very competitive price. No matter which brand of bike you ride, when it's time to rebuild your top end, Vertex Pistons will have your engine performing better than new. To see our full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, or GP-style configurations, visit us at vertexpistons.com or stop into your local dealer and ask for a Vertex piston kit today.
Attention riders, welcome to Atlas Air Flight 604 with non-stop service to a better neck brace. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. Located on the underside of the frame is a convenient, easy open system. To fasten, simply insert the release bar into the left frame. To release, push the release button and pull the frame apart. We suggest that you keep your neck brace fastened throughout the duration of the moto, as you may experience an unexpected huckabuck from time to time. To ensure a safe ride, please keep your neck underextended at all times. In the likely event of an over-the-bars emergency, your brace will double as a suspension system. Although the Atlas brace will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your brace first and then assist the other person with a prodigy, tyke, or roll. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. Maximum surface area is located on your chest around the sternum, back around the spine, and up over your shoulders with extra padding over your collarbone. Should you need more, please request a Defender Roost Guard or Guardian body armor. We remind you that this is a non-rigid neck brace. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position, elbows up and 2 fingers on the clutch. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Air. Enjoy the ride.
For 2019, Works Connection celebrates 30 years of delivering championship-winning products to motocross legends and champions like Lamson, McGrath, Wyndham, Luraco, Carmichael, Dungey, Roxon, Plessinger, and more. Current race teams: JGR Suzuki, Star Racing Yamaha, Moto Concepts Honda, Team BWR, Rockwell Racing Yamaha, HEP Racing Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, and KTM Canada have also come to rely on Works Connection's commitment to innovation and quality. So if you're looking for factory-level parts like radiator braces and skid plates to protect, rip a whole shot with a Pro Launch, or upgrade to the elite line of axle blocks, clutch perch, or bearing-equipped throttle tubes, just visit WorksConnection.com.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by BTOsports.com and Fly Racing. That's Michael Antonovich music. Mm-hmm. Who is it?
The Menzingers.
Menzingers.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Band from Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah?
They're good.
All right. They sound a little old school Moto Triple X.
Yeah, Epitaph.
Crusty.
Mm-hmm.
Crusty Demons.
Yep. So, from Bad Religion.
Yep.
They're on their label. A lot of moto guys listen to them, like industry dudes. So it's weird because I think that kind of went away, but then they've kept it around because that was the only music I listened to as a kid.
Did you ever do a sound check?
No, but we should.
We should, yeah.
It'd be fun.
Yeah. It
sucks because I kind of have fallen out of all of that scene. Like I used to go to concerts all the time and stuff, and it's not the same as it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
And especially in San Diego, there's no really good shows. We went to one a couple weeks ago that I was really excited about, but all the bands that I grew up seeing have gotten old now.
Right.
And they're kind of...
Yeah, me too.
Well, they're kind of playing to this like weird 30-something demographic of like... It just sucks. Like housewives that are... Or like kids that are trying to like reclaim their past. It's like, yeah, just make new shit.
Right.
We're all going through the same thing. Just make new stuff.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Upload your resume for free. The number one and the only job board built specifically for the motorcycle industry. It's the number one source for power sports companies looking for employees and candidates. The job of the week this week, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Feld Entertainment is looking for an operations staff, and it says motocross on their website. Feld's listing is for motocross. Interesting, huh?
Lots to take away from that.
There's
no way that I don't think they would ever run a series. There's a typo in there somewhere.
Oh, no. It's supposed to say Supercross, but
definitely
it's funny how it says
motocross.
Yeah, anyways.
And you know that if that was 5 years ago, people would have been freaking out.
Operations staff loads, unloads, moves materials, structure banners, as well as assembles, places, and operates equipment related to Supercross, Arena Cross in venues in accordance with management's direction and Supercross best operation practices. So there we go. It is you need a high school education or a GED.
Is this a Dig Dug job? This sounds a lot like a Dig Dug job.
It might be a Dig Dug job. I don't know. I think the Dig Dugs probably are higher up. You don't just step into being a Dig Dug. You got to. I saw a Dig Dug with his helmet off last year.
Did you talk to him?
Yep. And I said, dude, you got your helmet off. Don't you keep the helmet on all the time? And he's like looking at me all weird in the elevator.
You know what you should do?
And I'm like, Weege, it's a Dig Dug.
You need to put like a pedometer on him and a heart rate monitor and see how his activity goes, because those guys run a lot.
Yeah.
And that's a nonstop job from the time it starts. They even like do all the track deconstruction and everything at the end of the night.
So if you want to be a Dig Dug, go to motorcycleindustryjobs.com, Feld Entertainment. You can be the operations staff for Supercross /Dig Dug.
Mm-hmm.
So go there. That's motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Job of the week, LA Honda World, Vince Freeze, Adam Entignap, myself, Chris Kiefer, all Honda Ridgeline owners.
We thought about going to get a car there.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Steve would have dialed you in. Would have gave you a great price.
I don't know why we didn't.
When I talked to Freeze couldn't believe what a deal he got. He was like shocked because he was shopping for one.
Do you get a Ridgeline?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But you can get any kind of Honda you want.
Yeah.
But 30 minutes from anywhere in L.A. Thanks, L.A. Honda World, for making it happen. Go down there, free first-time oil change if you mention PulpMX. Thanks to those guys. What?
It's amazing, like, some of the things you have. Free oil change.
Yeah.
Get this.
Well, I'm just trying to help out the fucking listeners, bro, okay?
There's serious shit going on with those guys.
Eagle Grit, eaglegrit.com. You put the code PULP in there. Say those guys. Love Eagle Grit. Don't love the owner so much, but love Eagle Grit. OGO Power Sports, great company, works connection. All products that we use every single day, including Mark's when he's shredding and going to beat JT riding, which is going to happen very shortly.
You know that's right.
Christian Craig's WADA thing. We don't have a ton of time here. We got the race tech rant coming up.
We got all time.
But, well, Mark's is just, he'll walk off the job at some point.
Yeah, he's earned his money for the night.
Right.
He just needs to tell us what button to press because my flight's not till 2 in the morning. So
No, let's keep it going.
That's fine.
Yeah, maybe Doug wants to call back in and tell us about his memorabilia again. We can keep going. He's keeping it short, though. Hey, so, Christian Craig, what a joke, right?
A clusterfuck on every level.
So after the show tonight, I'm going to release a Privateer Island podcast with Kate Clayson about his suspension. He actually never got any time.
Anything.
They just said, okay, you're good to go. Like, he never got a number when he could race again. They just said you're good to go. Christian Craig got told of a positive test almost a year after he took it. And he doesn't know what he's doing, but he's racing. Brock Tickle was told, you can't earn any money. You can't get a ride in Canada. You can't
go race bicycles.
You can't do straight rhythm.
He can't do anything at all.
You can't do a thing until until your suspension's up. But Cade's up in Canada making money, and Christian is just racing. Like, what a fucking joke this system is. What a fucking joke between the WADA guys and the FIM guys. And there should be fucking clown music played with these guys. And we all, look, I'm not one of those flag-waving, thumping American guys. I'm not even American, for God's sake. I will be soon, hopefully. But anyways.
Oh, you still haven't?
No, I haven't taken. I'm doing my citizenship. But I'm not one of those guys. You know that, Anton. You know me well. I'm not one of those guys. But this is the part where Mitch Payton and DeCoster and Feld and everybody says, fuck you guys. You're not doing that to our American series. You guys in Europe, Switzerland, all of you guys, fuck off. Like, if this is how you're going to treat our athletes, if you're going to give us proper drug testing, proper rules, proper procedure, a penalty, an arrest, i.e. a drug bust, and then a day in court, i.e.
there has to be a procedure, and it has to be the same thing.
If you're not going to do that for us, and you're going to shit on our series and our country's riders and everything, see you later. See you later. And the fact that I'm bringing this up because you're well-versed in this as well, the fact that we're not doing this, we look like assholes.
And I think we all agree on that, but we are so tied into a system that it would be next to impossible to do it because there's so many parts that rest heavily on having that designation as a world championship that you're not going to get if you split from the FIM.
Who cares?
I think a lot of people care.
Who?
I think sponsors care. I think Feld cares to have that designation because that's a big honor, to say that you're part of this massive thing.
No, it's not. They didn't have it forever. Who cares? I'll tell you the reason they do it is so nobody else starts a Supercross series in the other side of the world.
But that's another thing. That's a protecting your investment deal. And, I mean, it sucks that riders and teams that have to take all of the brunt of these deals are the ones that get hurt by it. But Feld's not going to go, hey, you know what? You guys have done this. We're going to let somebody else run another thing. We're going to. There's no way. Like, this is what we have to deal with until something changes. Now, it does sound like when you and I talked on the Moto 60 show a few weeks ago, and we both kind of were like, what is the AMA doing? What is this disconnect? I think with Dingman being there and maybe leveraging things a little bit more, it sounds like there's been a more open line of communication.
Yeah,
but these are three.
Cade's podcast, he gave Ron Dingman, the president of the AMA and the vice president of FIM now, a lot of credit. But
like, we have a lot of rebuilding that we have to do now because we've kind of, in a sense, ruined 4 careers.
I mean, it's just a joke. Like,
4 careers.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing for our sport to have this. It's embarrassing.
I think if you told any other sport of like, oh yeah, you're affiliated with them, how long does it take you to get a notification that you've tested positive? When does your punishment come? And if you told them what we've dealt with,
what's happening,
they would laugh in your face.
Yeah. So, I mean, Feld should be ashamed of it if that's what they're doing. If that's why they're doing all those reasons that you said, bad. Shame on them.
But it's business. It's like we said that Thursday. It's a necessary evil of what they have to do, and
NASCAR has its own drug testing policy.
But theirs is a lot different than what we're going for. They're not trying to chase HGH and all these different things. They just want to make sure their guys aren't on speed.
Dude, we're not chasing that either.
No.
Truly, we're not chasing
Truly,
that.
we're not.
We're doing piss tests a lot.
And even then, it's like...
You're not getting any of that
it's
stuff
random.
with piss test. Yeah, I mean...
I don't think that it's to the, oh my God, everybody's on something level of speculation that used to be even 5 years ago. I think that's changed quite a bit.
Oh, I would bet a lot of money that our champions of past years were on something.
Mm-hmm.
I would bet a lot of money.
And what was stopping them?
Nothing.
Nothing.
A piss test at Daytona and a piss test at Steel City for weed and coke
and ecstasy.
And
you're like, fuck, why would I do that anyway?
Right.
The race is over. Like the real fun starts after this.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And there just needs to be a real procedure system.
Did you hear about the Baggett thing from a few weeks ago?
Mm-hmm. I don't understand that.
I don't get that either.
How is that possible?
So what did you hear?
That they were random, and then that he was not the position that they said, but he'd already been selected, and then they go, well, this isn't random then if you picked him, and then the guy goes, okay, fuck it, and they just ripped it up the paper.
Yeah. They came to him and said, we're testing 13th.
I didn't get 13th.
I didn't get 13th, Blake said. They said, well, you're still being tested.
And he was like, well, just do it.
Is it random or is it targeted to Blake Baggett? And I don't know whatever happened. I don't know if he ended up not taking it.
He didn't.
He didn't take it.
That's what I heard is that he didn't take it.
Right. Which is another joke, too. Now, that's USADA. That's not WADA.
But, even then, the people that are coming to do these things, they're just a chaperone that gets the call from USADA, hey, you need to go to this
event. Whatever.
This event out in the middle of nowhere that you've never probably heard of, and then you need to watch all these guys that you've never met before, and that's kind of the way it needs to be, so there is no favoritism, but at the same time, there's no procedure of everybody knowing their job. You're dealing with a different stranger that's literally staring at your dick while you take a piss, and it's just, it doesn't make sense. Like, it is what it is, but it's just so messed up in every way, and it's not free. They're paying a lot of money to have this stuff be a part of it. You know,
it's a joke. It makes me really upset about our sport, among other things.
Giving
250 Supercross riders national points is also right up there. By the way,
there's a lot of stuff that could be fixed, and I think honestly, it feels like people have gotten so jaded by all of the fuck ups that they're just like, what's it matter?
What's one more?
What? Yeah. Fuck it. The gate's going to drop on Saturday regardless.
Yeah. No, it is. It is. Hey, so Swap Moto Live. Mm-hmm. We all know about Transworld folding up very suddenly.
And as I would like to point out for the millionth time, this was not we weren't pulling our weight, we weren't doing well. We were the top performing title in the building. The company that bought us has no desire in motorcycles. It was nothing that we could have done to fight this or avoid it or anything. It was just...
But it is crazy that you would take a profitable venue and not be like, hey, listen, we're buying this company. These 5 jerk-offs here seem to be running however many people are at Transworld, seem to be running a valuable property that's profiting. Let's let them keep going.
Until you tell them they operate motorcycles and that is potentially deadly, and they don't want the lawsuit of, hey, if somebody gets hurt, their wife is going to come sue us for everything we have.
Oh, okay. That's a good point. Sure. Yeah, that's brought up by the lawyers.
What happened.
Right. The lawyers are like, hey, this is dangerous.
This is very dangerous. Now, when somebody twists their ankle skateboarding and they signed a waiver, it's whatever. Right. But for our deal, it's pretty...
Right.
Like, I mean, even on things... I mean, I've almost, been on demo rides and almost gotten sent off a cliff from an oncoming traffic car. Not even my fault. And there would be a lot of people that would be responsible for that, from the company to the OEM to whatever. And it's like, I could see a company wanting to backpedal from that, but it sucks because put a lot of people out of jobs.
Yeah.
And as we've left too, that company is not doing very well.
Shocker, right? What's been better about Swap Moto Live and what's been worse about Swap Moto Live?
I love it more than I ever did. I thought that Transworld was just the end-all be-all, and it was all I ever wanted since the first time I picked up one in 2000. And it was getting there towards the end where I think we were all just like, oh my God, we're so overloaded with work that it stopped being fun.
Okay.
To have something that you love and maybe you took for granted taken away from you, and you have to earn your way back in. makes you like it a lot more. I've had more fun going to the races this year than I ever have. Thing that's harder though is it kind of sucks to be having it happen when we did, because if this whole position had happened maybe in October, we could have had a lot more money to come in, but everybody's budgets were already set for the year.
Yeah.
So all of that money that they had already allotted to Transworld and that they still had to pay, that doesn't mean it can come right over. But we have so many good supporters that have come in, like so many big advertisers right away, and then the traffic to the website's been huge. Everything's grown really fast. I would say even in some elements faster than I expected.
Okay.
So that's been good.
Yeah.
Like, out of all the bad, good has come out of it. And even, like, I'm not one of those people that's like, yeah, everything happens for a reason, but I see how bad things that happened here have led to something good now.
Right. SwapMotoLive.com. Yeah, Don was in here, whatever, a few months
February,
back. Yeah, a few months back talking about it. So at that point, he was hoping to buy the magazine back, but that didn't happen.
And they're basically, from what we've been told, they're just going to take all of those social media followers and then roll them up into something else. So we really would like to have that stuff, because it would be great to have 2 million Facebook followers and whatever we had on Instagram, but it's not possible now. But it's been fun to rebuild all the way from the beginning, because it's passionate people, and it's not. It kind of sucks when you get too big, because
just you and Don for editorial.
Yeah. Well, we have Chase Curtis, and he's doing video stuff, but it's not. Yeah. It's not to the level that it was where it was 4 staff guys.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I you guys have a couple podcasts. You have a video. You have a video series. And then
Don's talk show.
Yeah. Your weekly.
All the races.
Yeah. Yeah. It's good. It's been. You guys have gotten probably up and running and better content than I think you would have had by now. You know what I mean? Like,
I think so too.
It's good. Like, it's. I don't go there every day, but I do check it out.
Taking away the print element, I just wanted to replace what I did in print with stuff online. So if that's a longer form interview or something like that, then that's what it is. And it's not just a Q&A of 5 minutes with or something. It's a lot longer and more detailed.
Right. Racetech Rant, racetech.com. Please check them out on the web. Ben LeMay using Racetech. Tyler Medaglia, Michael Lessie running Racetech. Chris Bloss, Zombie Chris Bloss, used Racetech and Supercross. Did a great job. Motors and suspension. With those guys, get your motor work serviced, get it rebuilt, get it modified. Suspension, the same thing. Marks has Racetech suspension, and it's phenomenal. It looks like he's on pillows out there. So it doesn't even look the bumps are even affecting him at all.
I don't think I've ever had suspension dialed in.
Oh,
I think it's
Marks
all stock.
Marks has it, and
it's
let me
game
tell
changer.
You, game changer.
Game changer for sure.
Racetech.com, Pulp19, mention PulpMX. They'll dial you in. For once, I don't have the rant. I just don't have it in me tonight.
You're very upbeat tonight.
Yeah, see, I'm happy. Happy.
We haven't done tweets yet, so.
But you have a rant, Anton.
Now that it was put on me, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that people don't think that Instagram is like a viable thing, or that photos are just whatever, but there's a lot of money that comes from this. And when these goofball Instagram accounts that are fan pages or MX whatever, MX, daily motocross news and all that stuff, and it's people that have never had a media credential and just take our shit, you guys, like, this is not because I know fans aren't going to stop following these people because they just want to see dirt bike crashes and all this shit. The industry has to stop supporting these dickheads, because that would be like me going to the, LA flea market and buying motorcycle handlebars, or going to AliExpress and buying goggles and being like, yeah, it's just as good as whoever. Like, why would we not?
You think the industry supports these people?
In some instances, yeah.
Really? Oh, I didn't think they did.
If you go through, you'll see some people or some accounts following or interacting with these brands, and you're just like, what the fuck are you doing? Because you're basically, it's full counterfeit.
Right.
It'd be the same thing as me buying fake 100% goggles off the internet.
Yeah, I had a guy, I did a video of AP on a starting line humping a seat.
And they just take it.
They just took it. They just posted it online. That's
over and over and over again.
Yeah, and you're just like, wow, okay, well.
Dude, and I mean, when you see that stuff, it really makes you see how, like, on a whole nother thing, this is going off the deep end, but on Twitter, you know how you'll see, like, a tweet get favorited or liked or retweeted, like, hundreds of thousands of times. And then you'll go through and you'll read the mentions, and it's like, stolen tweet, stolen this, stolen that. It's these 10 people that are all collectively going together that share content with each other and then just cycle it through. So where they're always getting famous, and then they're getting paid by these companies to promote their stuff. And that's pretty much the same thing that happens there, where they're just taking your shit. Like, I know a lot of friends that have had people make fake accounts using their photos. People that they've never met, never knew them, never anything. And it's just so weird that people are like, yeah, that's normal to take this person's thing and then just pawn it off as my own.
Right. Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's unbelievable.
Because I would never do that. I would never take a fucking sentence of text from somebody else and go, yeah, I wrote that.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's totally accepted. Oh, look at this crash taken from
if not accepted, like, encouraged.
Right.
And it's nuts. And like, seriously, if we're going to support each other as an industry, you have to take care of the people that take care of you and not the goofballs that just have, 750,000 followers because they posted the same
I didn't
stupid
think
shit.
companies support these people, though.
I've seen it a couple times.
Yeah.
And it's just...
that's unbelievable to me. Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
You'll never stop it, though.
Never.
Right? So.
And then, honestly, it's probably only a matter of time, too, until some goofball cons his way into getting a credential.
Yeah.
Because it's going to happen.
Right. Right.
And at that point, it's just like, well, it's fucking over.
Yeah. That's why, I don't focus on my website numbers or my show numbers so much or any social media, Instagram. Like, I don't obsess. I'm not like, hey, like, you got these you got these jerk-offs attaching 30 companies or 30 hashtag motocross, hashtag this, hashtag that, because it gets you followers, right?
It does, and like that's a fact. And I know that somebody's going to go off to when I called in or you guys called me in November when Michael Lindsay was here and like Anton hashtags or whatever.
Yeah.
But that shit works. Like that is bullshit that works.
But here's the thing, like I can't focus on that myself.
Me neither.
I just have to how I make money is because I put the product out and we're influencers with all these guys that give us money for sponsors and the riders on the show promoting everything. And we have a core of motocross listeners that support the show and buy the products and everything else. That's called being an influencer. That's why I got a Taser mountain bike from Intense and I Blue Crew and all this stuff. And I don't have any of that because of my followers. Like, I don't have that many followers. I have 40,000. And I don't...
You have 40,000 really engaged
But that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I focus on is who do I have following me? If I just put hashtag motocross, hashtag supercross, hashtag McGrath, hashtag Carmichael, and get these fucking bots or these people that don't know anything about the sport...
What does it matter?
That doesn't matter.
No.
They're not buying anything that I just read as sponsors.
And see, that's another thing.
So we need to stop worrying about that.
We totally do.
Because we have companies that go, what's your followers?
What's your engagement?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what my engagement is. There was a guy going for credentials for Supercross, and he actually brought in PulpMX website numbers and his website numbers, and was like, look, I'm doing more visits than PulpMX. And he is. Who gives a fuck? He's not. Nobody knows his site. No, it's a Google ads. It's an SEO stuff. It doesn't matter.
And like the thing
people are going to Pulp and buying stuff and listening to me.
What would you rather have? A user or a listener or whatever that sees this stuff and goes, man, I really am interested in that. Would you rather have one person that does that or 10 people that just go double tap and then go on to the next thing?
Exactly. That's what I mean. But so many people are focused on that.
And that goes back to when we talked to J-Bone on the phone. Like, you have to learn how to monetize this, but there also needs to be some leverage where it's not the only thing you focus on.
Yeah.
Because
I know.
What's to say in this social media thing came out of nowhere. I remember having a MySpace in 2004, and then how quickly in 15 years this has come on and it's been the new thing. What's to say that it doesn't just go away?
Yeah.
Who wises up one day and goes, man, maybe it's not smart enough that some computer program knows my face, because like when my wife posts a picture of me on her Facebook, it automatically tags my brother because we look so alike, because I turned all that shit off mine.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not a good idea that you put all your data out into the world.
Go read about Facebook.
Fuck.
Go read about what Facebook has done. And obviously they own Instagram, so I'm,
Yeah.
And I have a Facebook account for Pulp stuff because it drives traffic.
You have to have it.
I'd rather not, though. Go read about these fucking guys and what they're doing with your information and what your data. And you're posting things about your favorite donut or whatever, and then the donut company's getting your information. Or
bullshit.
Yeah.
The Google Alexa thing. They have admitted, or Alexa, whoever runs that,
Amazon
has admitted, we have people that listen to your thing.
Yeah.
They totally listen to your house.
Yeah, Marx is in there doing that shit.
The DNA, the Ancestry.com thing. If you are dumb enough to swab your mouth and send your fucking DNA into some place that you have no control over.
But that's actually pretty good because it caught some murderers that way.
Dude, it's not worth it. Because there is so much other stuff that's come about that where they're like, okay, yeah, you have this, but then you've sold your whole company, your whole life and your whole genetic profile to some company so you can be told you're 1/5 Irish. Oh, man, I really thought I liked potatoes.
Pretty sweet though, being 1/5 Irish. That's worth it.
Like, It's nuts. It's we have to people have to get
Marks,
smarter.
where do you stand on this? You're smarter about this stuff than I do. But
and me
seriously, Facebook's fucking evil.
Yeah, I don't like Facebook at all.
But they own Instagram.
Yes, and they'll buy anything else that comes up if that company will let them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of
they gotta get. I hate to say this, but there's got to be government intervention here with these places, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what's the government going to do?
I mean, this is a bigger topic.
The government loves it.
They'll probably fuck it up, but.
I mean, look how many elections it's made in the last couple years. Every election that's happened everywhere in the world over the last 10 years has been influenced.
I mean, I'm not in favor of government people getting involved, but I mean,
you want me to be 100% honest? We're all fucked. It doesn't matter. Like, just have fun and do what you got to do while you're here. Yeah,
right.
This is the second time that we've had something like this on when I've been in the studio.
This is a movie. This is a legit Hollywood movie with Ben Stiller. That's Ben Stiller.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's like,
I love this movie, but our videos will get shot
Pulled.
down.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we leave
okay.
this
I
on,
didn't know anything about this. So. Okay. So anyways, yeah, we're getting off topic here, but they're evil. Social media is not good. So, yeah.
Yeah. No. I mean, do what you got to do, but it's one of those things where you're just like, okay, but it's not ideal. You just have to figure out I'm glad that so many people have pulled away and not been so entrapped by it, because there's some people that have gotten smarter and they're just like, I don't want to deal with this anymore.
Pookie follows these people on Facebook that fought with my husband today. I'm so over him. Like, they're putting their arguments on Facebook. Dude.
There's so many elements, like layers to the internet that I've never figured out, that I never even want to see.
Yeah.
Like the fact that I have a Vital message board account. I've had one for years. I remember having one on Supercross.com in 2002, but that's about as far as I want to go now.
Oh, it's insane. So, anyways, so the Race Tech rant of the night. That's racetech.com.
Yeah, just delete all that shit.
Race Tech rants. Delete all the shit.
I mean, don't, because I need your followers.
What about putting watermarks on everything?
You could, but then all you got to do is just go crop it in just a little bit. And what are you going to do? Put a watermark all the way over the image, because then
you ruin the image.
Then you ruin the image.
All right, good point.
It's something you just got to deal with, and people know who does the real ones.
If Marks would write some code, that would work. Then I guess
I write a lot of code for people that pay me.
And then we're gonna watch a Facebook movie.
Now you look like
we can watch The Social Network after all this.
You sound like
there's Marks.
You sound like there's Marks with the headphones on coding. Yep, there's Marks.
Wired in.
Yep, I'm wired in, bro.
Yep.
Okay, that's the Race Tech round of the night. Racetech.com. Thanks to those guys. OGO Power Sports. You want a discount off OGO? Please send us an email. We'll pass it on to Pilo.
Pilo's good, people.
And the guys at OGO Power Sports, JGR, Star Racing, Pro Circuit, Rocky Mountain, all use OGO. I've got an OGO backpack that I absolutely love.
Pretty much every team in the pits has an OGO bag.
Pretty much, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks to those guys. BTOsports.com. Tweet at Travis. Let's do it.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from BTOsports.com.
Here's the tweets of Travis.
BTOsports.com. Call there, mention PulpMX, put PulpMX in the notes section. They will give you a discount off anything. They got road stuff, they got dirt stuff, they got street stuff, they got bike stuff, they got lots of stuff for all sorts of stuff. So go there, mention PulpMX, put a discount down. The great guys, and their passion is the same as all of ours out there. So we thank those guys for coming on board. These questions are submitted to @PulpMX Show. The guy in the corner. By the way, how'd you do in fantasy this week? How'd you do?
Not great. 359, I think.
Oh, that's not good.
No.
I did 394. I got both first stop leaders wrong.
I didn't even pick them.
Oh.
I had a feeling, and I'm glad I didn't, because I would have got them wrong.
Right.
Who was it? Weeks got me in the second moto.
James Weeks.
I was doing great until then, but not great, but I was at least over 400.
Canning got me,
yeah. Which is crazy, because he started so far back, and he actually ended up in double points each time.
Yeah, he did, but
you expected more.
I had someone who burned me.
It's very frustrating.
I don't know how you guys do this,
dude. Some of our texts though during race day are fantastic.
I see people. It blows me away how many people come up to you on a Saturday. Hey, something's messing up. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
What?
Well, I'll just text Marks.
Yeah. Well,
Bloss was all pissed about his handicap.
Really?
I should be way higher. I'm like, you're a 5, dude. And then Bloss told somebody on the starting line, "Hey man, I picked you in fantasy. How you feeling?" So, like, Bloss is doing it on the starting line.
This is it. And that's just all weird because it's like, okay, are you gonna not let this guy go? Because hasn't JT like slowed down to let other people get in front of him because he knew he picked him in fantasy as he raced?
Or Dan Truman would say that Forrest Butler is keeping an eye on them for a ride.
That's
next
good.
Year. Yeah, so
that's good.
Don't quit this moto, whatever you do.
Full effort.
Did you listen to the fantasy pod last week?
Oh yeah.
Dan's stories.
Dan's got some good stories.
Dan Truman's stories are first of all, he warps it into the fact that he's helping riders not be quitters, and he's helping them turn into men. That's
true.
He's warping all of his fantasy stuff into like how he's making kids better.
He's not wrong.
He's doing it for the people.
Right. So that's in his brain.
Mm-hmm.
But he's getting guys parts. He's checking on guys. Koga pulled out of the moto, and Dan had him. And
with his wrist?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Koga said Dan said he was buried in ice bags at WW Ranch. Oh, that was WW Ranch.
Okay. Doesn't get hot in Japan.
Truman's Alves has an ankle the size of a softball, and Truman's like, "You gonna go back out, huh? You gonna go back out? You gonna go back out?"
And then Alves goes out and crushes it this weekend.
Yeah.
Stupid. So stupid.
Anyways, so
could you imagine like having Truman though, who basically has the keys to everything? Like he could really, with one part, make your bike substantially better.
Yeah.
Hey man, you want to get this?
His stories this week were an all-timer. I was dying.
It seems like they just keep getting better.
They just keep getting better.
We're just getting warmed up.
His stories, if he picks you, and the things he does to help you and push you and motivate you are phenomenal.
It's almost like a godsend if Truman wants you on his team.
Yeah.
If you're a privateer.
Yeah, Zane
you would
Merritt,
feel like you made it.
Zane Merritt found me this weekend. You know, he wants to let me know that he didn't quit. His bike blew up. He's not a quitter. He'll never quit.
Dude, look what it did to Jerry. It propelled Jerry to a new level. As far as like notoriety.
Yeah, notoriety, but not always necessarily good notoriety.
Yeah.
But Jerry did have his career best national finish this weekend.
And I'm sure
best.
people were just freaking out that they didn't pick him.
I didn't pick him. I don't trust Jerry in outdoors with two motos. I love the guy, but I can't pick him.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways,
stupid
game. The guy in the corner picks the best questions, and ask the ones that bag on Anton, please.
Please.
Okay.
From Keel McStovepipe. Anton, what's something janky-ass media guys do that drives you nuts?
Oh, that was my rant last week.
Yeah, somebody bitched me out and said that I'm the king of that.
Oh, I didn't even think about you for doing that.
I don't know. I mean,
here's my thing.
That's a tweet. That's one of the tweets.
Mm-hmm.
You attach a guy when he's killing it, like at Justin Cooper really rose to the occasion today, okay? But you can't put a text out with like Ken Roxon struggled with the heat without attaching Kenny. And that's what media people do in our sport. I don't necessarily see this from you. I'm going to keep an eye on your account.
Yeah, do please.
But
I went back and looked, and the only one that I did in recent memory was by accident that I didn't tag the person. But I think I tagged them in the photo, but not in the caption.
Oh, okay. So if you tagged them in the photo. But if you're going to call guys out for doing good, then do it both ways or don't do it at all. I don't do either one. I don't give a shit if somebody reads my good words about them. I'm just reporting.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't. No, but then you see the rider goes, "Thanks, man," because they always like this long speech about how great they were. You know, so there's so much gargling balls in our media sport, and that was my rant last week.
My thing is, I'm not trying to curry favor with anybody. I'm not trying to anything. I just want you to know what the fuck happened. Like black and white, here's what happened.
The fans, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why, like, even the Instagram captions that we've been writing are longer form because, hey, you need to know all this stuff. You can't just be like, yeah, Marvin was ripping today.
Right. That's fine. I don't care what you do for that. Either attach them all, good and bad, or don't attach them. Right. But I see so much attaching when things are good.
And none
when things are bad.
And I'm sure at some point that I've done it.
And Don's one of those guys. I've noticed it with Don. Don won't tag them if it's shitty.
You know, and like to each their own.
Yeah.
I can't tell you what to do because I wouldn't want somebody coming up to me and be like, Anton, you fucking.
But I can complain about it.
Oh, totally.
So I mean, I don't expect people to change or whatever, but you won't see me do that. Like I don't give a fuck.
And honestly, like, if I went back to if I went home to St. Louis today with the gear bag that's upstairs and never came to another race again, it wouldn't matter. I know I would just fade away because there have been so many media people that have come and gone.
Yeah.
I know that this is just.
I'm the same way. I'm
just
the same
part
way.
of the deal.
I've been in it longer than you, and it's the same way to me. I mean, I would talk to Osborne and Adam and Phil.
Maybe. And like that's not like I would voluntarily, but like that's the thing too. I know other people that just text riders all the time, and I know you like have a really good line of communication with a lot of guys, but it's like, dude, you don't need me to be bothering you about shit.
Well,
like
I do, but I also know that it's just gonna whatever, it's gonna go away. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
but like I don't need to. Hey, buddy, what's going on? Blah, 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 blah. Like I know when it's time to get somebody, but it's not like a Monday through Friday.
Oh,
what
hell,
you doing?
No,
Blah, 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 blah.
I don't do that either.
I don't care.
No,
you have enough people in your world anyway.
I might do that with Osborne and Phil and Adam.
I have enough people in my life that I don't talk to on a regular occasion that I don't need to cycle on other people.
Usually I'm just trying to get Osborne to tell me if Anderson and Marvin are fighting. That's all I really care about.
Yeah, and you're not going to win that.
No, I'm not. But that's all I'm asking, really. So, but yeah, so that was my rant last week. So.
And it's a fair rant.
Right.
It was a good rant.
Yeah, I just you don't see that in other sports.
And I think the other thing with other sports is do we not pay it? Do certain people not pay attention to how other sports are? Like, do you think Stephen A. Smith is talking to these people, or is he talking to a middleman that's talking about this person?
Right.
You know, we have such a different thing, this mutant sport, that it's never going to be like anything else, and we have to realize that it's never going to be like anything else.
Yep.
We just have to adapt to what it is.
Right.
From Abide Moto, Anton, how come hashtags couldn't help trans world stay afloat?
He's a dickhead. That dude's a dick.
Moving on.
Are we ignoring that question?
No, I mean, I'll tell you straight up, and as I told him then, hashtags had nothing to do with it. Transworld as an operation had nothing to do with the procedures.
What's the question? What's the question?
Why did hashtags not help Transworld stay afloat?
Okay. It's funny.
It was supposed to be funny. Yeah.
If you know the person, it's not.
I was just told to ask the questions that were towards you, so
that's fine. Yeah.
This is another one from McNoche. Steve, will this be the lowest rated Pulp show within the past 10 years? Between the gargling of Zacho's balls, Fly Rider winning, and Anton co-hosting, hard pass.
You know what's funny?
Wow. Okay.
It's funny that the last person was able to switch over to his other Twitter account to ask those questions.
He's always very positive.
Here's the thing. These shows, I don't see an increase in Pulp shows. For the co-hosts, they all get steady listens all the time. It doesn't seem to matter. People enjoy all the co-hosts, good and bad, and we move on with life. If I have a show with Stu back in the day, it did grab some more listeners for sure.
Everything Stu used to like kill it, and even with Chad, as popular as Chad is, you don't see these massive spikes off his stuff anymore.
Not anymore. You used to.
Anymore. Even with Ricky, you don't.
Yeah.
From Chris
I don't know about the Ricky spikes.
Stagesdal. After Anderson winning the designations a couple years ago, like he did, why is everyone so surprised he's riding as good as he is?
Because as a 250 rider, he was never a standout outdoor guy. And then it's been a very long time since he's ridden outdoors moto, like missed all of last year, and had never really been one of those guys that was in the mix. When he raced in Italy that year, it was amazing because it was a perfect moto.
Out of nowhere, yeah.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like, he destroyed guys.
Yeah, if you look at his out of nowhere destroying outdoor rides, there's not very many.
Mm-hmm.
And then Glenn Helen last year, he was great in one moto.
Was great up until like the last few laps.
Oh, what happened?
I don't know. He just kind of like slipped back, but he was doing great.
But he won, didn't he?
I don't.
Yeah, he won a moto at Glen Helen last year.
I don't know, dude.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
But anyways, so that's why this guy points to the one moto.
Mm-hmm.
I'll point to the 20 where he didn't crush it. So
and before
but not taken away from his riding great. He rode great.
No.
Yeah.
Before Hangtown even came around, I put out a tweet and I probably deleted it or something. But like, I thought that Jason would be what he is right now, just because to have that long layoff and to be hungry to come back and race. He didn't seem like he was burned out, even if he didn't do as much testing and riding before the Nationals started like maybe he portrayed. It seemed like what he did he was really enjoying, and that's made the huge difference this summer. He wants to be at the track. It's not a obligation. He kind of dreaded going to Supercross at Anaheim 1 and having to go through this whole champion. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? First result slip that he had would have just been over.
I think he's been good, not great, and not bad though. Good this summer.
He's been. I think that he has that single lap speed is pretty telling.
Yeah.
Because that was never something that we thought of Jason outdoors.
True.
And how crafty he is. Like, he's kind of even went into a Porcel thing where it's like, yeah, I'll do one fast lap and then just pull off and go back to the truck. And that's pretty smart of him. Like, he's not going to just go out there and just blow himself out for no reason.
Right. All right.
From John Croc, will Steve wear the Team Pride FMF shirt to the races if it's part of the T-shirt drop?
You should.
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Have you watched those videos?
No.
They're cool.
Are they good?
The first ones are really good.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all pretty good, but it's cool to see, and it's the same thing with Bogle's deal. It's cool to see a racer be that open about what they're into instead of just being Insta-banger clips all the time.
Right.
From Todd Krieg, Anton, you're king for the day of dirt bike racing. What is one thing you would change with AMA Supercross Motocross, and one thing you'd change about the GPs?
Wash
bays would be pretty good. Honestly, I kind of like the 2-day schedule over at the at the GPs, but I don't think that we could do it again over here. As far as Supercross goes, it would be nice if we, as U.S. media as a whole, we need to professionalize that race broadcast, because we just keep speaking the same things over and over again. We need to speak to a higher level thing to make that person that tunes in week to week feel like they're learning something instead of just the same thing over and over again. As far as the GPs, Malin needs another person in the booth so he's not screaming at himself.
I don't understand.
I don't understand.
I'll never get that.
I don't understand.
He just chuckles nervously whenever I bring that up publicly.
I know.
But he needs to have another...
I've been there when you've brought it up to him, and he's just like, ugh.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. He never really confirms it, but it's like, well, I cannot believe... They make tons of money. I don't understand. I don't get...
And it would be... You don't think there's people chomping at the bit to go do that? It would be amazing, because Malin is a good commentator, but he's talking to himself so much that he makes mistakes that shouldn't happen.
Yeah, it's amazing.
From Troy Benjamin, for everyone, if you had the choice to ride for any 250 team, which one would you choose and why?
When? Ever?
Wow.
Or
Travis
now?
Travis Preston in here 3 weeks ago talking about the Star Bike.
It would be Star
How he got
now.
goosebumps riding the Star Bike, and he would race anywhere if he could ride a Star Bike. I'll go with that, because Preston sounded very enthused about the Star Bike, and you just got to watch him.
And you have to watch the bike. I mean, that thing's badass.
Yeah.
It'd be cool to ride for Mitch just because of the history of it.
Yep.
Because everything's going into it, but that's a lot of pressure for a guy. You have to commit to it. You can't half-ass that one.
From Corey Smith, is it cool to just not finish motos now? My fantasy score wants to know.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it every single week on the podcast. Quitters.
There's
a lot of quitters out there.
I'm really surprised that all of a sudden it's happening that way. But, I mean, if you're 22nd and you're not going to make 20th, it's what's the point?
Yeah. I mean, he should look at who he's picking, that guy.
I guess I should too.
Yeah.
From Fenson Brinson, Steve, do you think the AC will have the biggest fan base in the sport once he's in the premier class?
No.
He'll have to do some winning first. He can't just immediately walk in.
Yeah, you got to definitely win. You're right about that.
Kenny could have a much, much bigger one, just with all the stuff that he could market. He could be really, really big. Jason could be bigger than he is now, too. They just need to market guys better. I think that some of their sponsors don't engage with them the way they should, because we could be much, much bigger.
From Austin McCarty, what is the deal that Tomita has? Does he bring money to the team, or is this a deal with Honda Japan? I can't imagine they're getting good enough marketing from a 20 to 25th
it's all
place
Honda
rider.
Japan. It's the big company says we want to put this rider on your team,
because they're waiting for Narita to get as many championships as he wants in Japan, and then Tomita will go back to Japan and become the new all Japan champion year after year. Same thing that they're doing with Koga. And, well, not Koga, because his deal is he wanted to come here by himself, but Watanabe's deal on Cycle Trader is the same deal. They just want somebody to come over here and learn, because it's better to come over here and get your ass kicked a little bit, but watch the best in the world or some of the best in the world, than be big fish in a small pond.
From Sloppy Seth, Anton, do you think we will see more electric bikes in the near future because Alta and Honda, and who will be next?
The Honda one sounds like it's going to be an actual production bike, and I'm surprised that KTM and Husky haven't done something similar yet. Or Yamaha, because Yamaha invented the electric bicycle.
From Dylan Alexander, hey guys, do you think it's time to make Blake a number 2 on the team? He goes on long and long, but basically that Blake's overhyped.
he just won a moto.
No, you can't. And the thing is, too, the other two guys are great, but they don't have the history that Blake has.
Blake just won a moto.
Yeah.
What about moving Savachi to number 1 and Blake as your number 2?
As far as another team?
Like,
if they were on the same team
yeah,
together?
if they were on the same team.
They're pretty even, I would say, at that point. If not Blake having the upper hand because he's won more.
Mm-hmm.
All right. From Colgrove Brian, why wouldn't overall practice results combine first and second qualifying to average out? This would eliminate the B practice heroes and would allow Supercross track builders to tweak between practices.
I kind of didn't understand that one when I saw it. Like, what do you want him to do?
You have the first practice and the second practice. So say you have Group A. You know how they're always different times because sometimes the track changes or whatever. But
well,
the
they could fix that a lot if they
is,
stop fucking with the track between practice sessions.
The overall is just based on your best out of both. He's saying, what if you average the two to give your overall? That way you have to put in the same amount of effort in both sessions.
Hey, we can barely get complete results before the night show starts sometimes, so to have them averaging out lap times isn't going to work.
Math is hard.
It's very hard. Like, I get it. I mean, there's a lot going on, and it's all a computer algorithm, but there are times that, like, it takes a while to get some results at all.
Yeah. From Randy Richardson's Bad Jokes, if Marv wins the outdoor title and Cooper won the Supercross title, what number will they put on the 2020 Factory Edition bikes, 2 or 25?
Number 1. Why would you put anything but a number 1 on
I mean,
there?
I've spent all night wondering about this. I can't wait. What number is going to be on the Factory Edition bikes?
Yeah, it would be number 1 because that's what they did with Dungey that one year.
I don't know, and I don't care.
It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah. It's
From Michael Lindsay, Anton, since the move to Swap Moto Live, has your approach to riding or media in general changed much without the corporate umbrella hanging over your head? And if so, what have you tried to change?
Corporation umbrellas.
Mm-hmm.
Too soon.
Yeah, it's different. I wouldn't say I take more pride in it, but I want to make something that's longer lasting, so maybe somebody else is as excited about bikes as I was when I was younger.
From Goba Dirt, you skipped talking about Dean Ferris's ride at Southwick on your review podcast. Surely his ride was worth a mention?
Yeah, it was good. The one moto came from pretty far back. Yeah, we probably should have mentioned it. Good job for Dean Ferris.
I like that he's driving a motorhome to every race now.
Oh, is he?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, that's all.
That's it?
Yep.
Wow, you didn't even really bag on Anton that much.
There weren't really that many.
Oh, okay. All right. Kind of looking forward to those.
That's fine.
They'll
come this week.
Oh, shoot.
That's old news, right?
There we go. There's the outro.
I'm still trained that there's not
I know.
After
Well,
3 years,
right.
you're going to have to give me some time.
Keep trying.
Yep.
Are we still on Facebook?
Yeah.
No, what's up, everybody on RacerX
still
Facebook?
going.
Thanks for watching still. I appreciate it.
Got a couple people there.
That's good. Dean Wilson, Brandon Hartranft, Jeremy Albrecht, all on the show tonight.
Mm-hmm.
J-Bone wins the interview of the night, though.
Always.
And Will Hahn. We had Will Hahn.
Yeah, breaking news.
Fuck Will Hahn. J-Bone wins.
J-Bone always wins.
Interview of the night.
Well, do you still want to do the thing where I ask you about the 90s or not really?
Yeah, let's do that. Well,
Okay.
first, let's do ride-engineering.com. Use the code PulpMX-20 when you save from those guys. MX101 up in Canada right now with Luke Reslin running the clamps. Moto Concepts, of course, running the links. Their bar mounts are fantastic. It's an 8-bolt, 6mm bar mount. Have you seen their bar mounts?
No.
Dude, they're strong, they're sturdy, they're fantastic. They fit onto your ride engineering clamps or your stock clamps if you want. And again, a lot of teams, a lot of riders using it. Filthy Phil Nicoletti, he's a ride engineering guy. Ride-engineering.com, Pulp-20 to save with those guys. Thank you to Ride Engineering for coming on board. And again, you can use the codes and save yourself money. Great products, great company. And all right, Anton, so I gave you a little assignment.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're a man of the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
You love that stuff. You grew
Early
up watching
2000s,
it.
all that, yeah.
You grew up watching it. So I said, what do you want to know? What questions do you have?
What was it? How many of the who was the after party Grosser?
Jamie Grosser. Yeah.
How many after parties did you go to?
Of Grossers?
Mm-hmm.
10 to 15 a year. For sure. All the time. Yeah, they were always
good?
Some of them were not. Most were pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of riders showed up for sure. A lot of industry people showed up.
Mm-hmm.
They were in random nightclubs, probably where if you could get a deal, whatever.
Yeah.
Like one of them was in a shopping mall. One of them was in a shopping mall one time.
I remember where the St. Louis one was because it was right down the street from the stadium.
Yeah, they were always close to the stadium, so you could go. You could load up and be like, "Hey, where are you going?" You know, it's just down the street.
Going to grocers.
Yeah, quite a bit. Saw Fro it a lot. Imagine that. Saw MC at a couple. I know. A lot of mechanics and stuff and all that. Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of those.
So you said 97 was your first year?
96.
96.
I did something in 95, but 96 first full year, yeah.
What was it like when you, like, when did you feel like, wow, I'm in? Like, I'm one of the guys that's, like, within this whole circle now? Like, that I know these people and I can go to these parties and it's not like I'm looking on the other side of the glass.
Yeah, probably like that 97 year. I was working for Birdwell. 96, I got a job with the PJ1 team, and Button was on it. And Button was a cool guy, right? Button was in with everybody. Click. So
was it the Extreme Gear?
Yeah. So I hung out with Button a little bit, and Paggio. Paggio was Button's mechanic. And then I remember, like, talking to Jeremy at Honda Troy. Or, yeah, at Honda Troy, and then back at the hotel, the Red Roof Inn at Troy, Ohio. Like, him and I, he had a chew in, and he was spitting, and we were talking about something. And I was just talking to McGrath like a fucking dude. Like, he's rad, right?
It's rad.
Yeah. And I was just this greaseball mechanic, you know, been on the circuit for a few months. And it was just him and I, and we were just...
chilling.
Oh, he was telling me about Swink. At some point, we started talking about Swink. And how badass Swink was. But, yeah, I was just like, holy shit. Fucking talking to Jeremy McGrath, you know? But 97 was like... Hey, RL, you know, was it 97 would be RL? Or was that still 97 was Suzuki?
Yeah, I think that was RL.
No, it wasn't RL. That would have been Wyatt. So 98 was like RL.
Oh, okay.
You know, J-Bone, always knew J-Bone, right? He was a super cool guy. He did I fucked up my power valves one time in St. Louis, and J-Bone helped me. So that was the point where, like, Birdwell days where I was like, yeah, these guys see me every weekend. I'm in seated practice for the most part. Not always, but for the most part, I'm in the fast guy practice with my guy, and I'm always around. So then you just start knowing people.
What, give me, like, a sketchy St. Louis story. Or, like, not sketchy, but just a good one. Because, like, when...
Yeah, cross 98 or 99, load up, drive across the river to a strip club that had a bucking bull in it. You know what I'm talking about?
I think you went to Centerville.
Okay. Is that far, or what was it?
It's like 15 minutes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
On the other side of another state?
In Illinois, yeah.
Okay. Bucking thing, and then strip club, and then one of the guys rode in the trunk, so we didn't have enough room in the car, so he jumped in the trunk, and we went there, and it was on, and it was debauchery all night. And then from there... Was there someplace that was open like to 4 a.m. to serve?
Yeah, it's Pops.
Okay, downtown? Or?
No, right across the street. Like, you can literally see downtown, though. It's the only, and it's in...
and it was like, hey, we got to go to this place.
It's sketchy.
Every bar was closed, but this place still served.
I'm not allowed to go there.
Okay, so we drove there after the Bucking Bull stripper place.
Yeah, you were in Centerville.
Yeah, and then we went to this other place that served till 4 or whatever.
And And then you went right across the river.
Yeah, yeah. That was a St. Louis story, yeah, for sure. Fucked up my power valves in St. Louis one time. 1 year they made us, we couldn't park our vehicles inside the
convention center,
so everybody had to unload. But then a bunch of people got broken into.
Sounds about right.
Shocker. And so everyone was pissed. I did not get broken into, but everyone else did. Or a lot of guys. A lot of privateer guys did.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Because they would park you guys pretty much in that lot.
Yep. Bradshaw threw a boot at James Eichel in St. Louis because Eichel got in his way. This is Bradshaw Manchester Honda days.
Was that 98?
97.
Okay.
And he grabbed his boot and threw it across at Eichel and was, threatening to kill him.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yep. That was in St. Louis.
What was it like in the heyday of, like, free stuff where you could just walk into Etnies and just load up a shopping cart?
Oh, my God. I still have new Etnies.
Do you really?
I still have new Etnies from 2005. I think I'm down to 3 pairs left. It was phenomenal. Yeah, Red Dog was sponsored by Etnies. Reed was sponsored by Etnies. And, yeah, Matt Chapman, good guy down there. Go to town. I got to go to town with that stuff, a shopping. I don't know how many shoes. I must have had 40, 50 pairs of shoes with shirts and everything. And then also got to go down to LBZ. shopping
Dude.
cart with LBZ.
I want an LBZ suit so bad.
Yeah, Fournette ran the velvet leopard print, top and bottom, a few times. That was great.
Yeah.
He got a stripper one time. He was at a strip club with it, and a stripper came up and started rubbing on him and was like, I have the same material.
That's rad.
Yeah, and they were like she's so dumb, bless her heart, right? And Fournette was telling her about like his racing and stuff, and she was like, oh, I just love your suit. And I'm just like, Quicksilver. No, O'Neill, the surfwear. Timmy's buddy Garth worked at O'Neill, so I got to go down there and do the whole shopping cart thing. So yeah, it was fun. Those are the good days.
That DV helmet that's up there that he was sponsored by Famous is just awesome.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that. Yeah,
I saw that.
Did you actually get anything from those guys?
I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
I liked it when Alessi was sponsored by Skin. That was sick.
Yeah.
That was very good. And Jaeger, that was a good one.
Yep.
It's funny to see how, like, just how many weirdo sponsors have come in and then gone. And then gone.
Just gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's one fad, like the coolest one that you bought into, and then the worst one?
Well, there was a point where I was like, fuck, McGrath's so cool. I'm going to do everything he does. So I bleached my hair blonde, which burned my scalp like crazy. I had bleach blonde white hair with the same earrings he did.
The hoop with the ball?
Yeah, the hoop with the two balls on the end. And then everyone was wearing corduroy. We all wore corduroy, dude. It was fucking corduroy for fucking days, all of us. Shiny shirts and corduroy shorts or pants.
And the big heavy chain.
Yeah, and the big chain and the chain wallet. I didn't have the chain wallet. I always thought the chain wallet was dumb. But I had everything else. Yeah, there was so much. I mean, my mechanics shorts were cords in the mechanics area. They were corduroys. Just running it.
Was it weird to like walk out onto the track to give him the pit board? Because now everybody's got
was awesome.
That looked awesome.
No, that was awesome. You walked out there like you were the fucking man.
It looked awesome.
And when Skip did it or whatever, you know, because he would go out or RL or whatever, especially at Nationals, right? More Nationals than Supercross, I think you're thinking of. Yeah, it was fantastic. I mean, sometimes guys would split you. Like guys would come out, but you didn't even care. You're just like, yep. And guys would just go on each side of you, you know? So that was pretty cool.
Rad.
And those days are all gone. But yeah, that was pretty fun. Oh, do you want to say something? Oh, hold on. You there?
Are you talking about you in the late 90s?
He had a question about.
I had a lot of questions.
Talking about that.
Yeah.
I had a question for her earlier.
I said corduroys were everywhere.
Oh, yeah, I heard you say shiny shirts.
Shiny shirts and
Fresh
corduroys,
velvet.
chains, big chains.
Yeah, I'll still have the big earrings. Like
Big earrings, bleach blonde hair. Birdwell's chick dyed my hair, burned my scalp so bad, but then I kind of looked like Jeremy, so I was fucking stoked.
Before whatever ever happens to me, I'm gonna have Lonnie bleach my hair blonde.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Sick.
Yeah, dude, it was nuts.
I asked her earlier, how did you communicate with her on these? Because like there was no laptop. Like, were you sitting in the business center of these hotels, like messaging her on these like chat rooms, or like how are you doing this?
Because I had a laptop in my dorm room. That they
what
gave
are you
us
doing?
For my school, but I don't know what you had.
I think I hope that I stayed at a place that had a computer.
So you would just sit down in the business center till like 3 a.m.
I don't remember a business center ever. I don't remember that.
Yeah, but what
I don't
would
think
it
they
have
had
been
computers.
then?
I don't know.
It would have had to be a computer somewhere.
You pulling up
I'm
to the
aware
library,
of that, but I don't think it was a business center.
Well, then what was it?
I think it was wherever I was staying had a computer. Whoever had
like
a computer.
house.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
But you had a phone card and a pager. So you would have to get the page from somebody, dial in the number to the phone card company, 1-800 whatever.
Oh my God, phone card.
Then punch in 16 digits for the phone card to pay for it. Then punch in your pager. Then punch in your code. Then punch in that you want to listen to the message. And you would do all this. You'd be driving at 2 a.m. with a pager on your dash.
Just waiting for it to light up.
Because no one would talk to you for hours. For 12 to 14 hours, you'd have no human contact.
What was that like?
When the pager would buzz, and you pull over, and you punch in everything, and it would just be like a random spam call. And you're like, fuck! I just wasted 20 minutes to get somebody being like,
hoping it was someone.
Yeah, Mr. Mathis, this is Verizon Wireless calling. Your bill is due or whatever. Or your page. And so you're just like, I had to pull off, find a truck stop, find a payphone, punch in all these numbers, Now it's nothing. Now I'll keep driving.
These kids will never know.
Meanwhile, you have a map, a Rand McNally.
Dude.
And that's how you're getting around, bro. The Rand McNally.
One map or one for each state?
One for each state, and you would fold it. The state map would be on one side, and the city's map would be on the other side. So, you have the grids, and you're like looking, and you're driving and reading a Rand McNally, trying to find the dome or whatever, trying to find your hotel.
What, like the first off, the whole no human contact thing for so long is like out of this world.
Yeah,
now.
for 2 or 3 days sometimes, depending on how long
much
the drives were.
What was your like truck stop like speed of choice, like Vivarin? What was it?
No, just mini thins. They're just called mini thins.
The amphetamine, like tabs?
Yeah, but like they're a little red plastic thing. Whatever, little red plastic thing, mini thins. I think they're called.
That?
Oh yeah. Oh, they jacked you up, dude.
Okay.
The hair would stand up on your arm and shit.
Oh my God.
But you're like, I'm driving. I gotta go.
When did you hear about Red Bull for the first time?
Germany, 1998.
And did it just blow your mind?
Yeah, I thought it was great. And they said, you take this, you have energy, and you drink it with vodka.
See, I've heard that story from so many different people. That's how it's gone, or they came back with them in their suitcases, and then,
No, I never did that. Just saw it in Germany and was like, oh, this is awesome. Cool cans. I remember the cans were being.
I remember when McGrath had the Hansen sticker on his Fort Guard and then on the visor of the helmet.
Yeah.
And I was just like, what is that?
Yeah.
I have to find that. We looked
Should have bought some stock.
everywhere.
Yeah.
I was 12.
Right. Okay. The pager thing was rough. Like,
it sounds terrible.
Yeah, and you just put the pager in your front pocket. And you just like check it all the time.
Oh my God.
Hope that chick from North Dakota pages me.
Yeah.
It
was a different deal for sure. And I remember cell phones first came out, like the little shiny silver Nokia. I paid like $500 for, and that was
on mechanics' wages.
Yeah, and then it broke like 3 weeks later, and there was no insurance on it. And you're just like, fuck, it broke. Like, fuck $500. Fuck my life. Like, I can't afford. So you would buy new cell phone, like these little Nokias all the time. Yeah.
The No Fear thing was amazing. What was
the story? Yeah,
was amazing.
Yeah.
What was some gear that you remember seeing and was just like, wow, that's the shit? Because like that Yogi jersey that's right there, I remember seeing that and just losing my mind.
Yeah.
And then all of that No Fear stuff in like 2001.
Yeah. When Jeremy switched to No Fear the first year, that was badass stuff, man. That was really cool. Yeah, I don't know. MC always looked good, right? Like even a Fox stuff, like whatever he did. I don't know if it was because he was winning or what, but he always looked good.
Okay, that AST thing that came through.
Yeah.
Has you guys all watched that happen? Was everybody like, yeah, this is gonna work or this is not gonna happen? The thing that.
Yeah, I don't remember. I just remember like AST.
I remember seeing that. I'm like, I was 13. I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna work.
I don't remember. I don't remember thinking anything. I think I was at KTM then.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember. Yeah.
Okay, I read you and Weege did that 2001 oral history.
Yeah.
With Brown and Langston and Pastrana. Yeah. What was the dynamic like being on a team that's like that competitive?
Yeah, it was crazy. It was gnarly. It was intense. Like I was working for Kelly Smith, so I didn't give a shit. He wasn't on that level, but we fucking hated those pro circuit guys.
Okay,
we hated that mechanic from Brownie. He hated us.
English guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't like any of those guys. It was gnarly. It was pretty good.
Is it weird for you now to like go to Europe with Brownie?
No, not at all. No.
Are you just like, wow, it comes full circle?
Yeah, nobody cares, right? Like, think about Anton. Even in your time in the industry, how many people have motherfucked some person one year and then their teammates
best
the next
friends
year?
Right?
Yeah. It's the same thing.
Okay.
So.
What was?
But I'll tell you this: our wheels, we broke spokes all year long.
That didn't just happen that one.
No. The wheels. Whatever the deal was with the wheels, we had spline drive spokes and Talon hubs, and all year long outdoors, you would have to go through your wheels and replace a few spokes a lot and rebuild them a lot. So we had wheel problems. Just saying.
I tweeted that thing like, oh my God, I remember this because I was so excited about Southwick. What did Langston do that week after Southwick?
Well, here's the difference. So think about this. Think about bringing a world champion over as a factory rider, and he's leading the points. He's crushing it. And then the plan was, after Southwick was Bud's the next week, we stayed back to go riding. We were going to ride at Southwick or Bud's Creek, or I don't remember, somewhere. We're going to find a track to ride. The whole team, mechanics, riders, everybody.
Are you living in Ohio then?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so the whole team was planning on staying back at Southwick. So Langston crashes tears up a labrum, I think he did. And he's leading the points and everything, and they just nobody says anything. He just stays back with us.
Just didn't tell you.
And it's like you have a points leader, a world champion. You need to go to California
to get
to
this
every
figured
single
out.
doctor that you could think of. Instead, Langston was like, "Hey, Mathis, let's go find a brace for my shoulder." And we're driving around in bumfuck Southwick to these sports places that all have like bulky ass flesh-colored braces for your knees and elbows.
Like an ace bandage.
Right. And nothing for shoulders. And I'm like, he's the points leader. Why am I driving him around looking for a brace? He should be in California. And no one at KTM ever thought to send him back home? I'm in charge of this guy, or all of us? Like, okay, A, he's not going to ride this week because his shoulder's damaged. But B, you think we're going to find a brace at Johnny's Brace Shop here for Grant Langston? Like, he didn't even go to a doctor. Like, what the fuck? Think about that now. Like, the points leader.
All the stuff
the
in
world
that story
champion.
that I read about where Pastrana's like heavily concussed and he's like, yeah, I don't feel good.
Yeah.
And you're just like, yeah, he's out. Hey, Davey was an amazing pit reporter. He was the best pit reporter our sport's ever had. Like, if you look back, Art Ekman gets a lot of like hype on how good he was, but DeRuver came over in 01.
Right.
Because I rewatched that race the other night. And he had no idea who DeRuver was. And then Davey comes in, he's like, yeah, DeRuver coming in. He rides sand tracks all the time. Gonna be great. And you're just like, black, white. And it was totally like
100%.
Nobody was communicating.
Right. No, our KTM team in 2000, first year factory team, KTM, big deal, coming back, blah, 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 blah. Roderick Thane rode for us from France. He grabbed a whole shot in San Diego, and Art says, Roger Thane on a KTW. That's like the first round or the second round of the year. First time KTM's been
second one, I think.
First time KTM's been on TV in Supercross in forever. And Art Ekman says, Roger Thane on a KTW.
Sounds about right.
I'm like, holy fuck. There's so many things wrong with that sentence right there.
What point when you're a mechanic, like the Langston thing is pretty good of you playing, Dr. Oz driving around all the place. What was one thing that you're like, I can't believe that this is what I have to do right now. This is the dumbest situation, and why is no adult like making an executive decision?
That was a big one for sure, where I was looking around going, is nobody, he's leading the points. Why is he here? He needs not be here. Not really anything. I mean, no lean days. We had a beat up box fan and transmission broke. So I took it to a transmission shop in Andyville. His buddy Andy Hendrickson, Guy Fournette's buddy, good guy.
In Illinois.
Yeah, Illinois. No, Indiana.
Oh, Indiana.
Illinois?
I thought it was
Danville.
That's Indiana.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Indiana. So I'm just this
I don't know.
kid. Okay, we take a box fan to the transmission. I mean, the box fan's broken. Guy fixes the box fan, and Nolene sends him a check, and it bounces. But I'm gone. But I mean, so the guy is calling my pager
all the time.
All the time. And he's like, listen here, motherfucker. I know the license number. I know the van you're driving. I'm going to find you and fucking kill you. If you don't fucking pay, like, this check bounced, it's $3,000. And I'm like,
I didn't remember that.
And I'm like, I don't have $3,000 to my name.
How old are you?
24, 25, whatever.
Do you ever look back and go, oh my God, I can't believe they sent me out into the world like
all
this?
the time. Birdwell's dad was like, here's a credit card. Go ahead. Like, there's a $40,000 box fan.
Yeah, and you guys were just driving blind. Like you said, you just had a map and, hopefully a phone, within walking distance if you needed.
Dude.
There are times.
But this transmission guy I'm like, scared to death. I'm like, this guy can find me. He knows what the schedule is, the Supercross schedule. He knows all that.
He knows who my guy is.
He's going to kill me. And I'm calling Nolene like, bro, the check bounced. Oh, it bounced. Must be a banking error. No, you probably have no money because you haven't paid me for a month. But yeah, so all of this stuff where I'm just going, this guy is going to kill me. This hillbilly was so mad at me and calling me, and I'm like, I'm going to die out here on the road from this guy and his transmission bill.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was very scary.
Yeah, there are times like when I started traveling in like 11, 12.
Yeah.
I can't believe A, that my mom and dad let me move to California.
Right.
And B,
Yeah.
that Don was like, yeah, he's good.
Dude,
Get him on a plane.
The thing is, the one thing is I had a box fan growing up. I raced all over Canada and the U.S. as a kid, amateur.
We've talked about that,
with my dad and everything. So, like, driving to the races in a van was
normal.
Yeah, I've done it. I grew up with it, so it wasn't a huge deal, you know. But being responsible for everything was pretty fun. I mean, I had corduroy shorts and a shiny shirt and a big chain and bleach blonde hair,
and just
dude, slaying chicks just left and right. Just
What kind of looks would you get when you looked like California, like straight?
When I went
909?
home?
No, but
Oh.
when you would go to like a truck stop in like Kentucky, Ohio, Georgia.
I don't remember that, but I went to Winnipeg, and I got people are like, "What happened to you?"
I get that too,
and I'm just like, "What up?" You know, like, what is up with your shiny shirt and your cords, bro?
That's rad.
You didn't leave like that, but I always kind of wore shorts and no fear and life's a beach stuff, anyways.
Yeah.
But I took it to another level because I saw all these guys doing that.
Mhm.
You know,
I remember my uncle on his go-kart like toolbox had like Bad Boy Club stickers, and I was like 4.
Yeah,
and that was awesome.
Right. I remember Kerry Hart borrowed my phone card when he made his first ever main event in Minneapolis to call his dad from
That's
the
cool.
pits. He's like, I need a phone card. You know, the phone card was like cracked. Like, I got a phone card.
Yeah.
You know, I got a fresh one. You know, so good times.
Yeah, that it's just it's unbelievable some of the stuff you did. Like, was it weird? How often would you go between like actually having a hotel? I know that you would duck in after they were like cleaning rooms.
Yeah, that was the move. When they cleaned the room, they leave the door open, you'd go in there, or when people left, you'd go in there.
I've thought about doing that a handful of times.
it worked good. It worked good. St. Louis, I did it one time. In the St. Louis, where the
There's a Holiday Inn right behind it.
No. Out by the airport. There's a hotel, kind of on the. Anyways.
Yeah.
4 or 5 days, because you wouldn't get one during the week, right? So you leave Saturday night to drive to the race, and then you wouldn't get a hotel till Friday night. Then you would either do the shower trick, or you would shower truck stops and sleep in the box van.
Did you ever think that like when you were doing all that stuff that one day you'd be like, yeah, first class ticket, I'm gonna buy it, all this stuff?
Yeah, no. You don't. Yeah, you don't.
You didn't
think
plan
any of
that long?
No. I mean, I didn't think I would. I mean, there was times where I couldn't get a job at the end of '98. I got fired at FMF Honda, and I couldn't get a job anywhere. Paul Lindsay wouldn't call me back from Moto World, and I had nothing. And that's when I went to Germany.
Oh, I was with you then.
No,
We were already together then.
we weren't together.
We knew each other.
We knew each
okay?
other. We're just banging each other.
Stop
We didn't
it.
really know each other.
No, but I remember you when you were making phone calls to try to get that job, and you had this book, and you would just call people like
that's another thing that you
things,
that's
and you
what,
just were making tons of phone calls from my
That's
apartment.
another thing you would do. Every mechanic had a daily planner. No, like a daily planner, big ass book with a
address book inside or something.
because that was all the sponsors. That was their list of things to do that week, who to call, shipping addresses. Like everything was in this book. So that's you carried your book around everywhere.
Still
that was
have yours. I'll post a picture of it
yeah,
tomorrow.
I still have my book, one of my books. So
Okay.
yeah, but so there were times where I was like, I can't get a job as a mechanic. Like I got fired, I suck. I'm not getting a job. Like I'm gonna go home now or whatever. And I just kept getting like another job. And then when I got that Nolene job in '99, Ferry killed it as a privateer, and so it makes me look good. Even though I held it together, so I did something good. But then it becomes like easier. Then people are like, oh, Tim Ferry's mechanic. We got third at Indianapolis, like as a greaseball privateer team. You know, so yeah, I remember like sitting there at the Indianapolis podium, and like everyone, all these radios and team shirts, and I'm just like in my cords,
it's like sweet,
and my shiny shirt, like sitting there going, like, oh, we got third. That's my guy up there, you know.
God, so fucking cute.
Yeah, just like a loser, but
fuck, that's awesome.
Yeah, and then we got third. McGrath got fourth. It was Yogi, Huffman, and Timmy.
I remember I saw you at one of the races right after that, and people were still like patting you on the back about your podium from the week before, and I was just like, oh my god,
yeah,
so cool.
We went to TGI Fridays that night, and everybody started chanting "Red Dog, Red Dog."
No way.
When we walked in, because it was attached to the hotel in Indianapolis. The TGI Fridays was. And everybody, it was just incredible that we got third as a privateer.
Okay, for you, Angie, like, was it funny when did you see him like, oh my god, he actually knows what he's doing. He's not some goofball.
I always thought he was a superhero.
Really?
Always,
See that, Mark?
yeah.
You hear that, Mark?
Uh-huh.
Because like Megan will be
I
like,
don't hear anything.
Megan
you want to go?
No, you're good. I'm chilling.
All right.
Megan came to stuff a few times, and I was like, I can't believe you would come to this because I was a dumbass. Like, I'm embarrassed now to think that I ever let you see me fuck up this
Anton.
No, Megan's the same as me. She's always just like, oh my God,
he's awesome.
Anton was, I don't know what he was, if he was an intern or what, but I met Anton at St. Louis where he was like, hey man, I really like your stuff. I want to be a media guy.
I harassed him and Terry Boyd at the Toronto airport in 2009.
Yeah, and I'm like, whatever, guy.
I had lunch with you. You would never even remember that.
No, I don't remember that. I had lunch with you?
Mm-hmm.
Just the two of you?
Mm-hmm.
No way.
Terry Boyd.
Oh.
Wow.
I ate lunch with Terry Boyd?
He was walking by.
Bam, clear offs. Bam, clear offs.
Mm-hmm.
Bam.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
With the chains.
Yep.
Terry had the wrist chains.
And he was still running the blonde hair heavy.
Yeah. I don't remember that, but I do remember you coming on, and being like, oh, I want to be a media
I came
guy.
on a little strong on some people, so sorry about that.
Yeah.
But,
So
it worked.
We're trying to figure it out now.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's so cool to hear all that stuff because I feel like it sucks that I missed a big part of that because it was so cool to see it from far away, but I don't think I would have survived.
Yeah.
I'd be in a ditch somewhere right now.
Yeah, there's definitely like, I mean, I'm old now, and this is my 20th year. No, more than that, 23rd year of going to the races. 23 years of going to these fucking stupid races.
Are you going to make another 5-year bet?
No, I'm not making another bet. So some of me is like, hey, I kind of want to go out after the race. And somebody's like, fuck, I've done it, dude. I've did it, done it, been it. Like, all of that.
What was the first...
You know? And now I'll just be like some old creepy guy in the corner. Like, when you went back out in those days, you had creepy old guys, and now I don't want to be one of those guys.
Mm-mm.
Oh, well, you're not going out. I mean...
No, there are some creepy old guys that I see. I'm like, what are you doing here? You have kids. Go home.
Right. See?
You're never going to be like that. You just hang out with whoever guys are there anyway. Weege, JT, Anton. Hey.
Hey.
Did you see that?
Hey.
Did you see that thing on Instagram? That was cool.
I'm going hanging out with Weege, who's not getting a room that night and just staying at the IHOP until
he's still thinking it's 98.
Kill time. Talking
no, but there were a lot of after parties. There really was, like, a lot of weekends. And in 98, at some point, FMF Honda, like, I was fucking up the bike. And I'm like, dude, I got to stop. Like, I'm going out Friday night. I'm going out Saturday night. I'm going, like, I wasn't on, like, we were staying in Torrance, and we were going out that too. And I was living at the race shop, showering at the gym, showering at the race shop, showering at the gym, eating at this taco place in the corner, going out drinking with the other mechanics. And I'm like, I got to stop, man. I wasn't drunk all the time, but I was just
not sharp.
Doing it on both ends, kind of, and I was fucking the bike up a little bit, and I'm like, dude, this is a great opportunity on a FMF Honda factory team. Like, I got to pull together here, or I'm going to get fired, and I got fired anyways. But
what was the first, like, off-season Supercross race that you went to over in Europe?
I don't know. France, 99.
In Bercy?
No, France, Stade de France.
Where was that one at?
In Paris, yeah. Huge World Supercross round.
Oh,
like with Red
for
Dog.
part of that series.
Yeah, with Red Dog, yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
and then I went Bercy with Nick Way in 01. The end of 01, we went to Germany and Bercy in 01.
Was the cigarette smoke that heavy at Bercy?
Oh, yeah. Oh, bad.
Ping wrote this thing about it.
Yeah.
And that's, like, I even tweeted that. That was, like, when I really was like, I have to go see this stuff.
Dude, it's really bad in Bercy. It just hung in there, and you
and the paper airplanes.
Yeah. And then, so that was a weekend that this guy named Chad Reed punted Jeremy.
On a Cowie.
And he punted Jeremy. And you're like, nobody fucking punched Jeremy. And then in the pits, we're all sitting in the pits, and Jeremy just gets up and walks over to Chad's pit, and you could have heard like a fucking pin drop. We're just like, oh my God. Jeremy's going to fucking kick that kid's ass. Anyway, so yeah, that was a weekend where I first heard of Chad Reed, where I'm like, this dude's legit, A, and B, he just fuck
that guy.
He just punted McGrath off the track. Because McGrath was literally holding him up. But third overall that weekend for Nick Way and Steve Mathis, by the way.
Okay, so...
And like, DV swept every main event.
So, like, our office is above Jeremy's, like, truck race shop.
Yep.
And so MC's around all the time. What was it like to be around MC in, like, peak 90s? Like, 1-800-COLLECT commercials?
Dude, I've said this. And maybe it's just the old man walking uphill to school both ways, but I've never heard a stadium as loud.
No.
As when Jeremy was winning. The Minneapolis, Indianapolis, St. Louis, they would fucking lose their minds for that guy.
Yeah, I was there at all those races. They did.
He was, and maybe it's a non-recency bias, and it's an old man thing.
No,
but, dude, I'm telling you,
that's true.
He moved the needle like no star I've ever seen.
I was in like elementary school. It was like probably like 4th or 5th grade, and one of the like lunch ladies that worked there, I wore like a No Fear shirt or a Fox T-shirt or something.
Lunch lady.
And she's like, "You like moto?"
Yeah.
And she was like, for a lunch lady, she was young, so she was probably like in 28, 30. And I'm like, yeah, I like moto. And she's like, I love moto. And I'm like 8, 9 years old. I'm like, really? The only other person that I'd ever met,
right,
like,
that knew anything about moto,
that knew anything about it,
right.
And so like we would talk about it every now and then. And then St. Louis Supercross came. And like for a week, that's all we talked about was
you, the lunch lady.
Can you believe it's coming? Did you see the trucks at the Collinsville Holiday Inn?
Yeah.
Can you believe that shit?
Right.
So then on Monday, I come back and she's like, "You're never gonna believe it." I'm like, "What happened?"
She's like, "I banged McGrath."
She goes, "I was at a bar and McGrath was there," and I'm like, "Shut up." It was. I remember
the lunch lady
just lost her mind.
Right.
That was the year MC. That might have been like the first time that he had Bud Light, or around that time, because he started doing more stuff with him.
Right.
Yeah, and it just when he came to St. Louis with Bud Light, it was amazing.
It was he was huge, man. And I remember the Metrodome, like a couple times he would get a 5th place start, and then you just hear the battle up front. And sometimes I was down in the main event, or sometimes I was watching it because my rider didn't make it or whatever. All of a sudden, and you look and nothing happened to the leaders. Well, Jeremy got a guy. Like he moved to 4th. And then he moved to you're just like, what is going on? You're like, oh, Jeremy got that guy. Nothing's going on in the leaders. Everyone was watching him move to the front, and then he would win all the time. So it was just he was unbelievable. It was another time for the sport for sure.
What was the first thing, like swag or whatever, that you got for free that you're like, whoa? Because I got gear and I was just like, I can't believe I had gear that had like a trans-rolled iron on.
I just think getting a fucking team shirt was pretty cool. Like, getting a team shirt with my name on it. Like, I'm on the team. Like, I'm really on the team. You know what was cool too was I remember distinctly, like, so back in the day we used to have national practice on Friday, and then go back to the hotel where the tech was and used to work on your bike and rebuild it from practice on Friday, race on Sunday. So as a little kid, I would go to Millville and sit in this Holiday Inn parking lot and look at all the mechanics with their bikes and building them and teching them, and then it was just a big bullshit session right after that. Mechanics would just hang out, but you're a kid, you're just like watching these guys, right, standing there looking at them like you can't believe how close you are to these guys. Well, at some point, like, I was that guy building the bike in the parking lot,
and some little kid.
Yeah, and I was always cool with those kids who were like,
you were probably cool to me at some point then.
Well, because I was just cool with those kids because I was like, wasn't that like, so this is 98, 97, so 7 years earlier, I was a kid in a parking lot at Millville, and now I'm that guy building the bike, like bullshitting with other mechanics and, looking at each other's bikes and feeling the clutch lever and the throttle and being like, who greased it the best this week, you know? So I was always like, this is so rad. I'm one of these guys now. I'm just like one of the kids that I used to watch these dudes, So anyways, that was always cool.
That's cool.
Yeah. All right. Well, we should probably wrap. Mark's
he probably needs to go home.
Might be the longest Pulp show ever. A lot of 90s questions. We're good though.
No, not even close.
It's not? Oh, okay.
I think
you got like 20 minutes to go to beat Ping.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah.
See, Ping was like the icon because I read Electronic Ping over and over. And if you gave me one right now, from like 2002, I could probably tell you everything that he said in it. I loved that stuff.
Yeah, he was funny.
He was funny.
Yeah.
If I had one article that I could write, I would write about like Club Rubber, Club Metro.
Yeah. In cahoots.
Oh my God.
ABC.
In cahoots, dude.
You were gonna say that.
In cahoots was good, dude.
That was a good one.
Yeah. That's all I care about. I think it's
went
the
Club
cool
Rubber.
shit.
Yeah.
Aussie Beach Club.
I went to a party at Steel City. Rhino or Factory Phil had a party at a townhouse in Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Yeah, because the season was over, right?
Yeah.
And that thing got out of hand.
There was another one. I love that everybody would just go hang out at Canyon Lake and then go ride Star West.
Right. I went to that where the Froze MGM hot tub shoot.
Dude.
I was standing right there.
When I heard who was who in that for the first time, blew my mind.
Right. I was standing right there. Fournette and I got the invite somehow, and we went in there, and Swink made me eat a jalapeno pepper that ruined me for the whole next day. He bet me $10 I wouldn't eat this red pepper that was on a room service tray, and I did. Probably just because it's fucking Brian Swink. Like, I'll do whatever you want.
Yeah.
I'll jump off the balcony. And anyway, so we walked out in the balcony, speaking of the balcony, and there's Fro and the photographers and the flashes and all the chicks with the thing. And we're like, fuck. Like, and everyone was looking at us like we didn't really belong. It was all the cool guys, but somehow Fournette got us in there. Anyway, so I was standing right there. I was like, oh, wow, check this shootout. Fro just won the championship, and he's loaded. So, yeah, good times.
It's rad. This stuff is fun. I really hope people enjoy how fun moto is now because, like, it's the coolest shit in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. It's fun. So much fun. It's great.
Anton's all fresh.
I'm all
fresh.
fresh.
Like crusty.
Yeah, life hasn't beaten me down too bad yet.
Dude.
We got about 5 more years, and then I'll just be...
23 years. 23 years.
That's like as long as you've been doing it, you haven't been doing it.
Yeah.
Right
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
To be
1996 to 2019, bro.
I want to...
That's why sometimes I have a chip on my shoulder. Like, fuck off.
But you should. You should
sometimes
have
I'm just like, yeah, bro. It doesn't really matter. That doesn't really matter. I'll see another one of you down the road. You know,
I was one of you.
Right, I was one of you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I don't know. Sometimes I got to check myself because I do feel like being like, yeah, bro, you are not as important as you think. Mm-hmm. Trust me.
Yeah, it's part of it.
Yeah. Good show tonight, though. Anton, thank you for coming up.
Thanks for having me.
You're flying to St. Louis tonight?
Mm-hmm.
This should go better with Anton.
Oh, yeah.
Better than who?
We'll see.
Anton's going to kill it.
Yeah, Anton will kill it. All right, I'm gonna read our sponsors,
mm-hmm.
and you're going to tell me what you think of the first thing you can think of.
I thought you weren't going to do this anymore. I thought you were in trouble.
Well, with Anton, I can. I feel like he's
who got you in trouble? Was it somebody I know?
Multiple people at different times.
I'm sure one of the people that I know.
Right, yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, so are you ready? I'm going to give you a list of sponsors.
Mm-hmm. We've done this before.
Yeah. First thing that comes to your mind.
Mm-hmm.
BTOsports.com.
Vince. I've never even met Vince, but all the Vince stories I hear are just awesome.
Fly Racing.
Everybody in Boise's badass.
Vortex Racing.
Yeah, I've never used it. But sprockets.
Race Tech Suspension and Engines.
Paul Theed's Bible of Suspension.
Roost MX.
Christina Denny.
X Brown Goggles.
Rich Taylor. Rich Taylor, I would love to sit down with Rich Taylor and just
he's
talk.
Good.
I'm going to do a podcast of just his stuntman stories.
Yep.
Because some of that stuff is amazing.
It's really good. Vertex Pistons.
2 strokes.
EVS Sports.
Everybody's used it.
Michelin Starcross 5.
Randy Richardson.
Maxima USA.
Everybody says the Dogger.
Yep.
I really, really think that their contact cleaner smells way too good for what it is. Like I could just sit there and huff that all night.
So not the Dogger then?
Yeah, so not the Dogger?
So basically the Dogger, yes.
Firepower Batteries and Chains.
The last advertising client we were working on before Transworld got clipped. Or one of them.
Pro Filter.
The Dogger's other company.
FMF.
Little D's the shit. When I was a kid, I would see, like, as I told you earlier, I would see Hammer and Little D in, like, the Kickstart or whatever, the Pit Pass in Racer X, and I would be like, whoa, those guys are fucking cool.
First magazine I was ever in was MXA, but it was my ass. I was climbing over a fence after Summercross. They just had a picture of me climbing the fence with my ass and like.
Isn't it like a big chain link fence?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's me. I made MXA. I'm like, yeah,
and it's all dark everywhere else.
Yeah, because I was climbed a fence because Ferry won Summercross, and we were unloading the box van that morning. And I told Brooks, if Ferry wins tonight, I'm going to jump from the Olympic high board into that pool.
Did you?
He made me.
What was that
I was scared of heights, dude. It was fucking terrifying.
How high was it?
I don't know. It was an Olympic diving board.
So like 20 feet?
No.
Higher?
Yes.
Fuck.
And it was so high. I landed, and I had Ferry's goggles on my neck from the celebration, and they went and they ripped up my face from the pressure of the water, and they like made my nose bleed and stuff.
Okay.
It was so high, but Brooks was like, you got to do it, dude. You got to do it.
First time I ever saw you in a magazine, you did the 5 CD thing in the back of a Racer X, and you picked a U2 album. Yeah. And I was just like, that's cool. And I was probably like 11.
U2's mainstream, bro.
No, you picked...
Unforgettable Fire, probably.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It was like 02,
Cool story, Hansel.
Yeah, so that's the first time I was in MXA, which was your Bible growing up, was MXA, right? So for me, that was a big deal.
It was already kind of...
Right.
But like Racer X was it.
Right.
And I love Transworld.
My first ever Racer X interview was Stone Man did it.
Really?
Saw the Stone Man this weekend.
Yeah.
Saw the Stone Man.
It's over there.
Oh, yeah, it's framed over there, yeah.
How about that Weege picture that I sent? That was rad.
Yeah. Atlas neck brace.
You know what? I rode in one like 2 times, and then I stopped wearing neck braces after that. It was weird.
Why?
I think everybody.
Surely not because of the comfort,
No,
Anton.
it felt really good.
Functionality or the fit.
Everybody else stopped wearing them, and I'm a fad chaser, so I just dropped mine.
Works Connection.
They have a really nice. Eric has a really good collection of bikes and memorabilia up there.
OGO Power Sports.
Pilo and Frank.
Get Data.
Dan Truman, thanks for the Reed jersey.
Everyone says Dan Truman. No one says anything but their product, their ECUs.
I've never. Again.
Yeah, I know.
YZ125. What the fuck am I gonna do?
Right. Guts Racing.
They race sprint cars.
WUSA.
The Andersons, you can't find a better family than them.
They're great. They built Mark's a wheel set that looks bitchin', and that's not that expensive to buy. That's your stock hubs.
Yeah.
Colored.
Yeah, it looks good.
Right.
And that's something more people should do. That's a big safety thing.
Yeah. You got to see it when it's on the stand, though, because when I'm on the track, I go so fast, you can't get the full, like...
yeah, Trap.
Eagle Grit.
I've never used it, but Daniel's stuff looks good.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com.
I probably should have put my resume on there at some point.
LA Honda World.
30 minutes from anywhere in LA.
Thank you. Ride Engineering.
Interesting products. He has a lot. Hey, Adrian has a lot of stuff. That brake caliper thing is badass. The fact that like you're going to switch all that stuff up, that's pretty interesting.
Works Chassis Labs.
Yeah, I'm not going to use it. I think it's cool, like good for him, but I don't
Is that a new
know.
sponsor?
That's Michael Lindsay's
Michael
company.
Lindsay.
Oh.
A new Swap Moto Live sponsor.
Intense Cycles.
I don't care about bikes.
Okay, can you just say something though? Other than you don't care about bikes?
So
the
hardcore.
taser. The taser.
It was going so well.
It was.
The taser is rad. I think that if I had a taser, I'd probably ride more. But I don't.
You should get a taser.
I don't have it in me right now.
It's amazing. It'll change your life.
It's done. It has.
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun on mountain bikes, but right now I have too many other things that are like taking up too much time.
Okay.
Me too, Anton. Me too. Are we gonna mountain bike tomorrow? Because we were supposed to, but I don't want to anymore.
Okay. All right.
I'm glad you have. I'm glad everybody has mountain bikes. It's not my thing right now.
Marks, Dean Wilson, Brandon Hartranft, or J-Bone. Which interview did you like the best? Or Will Hahn?
I didn't hear all Dean, so I can't say that one.
Okay.
I would say probably J-Bone.
All right. Fantastic. All right, everybody. Thank you, Swisscar. Thanks, Moser. Thank you, Pookie.
Thanks,
You're
Pookie.
welcome. No worries.
Anything else you want to talk about the 90s?
No, but I'm excited for next week. Co-host 2 now. Yay!
Before we leave, can you show Anton the photo of you in your sports bra by the Camaro with the Fox
with the
pants on
T-tops off?
when you
Yeah.
went riding?
I've seen that one.
Oh, you have?
Mhm.
Oh, yeah. She was hot back then, dude.
Pookie's badass.
Yeah. All right, Marks, thank you. Appreciate you hanging in there for a story time.
Oh, yeah, we're still going?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Please, everybody, check out PulpMX.com. Check out sponsored deals on PulpShow.com. Check out the PulpMX Show after show with Darkside. For sure, Darkside's going to be very upset at me yelling at him on the air.
Yeah, probably.
Right.
What'd you say?
You know, these things happen. All right, everybody.
Tough love.
Thank you. That's what it is. Thanks, everybody, for listening. Appreciate it. Mike Antonovich, Swap Moto Live. Thank you for coming in. I hope you had fun.
I had a great time.
Come back sooner next time than 2 years.
I will.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do another one of those like Saturday shows where we don't go to a race and we just watch it from here.
Yeah, sounds good. And we'll do the play-by-play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Millville.
We'll do that.
I got to go to Millville.
Oh.
All right. All right, everybody. Thanks for listening. Appreciate it. See you next week.
Last time I do this goddamn show.
There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine. And I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho. But I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
Destroy me, defeat me, and
should